The story of Peter the Hermit stands at the edge of history and legend, where truth and tradition blend into a powerful narrative. While later accounts give him a central role in inspiring the First Crusade, earlier and more reliable sources remain cautious. They do not clearly confirm that he persuaded Pope Urban II, or that he even attended the famous council where the crusade was proclaimed. Instead, he appears as a passionate preacher whose influence may have been limited to certain regions of northern France. Yet despite these uncertainties, the traditional story of his journey and mission remained compelling, shaping how generations understood the origins of the crusading movement. According to that widely told account, Peter was born near Amiens and set out on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem in the early 1090s. What he encountered there left a deep impression on him. The holy sites were described as neglected and mistreated, and Christian pilgrims faced hardship and danger. Local Christians living under foreign rule were said to suffer under heavy burdens, unable to freely practice their faith. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, when approached, expressed sorrow and helplessness. He feared that conditions might grow even worse unless help arrived from the West. In this moment, Peter is said to have made a promise to carry this message across Europe and awaken its rulers to the plight of the Holy Land. The story continues with a dramatic turning point. After speaking with the Patriarch, Peter spent the night in prayer at the tomb of Christ. Exhausted from his vigil, he eventually fell asleep. In his dream, Christ appeared to him and gave him a clear command: return to the West and fulfill the mission he had accepted. But first, he was instructed to obtain written proof of his purpose. At dawn, Peter hurried back to the Patriarch, who provided him with letters to support his cause. With these in hand, Peter left Jerusalem, travelled to the coast, and set sail for Italy, determined to bring his message before the Pope. When Peter reached Pope Urban II, the reception was said to be favourable. The Pope listened carefully and showed immediate interest in the situation described. Over the following months, a series of church gatherings took place in Italy, where the idea of a great expedition began to take shape. Eventually, the focus shifted northward across the Alps, where a larger and more decisive assembly would be held. That meeting took place in the French town of Clermont in November 1095, drawing nobles, clergy, and common people from across the region. Pope Urban II himself was a figure shaped by both religious devotion and political struggle. Born in northern France and trained in the influential monastic tradition of Cluny, he rose through the ranks of the Church during a time of conflict between the papacy and secular rulers. His leadership was tested by tensions within Europe, including disputes involving kings and nobles, as well as broader concerns about the stability of Christendom. At the same time, appeals for help had arrived from the Byzantine Empire, which faced growing pressure from Turkish forces in the east. These requests added urgency to the idea of a united response. At the Council of Clermont, Urban addressed a vast gathering. The official records of the meeting briefly mention a call for those who journeyed to Jerusalem with sincere intent to receive spiritual reward. However, other accounts preserve more detailed versions of the speech that followed. In these retellings, the Pope spoke directly to the people in a language they understood, rather than in formal Latin. His message combined religious devotion with emotional appeal, describing the suffering of Christians in the East and the desecration of sacred places. He called upon the warriors present to turn away from their internal conflicts and direct their strength toward a higher purpose. Instead of fighting one another, they were urged to defend their faith and protect fellow believers. The journey ahead was presented not only as a physical challenge but as a spiritual path, where sacrifice and hardship would lead to eternal reward. The lands of the East were described as rich yet troubled, and those who took part in the expedition were promised both honour and salvation. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. As the Pope's words came to an end, the crowd responded with a unified cry declaring that this was the will of God. The moment carried a sense of shared conviction, as if the decision had been made collectively, rather than imposed from above. The Pope, raising his voice once more, affirmed this response and encouraged them to carry that cry as their guiding call in the campaign ahead. What followed was a surge of commitment. People came forward to take a solemn vow, symbolized by the wearing of a cross. Each participant accepted specific responsibilities. Those with wealth were expected to support the effort, while others prepared to join the journey themselves. At the same time, certain restrictions were emphasized. The elderly and those unable to endure the hardships were advised to remain behind. Clergy required permission to participate, and families were to be protected during the absence of those who departed. The movement quickly gained momentum. News spread across regions, drawing in nobles and commoners alike. When it was announced that powerful leaders had pledged their support, enthusiasm grew even stronger. The expedition was no longer just an idea, but a collective undertaking, shaped by faith, ambition, and a sense of shared purpose. After the great gathering at Clermont, the message did not remain confined to a single place. Bishops and priests returned to their regions and began spreading the call with urgency and conviction. From churches to marketplaces, their voices carried the same powerful message. As they spoke, the people responded with a unified cry, echoing the words first heard at Clermont, declaring that this mission was the will of God. The phrase spread rapidly, repeated by nobles, peasants, and clergy alike, becoming a symbol of shared purpose and belief. In the weeks that followed, many began to search for signs that this movement had been foretold. The sky itself seemed to offer confirmation. One night, a respected bishop known for his knowledge of the stars observed an unusual display. The heavens were filled with falling lights, streaking across the darkness. To him, this was not a random event, but a sign of great change. He interpreted it as a symbol of people leaving their homelands, journeying far from where they were born, many never to return. Soon after, an eclipse darkened the moon, turning it deep shades of red and black, which many took as another omen of upheaval and transformation. Stories spread quickly, growing more dramatic with each retelling. It was said that news of the council had reached distant lands almost instantly, bringing hope to Christians and fear to their rivals, as if the sound of a divine call had echoed across the world. At the time of the council, only a few major nobles had committed themselves to the expedition. But as the message spread, enthusiasm grew across Western Europe. Those who had attended returned home, carrying not only news but a sense of urgency. In towns and along roads, conversations turned almost entirely to the journey ahead. The call to Jerusalem dominated every discussion. Those who had chosen to join felt pride in their decision, while those who hesitated often felt shame, as if they were failing in a moment of great importance. This surge of enthusiasm came during a period of hardship. A poor harvest had left many struggling to survive. Food was scarce, and even those with means felt the strain. The wealthy, who had stored supplies in better years, found themselves in a position of advantage, able to profit from rising prices. Yet this situation changed rapidly after the call to arms spread. Instead of hoarding, many people began selling their possessions. Markets that had once suffered from shortage were suddenly filled with goods. Prices fell sharply, and items that had been rare became easy to obtain. What had seemed like a season of scarcity turned into a moment of unexpected abundance, driven by the desire of so many to prepare for departure. Not everyone was motivated by faith alone. Some saw an opportunity to profit from the movement, taking advantage of the enthusiasm around them. Yet even among those who initially mocked the idea, attitudes could change quickly. A man might laugh at his neighbour's decision one day, only to follow the same path the next, selling everything he owned for a fraction of its value in order to join the journey. The movement gained particular strength in northeastern France and along the Rhine. Although the main armies would take time to organise, many people refused to wait. The energy of the moment pushed them forward, and certain figures emerged who gave direction to this restless enthusiasm. Among them, Peter the Hermit became one of the most influential voices. During the winter months, he travelled from place to place, calling on people to take action. Crowds gathered wherever he went, drawn by his intensity and conviction. Descriptions of him emphasize his modest appearance, yet his presence had a powerful effect. He moved through towns surrounded by followers, inspiring devotion wherever he spoke. His influence was so strong that entire communities seemed to empty as people chose to follow him. While such descriptions may exaggerate the scale, they reflect the remarkable impact of his preaching. As spring approached in 1096, groups of pilgrims began to set out. However, the excitement of the time also had darker consequences. In some places, the movement turned into violence. Misguided beliefs led certain groups to attack others, seeing such actions as part of their mission. Communities were destroyed, and innocent lives were lost. These events revealed how quickly enthusiasm could shift into chaos when driven by fear and misunderstanding. Around Easter, a large group of followers gathered in Cologne under Peter's influence. While he hoped to continue preaching and organize the movement more carefully, many refused to delay. They set out under the leadership of lesser-known figures, beginning a journey that would take them through unfamiliar lands. Passing through Hungary, they were initially welcomed and allowed to continue without trouble. But tensions soon arose. Small incidents escalated into conflict, and discipline broke down among the travellers. As a result, local forces retaliated, scattering the group and causing significant losses. Those who survived struggled through forests and difficult terrain before reaching safer ground. Eventually, they made their way to Constantinople, where they waited for others to arrive. Meanwhile, Peter himself gathered another group and followed a similar route. His followers moved through Central Europe, sometimes travelling on foot and sometimes using rivers for transport. They reached the borders of Hungary and continued with permission. But again, conflict emerged, when signs of earlier violence provoked anger among the group. This led to attacks on towns, further escalating tensions. Despite moments of order, the journey was marked by repeated clashes. Supplies were lost, and many became separated from the main group. Yet those who remained continued forward, eventually reaching Constantinople. There, they encountered the Byzantine emperor, who advised them to wait for the larger, better organized armies that were still to come. But discipline remained a problem. Acts of disorder within the city created further tension, and the emperor decided to move them quickly across to Asia. Once across the strait, the group settled near the coast, where they received provisions and rest. However, not all remained together. Some smaller bands broke away, seeking their own path toward their goal. One such group occupied an abandoned fortress, but soon found themselves surrounded by enemy forces. Without access to clean water, their situation became desperate. They resorted to extreme measures to survive. But after days of suffering, they were defeated. Meanwhile, the main group faced its own dangers. Without strong leadership, they were vulnerable. Enemy forces launched a sudden attack, catching them unprepared. Many were killed, including key figures among them. A portion of the survivors managed to take refuge in a nearby stronghold, holding out until help finally arrived. Their rescue marked the end of one of the earliest and most chaotic phases of the movement. Other groups that set out independently met similar fates. Poor discipline, lack of preparation, and conflicts with local populations led to repeated disasters. Entire groups were destroyed, often after provoking the very people they depended on for safe passage. In some cases, survivors fled back toward their homelands, while others were lost entirely. When the First Crusade moved from preaching into action, none of the reigning monarchs of Western Europe personally took the field. No king led the expedition, and even the greatest princes delayed their departure until the middle of 1096. The months after Clermont were spent preparing for a journey on a scale few had ever imagined. Passage had to be negotiated across foreign lands. Food had to be secured for thousands of travellers, and routes had to be chosen with care. Although sea travel might seem the faster option, most preferred the long road east. The Mediterranean inspired fear, and the overland route through Central Europe and the Balkans felt more familiar, following paths used by earlier pilgrims. Since the crusading movement had drawn in enormous numbers, a single marching column was impossible. Instead, the expedition advanced in several separate armies, each with its own leaders, timetable, and route. The first major contingent set out in the summer of 1096, and the last did not fully join the others until the following year, when the campaign in Asia Minor was already underway. One of the earliest great leaders to march east was Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lorraine. He was a man in his mid-30s, shaped by the politics and warfare of the empire long before the Crusade gave him a larger reputation. His family had been deeply involved in the turbulent struggles of the age. He had inherited military experience, noble ambition, and a tradition of forceful action. In his youth, he had fought in imperial conflicts and had spent years navigating the shifting loyalties of princes, bishops, and emperors. Later, generations would remember him as a model of sacred knighthood. But before the Crusade, his image was more mixed, that of a formidable aristocrat whose piety had not yet eclipsed his political and military instincts. When Godfrey reached the Hungarian frontier, he encountered the consequences of the earlier, chaotic movements of poorly disciplined pilgrims. King Koloman of Hungary, angered by the damage already done in his lands, refused immediate passage. Only after careful negotiation was an agreement reached. To prove his good faith, Godfrey allowed close members of his own family to remain as hostages, while terms were settled. Once this guarantee was accepted, his army crossed peacefully, buying supplies in proper fashion and avoiding the kind of disorder that had ruined earlier expeditions. For a time, this disciplined progress seemed to promise a very different kind of crusade from the uncontrolled marches that had come before. After crossing into Byzantine territory, Godfrey was met by envoys of Emperor Alexios, who promised provisions as long as the Crusaders avoided plunder. The emperor largely kept that promise, and markets were opened for the army. But tension soon appeared beneath the surface of this apparent cooperation. News spread that Hugh of Vermandois had been detained in Constantinople, and Godfrey saw this as an insult. At first he held back, but when appeals for Hugh's release failed, he authorized devastation in the surrounding countryside. Only after further negotiation did he suspend these actions and continue toward the imperial capital. When he camped outside Constantinople, suspicion deepened on both sides. Godfrey declined invitations to enter the city and even refused gifts, fearing deception. Alexios answered with pressure of his own, briefly restricting the food supply. Before long, minor acts of plundering by the Crusaders and fresh bargaining between the two camps forced yet another compromise. The emperor wanted the Western army kept at a distance from the heart of his capital. He persuaded Godfrey to move into a more suitable area along the Bosphorus, where the Byzantine elite maintained palaces and estates. Even there, mistrust remained strong. Godfrey still resisted personal attendance at court, and matters became so strained that armed confrontation nearly broke out. Eventually, a settlement was reached, hostages were exchanged, and Godfrey finally met the emperor in the imperial palace. Not long afterward, and at Alexios's urging, he crossed into Asia Minor with his forces, becoming the first of the major leaders to move the crusade onto Asian soil. Another of the great crusading commanders was Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman prince whose name already carried weight in the eastern Mediterranean. He had spent years in war and had fought against Byzantium before the crusade ever began. According to later accounts, he first committed himself while engaged in a military campaign in southern Italy. Reports arrived that countless warriors from the west were heading east under the sign of the cross. Bohemond immediately grasped both the scale and the opportunity of the movement. He joined the cause, and with him came his young kinsman Tancred, whose fame would later grow greatly in the wars of the East. Their decision drew many followers, especially among Norman knights already accustomed to long campaigns and ambitious ventures. Bohemond crossed the Adriatic and advanced through the Balkans in a comparatively orderly fashion. His army appears to have been well supplied, and his leadership kept discipline firmer than in many other contingents. When he approached Constantinople, Alexios invited him ahead to the capital before the bulk of his men arrived. The emperor knew well the danger and the usefulness of a man like Bohemond. The Norman had talent, ambition, and a history of hostility toward Byzantium. Instead of confronting him directly, Alexios used diplomacy. By promises and calculated generosity, he drew Bohemond into an agreement and secured from him an oath of loyalty. This oath would become one of the defining issues of the crusade because it revealed that the emperor did not intend to be a passive host. He wanted control, recognition, and eventually the return of lands the empire had lost. The Third Great Army marched under Raymond of Saint-Gilles, Count of Toulouse, one of the most powerful lords in southern France. Raymond was older than most of the other leaders and brought with him not only military strength but also immense prestige. His following included many nobles from the south and, most importantly, Adhemar of Le Puy, the papal legate whose presence gave the army a special religious authority. Raymond's march was one of the harshest. His men crossed difficult country along the Dalmatian coast in winter, struggling through mountains, cold, hunger, fog, and attacks from hostile local groups. The journey was brutal, and the army endured constant pressure from raids, shortages, and the strain of moving such large numbers across unforgiving terrain. Raymond attempted to protect his weaker followers and keep his column together, but his route was marked by violence and reprisal. He negotiated where he could, punished when he thought it necessary, and pushed onward through a landscape where alliances were fragile and trust almost absent. By the time he reached Byzantine territory, hopes of a warm welcome had faded. His army encountered harassment and betrayal, and many of his men concluded that imperial professions of friendship masked something far more calculating. When Raymond himself arrived in Constantinople, the central dispute emerged once again. Unlike several other leaders, he resisted giving full homage to Alexios. He was willing to promise not to harm the emperor and not to tolerate attacks on him. But he refused language that would make him the emperor's vassal in the ordinary feudal sense. This half-settlement preserved a working relationship, though not an easy one. Even so, Raymond earned a certain respect at court. He was seen as proud, but also as sincere and unusually steadfast. The last of the major Western contingents to depart was led by Robert Curthose, Duke of Normandy, the eldest son of William the Conqueror. With him travelled Stephen of Blois, Robert of Flanders, and other important nobles from northern France and neighbouring lands. their army chose the Italian route. On the way south, they received encouragement from the Pope before continuing to the Adriatic coast. Winter, however, slowed their passage. Storms made crossing dangerous, and much of the army had to wait in southern Italy and Calabria until conditions improved. While great lords could rely on hospitality and resources, ordinary pilgrims suffered badly in the delay. Some, unable to support themselves, abandoned the expedition and returned home in humiliation. Others remained, hoping that endurance would yet bring them honour and salvation. When spring finally came, the crossing resumed. Even then, signs of danger were impossible to ignore. At one point, a ship carrying hundreds of pilgrims sank, and the loss shook morale. But as often happened during the Crusade, tragedy was quickly interpreted through the language of faith. Stories circulated that some of the dead bore miraculous signs on their bodies, and what might have spread despair was turned instead into a hopeful omen. Those whose courage held sailed on, crossed into the Balkans and continued overland to Constantinople. There, they encountered the same awe and unease that had marked the arrival of earlier armies. The city seemed impossibly vast, wealthy, and magnificent to many Western observers. Yet admiration did not erase suspicion, and the emperor remained cautious about allowing large bodies of armed foreigners too close to the urban centre. As the crusading armies arrived one after another, over many months, the Byzantines had every reason to feel alarm. These were not small pilgrim groups, but armed populations filled with different languages, customs, tempers, and ambitions. Western chroniclers often accused Alexios of deception, and there is evidence that his dealings could indeed be sharp and self-serving. But from the imperial perspective, the problem was real and immediate. Feeding these armies, moving them onward, and preventing disorder near the capital demanded constant management. In many places, markets did provide ample supplies. Several armies were able to purchase food in abundance, and the imperial administration clearly worked to sustain them. Yet no medieval system could operate without friction on this scale. Delays, local fear, shortages, and misunderstandings repeatedly led to conflict. The deeper problem was distrust. The Crusaders suspected that Alexios was trying to control them for his own ends. Alexios suspected that at least some of their leaders were using the expedition to pursue their own ambitions in former imperial lands. These fears were not imaginary. Bohemond, in particular, had every reason to be viewed with caution. Byzantine observers later argued that alongside sincere pilgrims, there were calculating men who looked not only toward Jerusalem, but also toward power, territory, and the riches of the eastern Mediterranean. Alexios, therefore, pursued a clear policy. Before granting easy passage into Asia, he required the leaders to swear that lands formerly held by the empire would be returned to imperial authority, if recovered. Whatever Western princes might conquer beyond that could perhaps be granted to them under imperial overlordship. But the emperor meant to claim the legal advantage first. This demand became a test of the relationship between the Crusade and Byzantium. Godfrey eventually accepted. Bohemond did as well, though many suspected calculation behind his compliance. Raymond yielded only in a limited form. Tancred tried to evade the matter altogether and slipped across into Asia without first submitting himself. Later, he too was forced into some form of accommodation, though not without resentment. These disputes mattered because they planted the first lasting seeds of division. Long before the Crusaders reached Jerusalem, tension over loyalty, possession, and political authority had already begun to shape the expedition's future. Once the armies had assembled in Asia Minor, their first major objective was Nicaea, a vital city held by the Seljuk Turks. The Crusaders reached it in early May 1097 and began the siege. Their opening attacks failed, and the defenders held firm while awaiting relief. Soon, word arrived that Kilij Arslan, the Seljuk ruler, was advancing with an army to break the siege. This raised the stakes immediately. The Crusaders, still learning to fight together despite their divided leadership, faced the possibility of being trapped between the city and a field army moving to rescue it. The battle that followed brought them their first major victory against the Turks. As Seljuk forces descended toward the city, reinforcements from other crusading contingents reached the field at a critical moment. The fighting was intense, but by the end of the day, the Turks had been beaten back. The victory transformed morale. Heads of fallen enemies were displayed before the walls to intimidate the defenders. A grim message that relief had failed and that the balance had turned. Afterward, the siege tightened. More Crusader forces arrived, and the city was increasingly enclosed, though one side remained open to supply because of the nearby lake. That final weakness was closed only through imperial help. Alexios arranged for boats to be transported overland and launched onto the lake, cutting off the city's last easy access. With that, Nicaea's position became hopeless. The Crusaders expected that once the city fell, they would be rewarded with the plunder that medieval warfare usually promised. But Alexios moved first. The defenders surrendered to the emperor's representatives rather than to the Western armies, and imperial banners appeared on the walls before the Crusaders could storm the city. For many among the rank and file, this felt like betrayal. Their labour, danger, and expectation of reward had been denied at the decisive moment. The emperor distributed money and gifts, but resentment remained. Among the common soldiers, bitterness spread quickly. They believed that the best rewards had been withheld and that imperial gratitude was a poor substitute for the wealth they had expected to seize. Even so, the campaign continued. At the end of June, the Crusaders marched away from Nicaea and advanced deeper into Anatolia, on the road toward Antioch. During this movement, the army divided into two large columns, whether by intention or by circumstance. One marched under leaders including Raymond, Adhemar, Godfrey, and Robert of Flanders. The other included Bohemond, Tancred, Hugh of Vermandois, and Robert of Normandy. This division exposed them to danger, and within days it became clear how vulnerable separated forces could be in open country. Bohemond's column was the first to face the storm. Near Dorylaeum, Turkish forces appeared in great numbers on the surrounding heights. The Crusaders halted and rapidly prepared for battle, drawing the baggage together and sending urgent calls for the second column to come up. The knights dismounted in places to strengthen the defensive line, while infantry and camp followers tried to preserve some order amid confusion. The Turks attacked with speed and pressure, surrounding the Crusaders and wearing them down with missiles. It was a desperate contest, one of those moments when an army feels itself close to destruction but continues to fight because retreat would be worse. Accounts of the battle remembered not only the mounted warriors, but also the support roles that kept the defence alive. Camp followers carried water to men fighting in the heat and dust. Leaders moved through the lines trying to hold morale together. For a time the Crusaders seemed near collapse. Then the second column arrived. Fresh forces entered the battle, the pressure shifted, and the Turkish army lost its advantage. What had looked like impending defeat became a sudden and dramatic victory. The Crusaders drove the enemy from the field and captured part of their camp and supplies. The Battle of Dorylaeum became one of the defining early moments of the campaign. It proved that the Crusaders, despite their divisions and difficulties, could stand against the mobile armies of the Turks when they held together long enough for support to arrive. It also fed a growing sense among many participants that the expedition moved under divine favour. stories soon spread that heavenly warriors had appeared on the battlefield, mounted in shining armour and charging beside the Christian host. Whether believed literally or repeated as pious interpretation, such tales reveal how contemporaries understood victory. Military success was rarely seen as strategy alone. It was woven into a larger framework of signs, providence, and holy purpose. After the victory at Dorylaeum, the crusading armies pushed deeper into the interior of Asia Minor, and the triumph they had just celebrated gave way almost immediately to exhaustion, thirst, and fear. The road ahead crossed harsh uplands and barren stretches where water was scarce, settlements were few, and the summer heat became an enemy as dangerous as any army. The march through the high country left a deep mark on those who survived it. Under the brutal sun of July, men collapsed from thirst, horses dropped where they stood, and the weak fell behind with little hope of recovery. Women travelling with the host suffered terribly, and some went into labour along the roadside before their time, bringing children into a landscape that offered almost no chance of survival. The suffering became so extreme that men moved forward with mouths open, as if even the faintest moving air might ease the burning in their throats. Hunting birds and dogs carried by noblemen died in the hands of their keepers. When at last a stream was found, discipline gave way to desperation. Men and animals rushed to it in a frenzy, and some drank so wildly that the water which promised life instead brought death. At length the army descended from the most unforgiving ground into more fertile country near Iconium, where the contrast must have seemed almost miraculous. There, among greener valleys and more settled lands, local inhabitants showed the Crusaders practical ways to endure the climate, including how to carry and preserve water in animal skins. Yet even in this moment of relief, unity within the expedition began to weaken. At Heraclea, now on the edge of the road toward Cilicia, Tancred and Baldwin separated from the main host and moved south through the narrow pass, later remembered as the Gates of Judas. Their purpose was no longer simply to continue with the larger army towards Syria. Both men were now looking for lands, allies, and opportunities of their own. They were not alone in this instinct. Other major leaders also drifted from the direct line of march for reasons that remain uncertain, some turning northward toward Armenian country before eventually rejoining the wider movement. Even before Antioch came into view, the crusade had begun to produce something beyond pilgrimage and holy war. It had begun to generate conquest. By the time the main army reached Antioch in October 1097, this change was already visible. But before turning to the Great Siege, events in Cilicia and Armenia revealed the first real fruits of Frankish expansion in the east. When Tancred entered the Cilician plain and pitched his camp before Tarsus, he found a city whose population was largely Christian, but whose military control remained in Turkish hands. This was a pattern the Crusaders would encounter again and again in the east. Towns whose inhabitants might prefer new rulers, if those rulers offered security. The citizens of Tarsus were ready to place themselves under Western protection, and in the absence of Bohemond, Tancred eagerly took on that role. The Turkish garrison seemed close to surrender. Then Baldwin appeared with his own force on the nearby heights, and confusion followed. The Turks, mistaking the newcomers for allies, withdrew from their earlier understanding. Baldwin then joined the siege, but what followed was not cooperation. He used his presence and reputation to persuade the city to shift its allegiance from Tancred to himself. Tancred lacked the strength to challenge him openly and withdrew in anger, receiving a more welcoming reception elsewhere. The rivalry did not end there. Once Tarsus had fallen and Baldwin had left a garrison behind, he set out eastward again. Tancred, now established at another town, watched as his rival once more arrived to claim a place already nearly within Norman reach. This time, tempers broke. The Norman knights attacked Baldwin's men, and fighting erupted between fellow crusaders. The clash ended without decisive result, and by the following day, both sides recognized the shame of what they had done. They had taken vows for a sacred enterprise, yet already they were spilling one another's blood over possession and advantage. Peace was restored, but the meaning of that peace was limited. Baldwin went on in search of greater opportunity in Armenia, while Tancred continued toward Antioch along the coast. From this point onward, Baldwin's path would lead not merely to fame, but to the creation of the first permanent Crusader principality. Among the cities of Upper Mesopotamia, Edessa held a special place in Christian memory and Eastern tradition. It was one of the ancient centers of Syrian Christianity, a city wrapped in old legends, apostolic associations, and a long sacred history. Yet by the late 11th century, it stood in a fragile political landscape. Its ruler, Thoros, was an Armenian prince governing a threatened frontier city. Though he acknowledged Byzantine authority in name, real power in the region was unstable and fragmented. Turkish forces pressed from all sides. Armenian lands had been overrun in many areas, and populations were moving, adapting, and surviving amid the collapse of older structures. In such conditions, a Frankish noble with armed followers could appear not only as an intruder, but also as a possible saviour. Disorder created opportunity, and the Crusaders were quick to recognise it. Baldwin was encouraged toward Edessa by an Armenian advisor who had joined the expedition earlier, and understood the political openings in the region. News of Baldwin's reputation reached Thoros, who soon invited him to come east and assist against Turkish enemies beyond the Euphrates. Baldwin accepted immediately. With only a relatively small mounted force, he crossed the river and entered Edessa in triumph, welcomed with ceremony and expectation. At first, the arrangement seemed straightforward. Thoros had sought military support, and Baldwin seemed willing to provide it. But once inside the city, new tensions emerged. Baldwin became popular, perhaps more popular than Thoros intended. The Armenian ruler grew suspicious, and then refused to fulfill the payments he had promised. The local political elite, apparently organised in a kind of aristocratic council, pressed Thoros to keep his word. They wanted Baldwin retained in the city as a valuable military asset, and perhaps, by then, some among them already imagined a transfer of power. Under pressure, Thoros tried to secure Baldwin's loyalty through adoption. In a striking local ritual, he and his wife embraced Baldwin beneath their garments, pressing him to their bare chests, as a symbolic act of kinship and succession. The ceremony was meant to bind the Frankish count to the ruling house and make him son as well as ally. But such gestures could not resolve the deeper reality. Baldwin had now seen how weak Thoros was and how divided the city had become. Soon he led an unsuccessful expedition against a nearby Turkish ruler, and when he returned, sentiment in Edessa had shifted further in his favour. A conspiracy was taking shape. In the days before Easter, 1098, violence broke out. Thoros and his supporters were attacked, and the ruler was shut up in his own stronghold. Baldwin appears to have been involved, though perhaps not openly at every stage. He is said to have offered Thoros safe conduct in exchange for surrendering his treasure and leaving the city. Whether he intended to protect him or merely to remove him is impossible to know. In any case, events quickly escaped any promise. Thoros tried to flee by lowering himself from a window with a rope, was discovered, and was killed. His body, pierced with arrows, was cast down before the people. With that, Baldwin became Lord of Edessa. It was the first real territorial gain secured by a major crusader leader in the east, but it was far from secure. Turkish powers remained near, his own following was small, and he had already seen how unstable Armenian alliances could be. Even so, he governed with confidence and acted as if his position were fully established. Nearby rulers tested him with tribute offers and negotiation, and he answered as a prince, not as a wandering pilgrim. He secured another town to the south, placing one of his followers in charge, and then worked to strengthen his rule by marriage. His first wife had died earlier in the campaign, and now he married into an important Armenian family, taking a bride whose connections helped root him more firmly among the local elites. This alliance gave his rule a degree of legitimacy among Armenian subjects and strengthened his hand against Turkish enemies. Yet legitimacy did not bring safety. Edessa remained exposed, isolated, and dependent on careful management, negotiation, and force. Baldwin could not provide much direct help to the main crusading army at Antioch, and at one point he himself faced siege by a major Muslim commander moving westward. Still, he did what he could, sending provisions to his brother Godfrey and offering support where possible. Armenian lands also became a zone of side campaigns and wandering adventures for crusaders, frustrated by the long delay before Antioch. This traffic, however, put immense strain on Edessa's resources. Feeding allies, paying troops, and holding a mixed population together required money, and Baldwin resorted to harsh exactions. These measures led to unrest and rebellion. Though he suppressed opposition, his actions alienated many who had first welcomed him. From its beginning, then, the County of Edessa was both an achievement and a burden, a bold Frankish foothold won through calculation, opportunism, and violence, yet always surrounded by danger. While Baldwin established himself in the northeast, the main crusading army had settled before Antioch, one of the great cities of the Near East. Antioch was no ordinary objective. Founded in the Hellenistic age and once among the foremost cities of the Roman world, it had long been a centre of commerce, learning, and Christian life. It had served as the seat of one of the major patriarchates and carried immense prestige in both Eastern and Western imagination. Its history was layered with imperial grandeur, theological memory, and strategic importance. Massive walls, strengthened and restored over centuries, still defended a vast enclosed area. Even after earthquakes, invasions, and the erosion of time, Antioch remained an intimidating fortress city. Its setting made it even harder to attack. The Orontes flowed beside it, and behind it rose broken heights cut by ravines and crowned with fortifications. The citadel dominated the heights, while the Arles ran over difficult ground that made any full encirclement nearly impossible. Gates on several sides controlled access to bridge, plain, and hill, and the city's size meant that a besieging force would need enormous numbers to seal it completely. When the Crusaders arrived in October 1097, they faced this reality at once. However large their army may have been in rumour, it was not large enough to invest the entire circuit effectively. They therefore concentrated their camps along the most vulnerable sections, especially on the northern and northeastern sides. The leaders took up positions according to their contingents. Bohemond held one crucial point opposite the heights. Tancred camped near him. The two Roberts occupied another sector, while Raymond and Adhemar stood nearer one of the major approaches. Godfrey and the Germans guarded another important gate. It was a loose ring, dangerous because it was incomplete, but the best they could manage. For the first 2 weeks, the defenders remained cautious. No major Turkish sortie emerged, and local Christians came and went from the camp, claiming solidarity with the besiegers. Yet many of them also acted as informants for the city, gathering news and passing it inward. Before long, the defenders grew bolder. Turkish forces began making attacks from the gates, while hostile groups from nearby strongholds added further pressure. As winter approached, the Crusaders discovered that Antioch would not fall quickly. Food became scarce. The surrounding lands could not safely be foraged without strong escort, and the open country itself was increasingly dangerous. A large expedition sent out under Bohemond and Robert of Flanders returned with little success. And while many fighters were absent, the defenders struck the camp hard, killing knights and infantry and exposing just how vulnerable the besiegers were. After that setback, the local Armenians and Syrians, who had once traded with the Crusaders, largely withdrew their help and turned instead toward the safer side, inside the walls. As the year turned and 1098 began, conditions worsened dramatically. Horses lacked fodder, prices rose beyond reason. Even a single day's food became difficult to purchase. Hardship bred fear, and fear quickly spread through the camp. Strange lights in the sky, tremors of the earth, and the bleakness of winter seemed to many like signs that heaven itself had turned against the army. Leaders fell sick. Morale faltered. Some began to speak openly of abandoning the siege. Bohemond himself, never a man to hide hard realities, warned that he could not simply watch his followers die in misery. At this critical moment, word arrived that a large Muslim relief force was approaching from the east. Far from causing total collapse, the threat forced decision. Bohemond proposed that half the army march out to meet the danger while the other half remained to watch Antioch. It was a dangerous gamble, but the Crusaders accepted it. The relief army was encountered in February 1098. Bohemond advanced by night, and at dawn found the enemy near a river. The initial phase of the fighting went badly for the Crusaders. The battle seemed at risk of turning into another disaster in the midst of famine and despair. But reserves under Bohemond's direct command reversed the course of events. The Muslim force was beaten, its camp was plundered, and Bohemond returned to Antioch with grim trophies that announced victory to the camp and warning to the city. This success gave the besiegers new confidence. They now set about improving their position more permanently by constructing fortifications of their own. One on the height above Bohemond's camp, and another near the bridge across the Orontes. These works were intended to limit sorties from the city and tighten pressure where direct assault had failed. During one phase of this construction, the Turkish commander launched another attack, sending troops across the bridge and cutting them off from retreat. The fighting that followed was sharp and close. A relatively small body of Crusaders made a desperate charge and forced the attackers back toward the river. As Bohemond returned to the field, the congestion on the bridge and causeway turned retreat into catastrophe for many defenders. Some were cut down outright, others fell into the river and drowned, and the result was celebrated in the Crusader camp as a major success. The dead were later treated with extreme brutality. Their burial places were violated and their heads taken as proof of the victory. Such actions were part of the harsh language of siege warfare, but they also revealed how deeply rage and religious hostility had hardened on both sides during the long blockade. Behind the scenes, Bohemond had been playing a longer game. Even while the siege dragged on, he appears to have cultivated contacts within Antioch. At the same time, he had extracted from most of the leading Crusader princes a promise that if he could secure the city, it would become his. Raymond of Toulouse resisted such arrangements, but Bohemond pressed the matter relentlessly. Eventually, after making secret contact with an officer inside the city named Firouz, he convinced the others to agree that whoever actually took Antioch should rule it. Once that principle had been conceded, Bohemond revealed that he had a way in. A plan was set. On the day before the attempt, part of the Christian army went out foraging to make the city think nothing unusual was at hand. Then, during the night, a chosen group gathered below the wall, near the gate of St. George, and waited for the pre-arranged signal. Hours passed in tension while the city watch moved along the walls with lamps in hand. Only when that danger had passed did the signal finally come. A ladder had been made ready. A small advance party climbed and seized the towers under Firuz's control. Once Bohemond knew that those points were secure, he sent the rest forward. In their excitement, too many men crowded the ladder, which broke beneath them, leaving the first group isolated on the walls in darkness and uncertainty. It was a moment when the whole operation might have failed. Instead, the men already inside found their way to a gate, forced it open, and admitted their comrades. As morning light spread, crusaders in the camps on the far side of the city saw Bohemond's banner flying from the heights. They surged forward, other gates were opened or broken, and Antioch fell. The capture of the city brought chaos rather than rest. There was slaughter, looting, and confusion. Some celebrated wildly, abandoning discipline almost as soon as victory was secured. Yet the triumph was incomplete almost from the first hour. The citadel still held out, and more dangerously, a far larger threat was already approaching. Within days, the army of Kerboga appeared before Antioch. The crusaders who had just taken the city found themselves trapped inside it. The besiegers had become the besieged. Kerboga's forces pressed in from the south and quickly drove the crusaders back within the walls. They even secured the citadel, turning Antioch into a trap with danger above and around. Fighting became constant. Each day brought struggle in the streets and near the gates. Each night men slept among the bodies of the dead, if they slept at all. Hope began to drain away. Fear turned into panic for some, and escape became an obsession. Under cover of darkness, individuals and groups lowered themselves from the walls by rope and fled. The shame of desertion spread through the camp like infection. Important nobles were among those who ran, and their flight shocked the entire army. Men who had once marched east as magnates and champions were now branded cowards, remembered with contempt and mocked as rope climbers and deserters. The most damaging departure was that of Stephen of Blois, one of the greatest lords in the expedition. He had already withdrawn on grounds of illness before Antioch fully fell, and his leaving would have consequences far beyond the city itself. At the very moment when the crusade needed steadfastness, its unity was fracturing again under hunger, fear, ambition, and exhaustion. The road from Dorylaeum to Antioch had revealed exactly what the First Crusade had become. Not a smooth holy procession, but a harsh, violent, improvised struggle in which devotion and self-interest constantly moved side by side. Antioch had been won, but it had not yet been secured, and the hardest trial of all was still beginning. As the situation inside Antioch became more desperate, messages were sent again and again to Stephen of Blois, urging him to return with help. At last, he gathered enough resolve to climb a height from which he could see the plain below. What he saw was overwhelming. The land around Antioch had disappeared beneath an ocean of enemy tents, and the scale of the encircling army crushed whatever courage he had managed to recover. Instead of rallying to the city's defense, he turned back in fear, convinced that destruction was certain. Moving north, he soon encountered Emperor Alexios, who was advancing with an army that might still have changed the fate of the siege. But Stephen's report of the hopeless situation gave the emperor exactly the excuse he needed. Despite protests from some crusading voices, Alexios abandoned the advance and withdrew to Constantinople. For the trapped crusaders, this was a devastating blow. Any hope that imperial aid might soon appear faded almost at once. Inside Antioch, suffering deepened day by day. The defenders within the citadel remained dangerous, and the Crusaders inside the city had to throw up inner walls and maintain constant guard against attack from above as well as from outside. Hunger soon became the worst enemy of all. Prices rose to absurd levels. A small animal cost a fortune, and even scraps that would once have been thrown away became precious. Those with money could still buy miserable rations at ruinous cost, but the poor survived on almost anything they could chew or boil. Tough hides were softened in water and eaten. Leaves and refuse were searched for as if they were treasure. Men of high rank, once surrounded by retainers and servants, were reduced to begging for the barest necessities. Even prominent leaders struggled to keep horses fit for battle, and some would have faced the coming fight on foot had they not secured help through desperate means. For nearly a week, fighting had raged along the southern side of the city, and morale sank to its lowest point. It was at this darkest moment that a strange claim began to spread through the camp and alter the mood of the army. Early one morning, a poor provincial named Peter Bartholomew came before Count Raymond and Bishop Adhemar with an extraordinary story. He said that St. Andrew had appeared to him in a vision and revealed the location of the lance that had pierced Christ's side during the crucifixion. According to Peter, he had been ordered to reveal this to the leaders, but fear had kept him silent. He claimed the vision had returned more than once and that he had even tried to flee from the burden of the message, only to be driven back by storms and circumstance. Now, having returned to Antioch, he declared that the army's salvation lay hidden beneath one of the city's churches. The story was met at first with hesitation and skepticism. Some dismissed it as fantasy or desperation speaking through a weak mind. Others, however, especially those who needed hope more than certainty, chose to listen. The bishop was doubtful, but Raymond was more receptive and placed Peter under watch and protection. Then another report followed. A priest named Stephen declared that he too had received a heavenly message, one that promised divine aid within a matter of days. These claims did not arise in a moment of confidence, but in a time when famine, fear, desertion, and exhaustion had pushed the crusading army close to collapse. Under such conditions, belief in a sign from heaven was not difficult to understand. Whether seen as policy, faith, or collective desperation, the search for the lance began. The promised days passed, and on the morning chosen for the search, a group entered the church believed to conceal the relic. From early morning until evening, they dug with growing frustration and no result. Men became exhausted. Doubt returned. Then Peter himself leapt into the pit, stripped for labour, barefoot, and driven by fierce conviction. He urged those around him to pray that God would reveal the lance for the comfort and victory of his people. At last, something metallic appeared in the earth. Those present seized upon it immediately. Joy spread through the church, and then through the city. The object was hailed as the Holy Lance, and its discovery transformed the emotional atmosphere of the Crusader camp. What had been a starving, trapped, broken force began to behave once again like an army chosen for victory. By this time, Kerbogar had effectively shifted from open siege to blockade, tightening his hold and waiting for hunger to finish what battle had begun. The days that followed are difficult to trace in exact detail, but they seem to have been a period of waiting, negotiation, and final preparation. The Crusaders may still have hoped for aid from the Emperor or from Western reinforcements, but nothing came. Attempts were made to negotiate with the enemy. Challenges were proposed. The idea of deciding matters through selected champions was raised, along with other offers. All were rejected. The enemy had no reason to bargain with a force that seemed already half dead. At last, the Crusaders accepted that only a direct assault could save them. On the morning of June 28th, they marched out to fight. Rain fell lightly at dawn, and to many in the army this was taken as a sign of blessing. the Crusaders advanced in several divisions. Hugh of Vermandois, Godfrey, and Robert of Normandy were among the leading commanders. Adhemar marched in one of the central bodies, and with him was carried the newly found lance, now treated as a sacred standard. Count Raymond remained behind to watch the citadel, while Tancred and other lords took their places in the advancing line. Priests and bishops accompanied the host, carrying crosses, and from the walls behind them, others blessed the departing army. The march from the city toward the enemy was difficult and exposed. The Muslim forces tried to close around them as they moved into the open ground, and the danger of encirclement was obvious from the start. Yet the Crusaders pressed on. Some of those closest to the sacred relic later claimed that they passed through the battle untouched, as if shielded by divine favour. On the other side, Kaboga seems not to have expected a full assault. He had every reason to think the besieged were too weak to risk open combat. At first, he appears to have allowed them to come out, perhaps hoping to pull them farther from the city and destroy them in the plain. He also sent forces around in an attempt to strike their rear once the main action had begun. The Crusaders recognized the danger and improvised another formation to guard against being surrounded. It was a contest not only of courage, but of timing, position, and the ability to hold formation under pressure. As the armies closed, Turkish archers opened the fight, but weather and confusion reduced the effectiveness of their volleys. One part of the Muslim line gave way unexpectedly, and this encouraged the Crusaders to push harder. Elsewhere, the pressure remained intense. Bohemoнд's forces were heavily engaged, and the battle could still have broken against the Christians. But support arrived where it was needed, and the crusading line held. Then the momentum shifted. Once the enemy line began to waver, collapse spread quickly. Signals of retreat appeared, and soon the larger army was pulling back in disorder toward the hills. What should have been an easy victory for a well-supplied, besieging force had become a stunning defeat. The Crusaders could hardly believe what had happened. They had marched out hungry, exhausted, and outnumbered, yet by the end of the day they stood victorious over a far stronger host. Predictably, the battle was almost immediately surrounded by stories of miracle. Many claimed that heavenly cavalry had appeared on the mountains, riding white horses and carrying white banners. These warriors were identified as saintly protectors sent to aid the Christian host at the critical hour. Whether taken literally or understood as the language of faith under extreme strain, such visions captured the emotional truth of the moment. For the Crusaders, the victory did not feel merely military. It felt like rescue. With Kerbokar's defeat, Antioch was finally secured. Yet even this success did not immediately send the army racing south toward Jerusalem. The city that had drawn the Crusaders across continents still lay ahead. But the leaders hesitated. Some knew too well what summer campaigning in the Levant could do to an army already weakened by siege, disease, and hunger. An immediate march in the full heat of the season seemed reckless. So the advance was postponed, and the months that followed were spent less in united purpose than in local ambition. The crusade had already shown how quickly holy warfare could become territorial conquest, and now that tendency deepened. The leading lords began using the interval to secure fortresses and territories for themselves. Men were offered pay to join one banner or another, and scattered operations spread through the lands between Antioch and Edessa. Some strongholds fell quickly, others resisted. Count Raymond's followers captured certain positions, though not without setbacks. Raymond himself took one town and ordered a ruthless purge of its Muslim inhabitants. Once the conquest was complete, he looked for a bishop to establish Christian authority and reshape the place in both political and religious terms. In another area, local Muslim and Christian rulers alike sought alliances where they could, and even methods of communication unfamiliar to Western observers appeared as part of the landscape of war. Messenger pigeons, sent from under cloaks and tunics, astonished men who had never seen such practices used in this way. Godfrey, meanwhile, was drawn into the politics of the interior. A local ruler under pressure from Aleppo sought his support, and Godfrey responded by calling in Baldwin from Edessa. Together, the brothers marched to relieve the threatened place. Their arrival was enough to scatter its enemies. Godfrey then renewed his alliance there and offered a valuable helmet as a symbolic gift, linking his own lineage and honour to the agreement. Soon after, avoiding the worst of the summer heat, he withdrew into the higher Armenian lands, where Baldwin granted him control over useful frontier fortresses. These scattered episodes reveal how the Crusade was no longer simply moving toward Jerusalem. It was weaving itself into the politics, rivalries, and property struggles of northern Syria and Mesopotamia. At Antioch itself, the Crusaders suffered a major loss in August, with the death of Bishop Adhémar of Le Puy. He had been one of the most respected figures in the expedition, a churchman whose presence lent authority and unity to men otherwise divided by rank and ambition. His death was deeply felt, and soon visions attached themselves to his memory as well. Peter Bartholomew claimed that Adhémar had appeared after death, first suffering for his former doubts, and then restored to heavenly favour, returning in glory to reassure the army that he had not abandoned it. Such stories mattered because they kept alive the sense that the crusade moved under spiritual direction, even as quarrels among the princes threatened to reduce everything to rivalry and self-interest. When the chiefs gathered again in the autumn, one of the first disputes to resurface concerned Antioch itself. Bohemond's claim to the city was challenged, especially by Raymond, who objected to the transfer of the citadel, and more generally to Norman control. The other leaders hesitated. Few wanted to offend either Bohemond or Raymond. And so, the question drifted toward paralysis. The quarrel seemed serious enough to threaten any further advance south. In the end, Raymond, showing more restraint than some expected, agreed to postpone final settlement. If Bohemond would resume the march toward Jerusalem, the dispute could later be judged by the leading princes, though Raymond still insisted that imperial rights could not simply be ignored. Bohemond accepted the compromise, and for the moment the two rivals made peace, though both quietly strengthened their own positions within the city. Once this uneasy settlement had been reached, the army resumed movement. Raymond attacked the town of Ma'arat al-Numan, but failed at first to break it. When Bohemond arrived, the attack was renewed, yet still the walls held. Raymond then turned to engineering. A great wooden siege tower was built, rising above the defences and resisting repeated attempts to burn or shatter it. From its height, the defenders could be driven back by missiles, and once their positions on the wall were cleared, the attackers stormed in. The town fell in December 1098. What followed was slaughter on a scale grim, even by the standards of the age. Streets filled with corpses, and the conquerors moved through a city so clogged with the dead that riding became difficult. Victory, once again, brought not peace, but fresh bitterness. The fall of the town opened a new conflict between Raymond and Bohemond. The Norman openly mocked the revelations associated with Peter Bartholomew and refused to surrender his share of the conquered place unless Raymond gave up claims in Antioch. Raymond answered with accusations of greed and cowardice. He wanted to assign the town to one of his own churchmen as a military lordship, while Bohemond preferred delay and calculation. Another issue sharpened the conflict. Bohemond argued that the advance to Jerusalem should be postponed until spring. Christmas was near, many forces were absent, and conditions were uncertain. The wider army, however, had grown impatient. Large numbers favoured moving at once, and many looked to Raymond to lead them if the others would not. After hesitation, he agreed and set a day for the march. Bohemond, furious, returned to Antioch. Godfrey had to be summoned from Edessa, and another council of the leaders was held. Support for Raymond among the high princes was mixed, though not insignificant. Yet before any final resolution could be reached, the anger of ordinary crusaders found dramatic expression. Men too sick to march dragged themselves from their beds and began tearing down the walls of the very town their leaders were disputing over. Their message was unmistakable. They were sick of delay, sick of quarrels, and sick of seeing conquests turned into bargaining chips while Jerusalem still lay ahead. Even those too weak to do real labour tried to join in. Stones were hauled down by men scarcely fit to stand. Work stopped briefly when officers interfered, then resumed as soon as pressure eased. The destruction of the town became a kind of protest, a rough act of collective pressure on the leadership. At last, the march resumed in January 1099. Raymond and his followers moved south first. Their reputation had gone before them, and rulers along the Orontes often preferred to buy peace rather than test Christian violence in open resistance. The army passed through regions where food was more plentiful, and for a time conditions improved. Later, they chose to leave the inland road and angle toward the coast, hoping to secure supplies by sea and re-establish contact with ships near the Syrian ports. In February, Raymond sat down before the fortress of Arca, a strong position on difficult ground protected by strong walls. The siege dragged on for months, yet unlike Antioch, this camp was not starving. Nearby ports supplied the besiegers with provisions brought by Greek and Italian merchants, and the region offered opportunities for raids, foraging, and private military ventures. A rumour then spread that a massive eastern army was on its way to relieve the fortress. Raymond appealed for aid to Godfrey and Robert of Flanders, who were operating elsewhere. But when they arrived, the story proved false. They openly suspected that Raymond had spread the rumour himself to strengthen his own position. Complaints about his wealth and influence grew louder, especially from men who contrasted his resources with their own hardships. Meanwhile, the visions associated with Peter Bartholomew had not ceased, and they now became the object of sharper ridicule. Among the skeptics was Arnulf, a cleric attached to Robert of Normandy, who would later rise to great importance in Jerusalem. Peter answered ridicule with a dramatic challenge. He declared that he would pass through fire holding the Holy Lance, and that God would prove the truth or falsehood of his claims. The ordeal took place on Good Friday. A vast crowd gathered to watch. 2 long walls of burning branches were built close together to form a corridor of flame. Before the whole assembly, prayers were spoken that if Peter truly had received divine revelation, he would emerge unharmed. But if he had lied, he would be destroyed along with the lance he carried. Then Peter, dressed only in a simple tunic, entered the fire. Some later claimed to have seen signs above him, while most saw only a man attempting an impossible passage. He came out alive, greeted by cries of support, and had to be pulled away from the crush of the crowd by those around him. But he did not live long afterward. His death settled nothing. Believers insisted that he had passed through the flames and suffered later from the violence of the crowd. Skeptics argued that the fire itself had doomed him. The ordeal, instead of resolving the matter, hardened both camps in their existing convictions. Easter came and went, and Arca still had not fallen. The Crusaders were divided once more. Some wanted to wait for the emperor, who was still expected by some to appear before midsummer. Others pointed to the growing crops and the need to move on while the season favoured action. This second view won out. In May, the siege was finally abandoned, and the army resumed its southward march along the coast. By the time the Crusaders reached Ramla, the decisive strategic question returned. Should they strike at the wider power of Egypt and try to conquer the larger kingdom? Or should they go straight for Jerusalem? Some argued that a greater campaign in the Nile region would make the holy city easier to take later. And others answered that an army too small to seize Jerusalem directly had no business dreaming of conquering an entire kingdom first. In the end, the simpler and more urgent course prevailed. Jerusalem would be the next goal. As the Crusaders drew closer, the tone of the march changed. Some men rushed to seize local estates and fortresses, eager for immediate gain before reaching the holy city. Others, influenced by the more austere spiritual current in the army, refused to burden themselves with worldly prize while approaching the object of their vows. Some walked barefoot as an act of devotion, lamenting the greed of their companions and imagining themselves at the threshold of sacred history. Then, in early June 1099, Jerusalem came into view. By then, the city was no longer in Turkish hands. It had passed under Egyptian control after earlier political shifts in the region. For some time, there had been diplomatic contact between the Crusaders and the Egyptian rulers. Offers had been discussed, including limited pilgrimage access, but they had satisfied no one. The Crusaders had no intention of accepting symbolic concessions when they believed the city itself had been promised to them by God and by their vows. So when they arrived, it was not to negotiate entry for a handful of pilgrims. It was to besiege and take the city outright. Their numbers were not enough to surround Jerusalem completely. Even now, after all the marching, sieges, battles, and desertions, they had to distribute their forces as best they could around the walls. Robert of Normandy and Robert of Flanders took position to the north. Godfrey and Tancred operated from the west. Raymond placed his force on Mount Zion to the south. The eastern side, where the terrain dropped sharply and the defences were strongest, was left largely unwatched. After several days of preparation, the Crusaders launched an early assault in mid-June that came close to success but failed to secure a foothold. Once again, a siege that had seemed possible by sudden shock threatened to turn into a trial of endurance. Soon the same enemies reappeared: thirst, hunger, heat, and exhaustion. Water was terribly scarce. A small spring outside the city gave relief only intermittently, and whenever it flowed, men and animals rushed toward it in dangerous confusion. In the chaos, some were crushed, and the source itself became fouled by bodies. Those too weak to reach it lay nearby with swollen tongues and open mouths, unable even to beg properly for drink. The stench of dead animals and rotting flesh spread around the camp. Water could be found farther away, but reaching it meant driving livestock through dangerous ground where enemy raiders waited in ambush. Food supplies also tightened. Relief came only when Christian ships reached Jaffa. A mounted party was sent to secure the cargo and escort it inland. The men were welcomed by the sailors and spent the night in celebration, but dawn revealed how vulnerable they had been. Enemy forces had nearly surrounded them. Even so, they managed to unload and move the supplies before the ships themselves were mostly lost. The food that reached camp prevented immediate famine, but it did not restore harmony. Old rivalries returned almost as soon as the danger eased. Men argued over positions, banners, captured shrines, and who should lead or rule once the city was taken. Alongside these quarrels came a fresh wave of visions. Adhemar, now dead, was said to have appeared and instructed the army to process barefoot around the city for several days, combining prayer with renewed labour. The leaders, recognizing both the religious power and the political usefulness of such acts, endorsed a general reconciliation. From that point, effort turned to siege construction with fresh urgency. Wood was desperately scarce around Jerusalem, and without it, the necessary towers and engines could not be built. Small discoveries of usable beams were celebrated, as if they were treasure, but real supplies had to be brought from far away. Timber was cut in the hills and hauled under escort back to the camp. Robert of Flanders oversaw much of this difficult work. In time, 2 great siege towers were completed, one for Godfrey's sector in the north and one for Raymond's in the south. At the same time, the religious ritual demanded by the visions was also carried out. The entire army, so far as weakness and numbers allowed, processed slowly around the city barefoot, chanting, praying, and carrying crosses. Priests and bishops led the way in white vestments. The defenders on the walls mocked them, shouting insults and making gestures of contempt. Some even beat a crucifix in sight of the besiegers, using sacrilege itself as a weapon of insult. Yet the procession continued, winding past the key holy sites outside the walls and back again to camp. Meanwhile, the defenders strengthened their own position. Walls were repaired, towers reinforced, and every weak point prepared for assault. On July the 13th, the final attack began. Fighting continued into the next day without decisive result. Then came the critical moment. On Friday, the defenders tried to burn Godfrey's great siege tower, which had become fixed awkwardly at some distance from the wall because one of its wheels had broken. They also hung sacks stuffed with straw to cushion the blows of rams and protect the masonry. But the Crusaders answered with relentless missile fire that drove defenders back from the parapets. Flaming arrows set the hanging sacks alight. Ladders were raised. The drawbridge of the siege tower dropped into place against the wall. At last, the defences were breached. One of the first men to leap onto the battlements was a knight whose name would be remembered with honour in later crusading tradition. As more attackers followed, resistance collapsed in that sector. Panic spread among the defenders, and many fled toward the great sacred enclosure that had once been Solomon's temple. Jerusalem had been entered at last. On the southern side of Jerusalem, Raymond's assault had gone far less smoothly. His siege tower had been built with the help of Genoese sailors whose ships had been lost near Jaffa, and his men had worked hard to clear the outer defences and fill the ditch before the wall. Even after all that effort, the defenders still dominated the fight. Their machines outnumbered his, and every attempt to push forward met a storm of resistance. The day had already taken on a strange intensity in the Crusader camp. Some believed the hour had been foretold, and when progress stalled, explanations quickly turned toward the supernatural. A rumour spread that 2 Muslim women on the walls were casting spells to hold the attackers back. A stone struck them down, and for a moment the men below thought the obstacle had been removed. Yet nothing changed. By midday, the wall still stood firm, and the attack on Raymond's side seemed close to failure. The commanders were already considering whether the engines should be pulled back when everything changed in an instant. Far off, on the Mount of Olives, a lone, mounted figure appeared, raising his shield in a gesture of triumph. No one in Raymond's lines knew exactly who the rider was, but the meaning was understood at once. The city had been breached elsewhere. That single sign transformed despair into renewed fury. The Provençal troops threw themselves into the attack with fresh force, and the last resistance on their front began to collapse. Jerusalem had finally fallen. What followed was the kind of violence that so often marked the capture of a major city in medieval war. Once the walls had been forced and discipline dissolved into triumph, slaughter spread through the streets. Contemporary descriptions focus less on sequence than on shock. Bodies lay in every quarter. Streets, squares, and passages were choked with the dead. Severed limbs, broken armor, and blood-covered stones turned the city into a scene of horror. Some were cut down where they stood. Some were struck by arrows and hurled from towers. Others were tortured and burned. Horses and men moved over heaps of corpses as the victors pushed deeper into the city. The killing did not remain confined to soldiers. Panic drove many toward holy places, fortresses, or enclosed courtyards. But refugee often proved temporary. Tancred forced his way into the great sacred enclosure and stripped rich decorations from its buildings, seizing heavy golden hangings as part of the spoil. Even so, he seems to have shown more restraint than many around him. He offered protection to some of those who fled into the old temple area and sought shelter there. Yet in the atmosphere of that day, protection was fragile and incomplete. It could delay death, not always prevent it. At first, once the fury of battle began to ebb, many of the Crusaders turned toward the sacred purpose that had brought them east. They moved in tears and prayer toward the Holy Sepulchre, trying to transform conquest into pilgrimage. But the mood did not stay softened for long. By the next morning, anger and suspicion had returned. Rumours spread that Tancred had not truly spared the fugitives, but had only gathered them in one place. Whether this was believed, invented, or exaggerated, it had deadly consequences. The Crusaders armed themselves again and resumed the killing. On that second day, the violence was even more deliberate. Archers shot down those trapped at a distance. Others climbed onto roofs and platforms and cut down men and women alike. The slaughter inside the sacred enclosure became one of the most infamous scenes of the entire conquest. Almost every group among the attackers seems to have been carried along by the same brutal momentum. Raymond stands out as one of the few who showed a more practical and restrained mercy. Those who had taken refuge in the Tower of David were offered their lives if they surrendered, and once they submitted, he allowed them to depart safely toward Ascalon. It was a rare act of clemency in a city where vengeance, zeal, fear, and greed had fused into mass killing. The dead soon became a problem as well as a symbol. The city was filled with rotting bodies, and the danger of disease was obvious. One of the first practical tasks after the conquest was to clear the streets. Surviving captives were forced to drag corpses outside the walls, where they were piled into enormous heaps and later burned. The scale of the killing was so great that exact numbers disappeared into the language of awe and horror. For the conquerors, it was proof of total victory. For later generations, it became one of the darkest memories of the Crusade. 8 days after Jerusalem had been taken, the crusading leaders met to decide how the city and its surrounding lands were to be governed. The obvious solution was to choose a king, yet the honour was less attractive than it seemed. The city was sacred, but it was also exposed, poor, difficult to defend, and surrounded by enemies. Many of the great lords had already begun thinking of home. Their vow had been fulfilled. The hardest marches and sieges were behind them. To remain in Jerusalem as ruler meant not glory alone, but labour, danger, shortage, and constant war. One after another, leading princes declined the title. Some did so out of caution, some perhaps out of genuine reluctance, some because the burden was greater than the reward. In the end, attention settled on Godfrey of Bouillon. He had earned immense prestige in the campaign, especially through his role in the final assault on Jerusalem. And unlike some of the other princes, he had not been consumed by the most bitter factional quarrels. He agreed to take charge, but he would not call himself king in the city where Christ had suffered. Instead, he accepted a humbler title, presenting himself not as a crowned monarch, but as the guardian of the Holy Sepulchre. The gesture mattered. It allowed authority to be established without seeming to compete with the sacred character of the city. In practice, however, he had become the ruler of a new state. Once a secular head had been chosen, a spiritual one also had to be appointed. That contest was more contentious than it might appear. Several men had claims or ambitions, but the office ultimately went to Arnulf, a cleric attached to Robert of Normandy. He was a controversial figure. Some remembered him as cultivated and intellectually gifted, others as morally lax and deeply compromised. He had been among the loudest skeptics of the Holy Lance and had nearly paid for that skepticism with his life during the earlier disputes in the Crusader camp. Yet his influence had grown while that of the Provençal visionaries had weakened, and his prominence during the later stages of the campaign had made him difficult to ignore. His election as the first Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem was a sign that the balance of influence inside the crusading movement had shifted sharply away from the men who had once built morale through prophecy and miracle. Soon after the capture of the city, Tancred and Eustace moved north to secure Nablus. At Jerusalem itself, however, peace among the leaders remained fragile. A dispute broke out almost immediately between Godfrey and Raymond over control of the Tower of David. Raymond had refused to give it up, and when Godfrey eventually took it from the man to whom it had been entrusted, Raymond reacted in bitterness and threatened to leave for home at once. Before doing anything so final, he followed one of the strange ritual instructions associated with Peter Bartholomew and made a pilgrimage to the Jordan. There, in a scene that mixes piety with theatrical symbolism, his followers improvised a small wicker craft to carry him over the water, then stripped him of his worn garments and dressed him in new ones on the far side. Even those involved did not seem fully certain what the act was meant to accomplish. It was simply one more sign of how deeply prophetic gestures, symbolic rites, and half-understood revelations had entered the mental world of the Crusade. In August, urgent news arrived that a large Egyptian army was gathering at Ascalon. There was no time for further internal quarrels. Tancred and Eustace were recalled. Godfrey and Robert of Flanders marched out first from Jerusalem. Robert of Normandy and Raymond hesitated, unwilling to move on uncertain reports, but a sharp message from Godfrey made the choice clear. If they wanted a share in the battle, they had to come at once. They joined the march, while Peter the Hermit remained in Jerusalem to organize prayers and public acts of devotion on behalf of the army. On August 11th, the Crusader host advanced toward Ascalon. The Egyptians did not seem to expect any serious threat from an enemy they believed to be too weak to attack. Their camp was large, confident, and poorly prepared for sudden battle. Astrologers and diviners had reportedly advised delay, and that only deepened the sense of carelessness in the camp. The Crusaders moved forward in battle order. Godfrey held one wing, Raymond another, while the central divisions included the two Roberts and Tancred. Once the armies came into contact, the result was swift. There was little of the long uncertainty that marked Antioch or Dorylaeum. The Egyptian force broke rapidly. Some fled toward the sea, others tried to hide, others were cut down where they ran. The battle became less a contest than a rout. The day's greatest personal distinction seems to have fallen to Robert of Normandy, who seized the enemy standard after killing its bearer. The captured banner, with its costly shaft and ornament, was later dedicated to the Holy Sepulchre. The amount of booty taken after the battle was immense. Animals, grain, biscuit, flour, and supplies of every kind were carried back in such quantity that Jerusalem, so recently a place of shortage and suffering, suddenly saw abundance. Prices dropped sharply, and the camp that had known thirst and hunger now found itself temporarily well stocked. Even this victory did not end the rivalry between Godfrey and Raymond. The citizens of Ascalon had reportedly offered submission to Raymond, but the other leaders argued that such an important coastal fortress must belong to the central power if the new realm was to survive. The matter nearly led to open conflict. Later accounts claim that Raymond would rather see the town return to the Egyptians than yield it to Godfrey, though the story survives in too many forms to be accepted without caution. Whatever the precise truth, the dispute was serious enough that only outside mediation prevented the two leaders from coming to blows. After Ascalon, many of the great lords began preparing to leave the east. The holy city had been taken, a major field army had been defeated, and for many the expedition now seemed complete. The road home opened once more. Some returned through northern Syria, where the terror created by recent Crusader victories had persuaded several local garrisons to offer safe passage or even welcome. Raymond, unable to secure other ambitions, at least gained influence along the coast when one contested city was handed over to him rather than to Bohemond. These were small compensations for much larger disappointments. Godfrey, however, stayed and began the hard work of transforming conquest into rule. He campaigned against Arsuf, though without decisive success at first, and then returned to Jerusalem for the winter. Around this time, Baldwin and Bohemond arrived in the south, and the journey they made to the Holy City offers a vivid example of how punishing travel in the region could still be. Their following included not only knights and armed retainers, but also women, children, clergy and dependents, an entire moving community rather than a simple military column. Along the road, food was repeatedly denied them, and fodder for horses was scarce. They survived in part by chewing sugarcane from cultivated fields, which eased thirst and hunger only slightly. Cold rain tormented them for days at a time, and many among the weaker travellers died of exposure. Only in a few places did they find open markets. When they reached Jerusalem at last near the winter solstice, they visited the Holy Sepulchre and kept vigil at Bethlehem on Christmas Eve. Even then, months after the city's capture, the lingering stench of the dead still hung in the air. Early in the new year, the travellers set out north again, cutting palm branches by the Jordan like returning pilgrims of old. Around the same time, Bohemond was drawn into another campaign after the ruler of Melitene asked for aid against a Turkish rival. Always eager to expand his influence, he accepted. On the march, however, his force was caught in an ambush. The heat had led many of his men to march without armour, and the result was disastrous. Most of the Franks were cut down, and Bohemond himself was captured along with his cousin Richard. His imprisonment removed one of the most formidable Crusader leaders from the field at a critical moment. Godfrey, meanwhile, forced Arsuf to come to terms and secured promises of tribute from several coastal towns, including places still formerly under Muslim control. His growing authority was felt not only in the settled towns but even among tribal groups farther south and east, who preferred peace and trade to conflict with the new ruler of Jerusalem. Yet peace on land did not mean peace at sea. Saracen warships still moved actively through the eastern Mediterranean, and the struggle for supply and communication remained constant. One of Godfrey's most important practical concerns was Jaffa. The port was vital to the survival of the new kingdom. It was the main entry point for Western reinforcements, and one of the few places through which the Franks could reliably receive supplies, without depending entirely on local populations. Strengthening Jaffa, therefore, became a priority. He was called away from that task when Tancred needed support near the Sea of Galilee. But once that expedition ended, Godfrey returned toward the coast. It was on this journey that he fell gravely ill. Rumours quickly spread that he had been poisoned by fruit sent from Caesarea, though whether this was true or merely a familiar explanation for sudden illness is impossible to know. At Jaffa he met newly arrived Venetian leaders, but he was already too weak for prolonged discussion. That same night his condition worsened. Finding the bustle and heat of the port unbearable, he had himself carried back up to Jerusalem. There, on July 18th, 1100, only a year and 3 days after the fall of the city. He died and was buried in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. His death was marked thereafter, together with the anniversary of Jerusalem's capture, and gifts were distributed in memory of his wishes. Among all the leaders of the First Crusade, Godfrey came more quickly than any other to embody its ideal image. He united religious seriousness with military energy in a way that later generations found irresistible. Stories began to gather around his name almost immediately. He was remembered as a man destined from youth for a sacred mission, a leader marked out by providence. In reality, he had not always stood above the other princes in prestige or power, and his election in Jerusalem owed much to the rivalries that divided the men of northern and southern France. Because he had remained outside some of the fiercest feuds, he became the acceptable choice when compromise was necessary. His personal piety was widely admired. He refused the royal crown because he would not wear gold where Christ had worn thorns. He was drawn to prayer even in moments of military triumph, and was known for the seriousness with which he treated religious observance. At the same time, he was no harmless saint. He could be stern, severe in discipline, and ruthless in war. Yet during his brief rule, he seems to have sought stability more than personal magnificence, and his death was mourned not only by Latin settlers, but by many of the different peoples living in and around Jerusalem. Very quickly his memory moved beyond history into legend. Songs were sung about him, stories attached his lineage to older heroic traditions. In later medieval literature, he stood beside the great figures of Christian romance, rivaling the fame of Arthur and Charlemagne. Tales were added to his life that belonged more to poetry than to fact. His ancestry became entangled with legendary noble lines, his family with older miracle stories, and his crusading deeds with the larger imagination of medieval Europe. In campfire songs, in epics, and in later retellings, he became more than a ruler. He became the heroic face of the First Crusade itself. Of the major crusading leaders, only Raymond, Bohemond, Tancred and Baldwin remained in the east after his death. The others had gone home, and many met unhappy ends. Robert of Normandy returned too late to secure the English crown after the death of his brother, and later spent the rest of his life in captivity after defeat in the west. Robert of Flanders also made it home, only to die years later after a fall from his horse. Hugh of Vermandois, sent east again after Antioch, died during a later and disastrous expedition. Stephen of Blois, driven back into crusading by the reproaches of his wife after his earlier shameful withdrawal, also returned east and was killed in battle. That later wave of crusading deserves notice because it revealed how powerfully the fall of Jerusalem had reignited enthusiasm in men who had ignored the first call. Victory had inspired those whom preaching had failed to move. Among the new arrivals was William of Aquitaine, a great lord whose motives seem to have mixed curiosity, ambition, and adventure more than deep religious discipline. One huge and disorderly group from Lombardy reached Constantinople and caused trouble almost as soon as it arrived. Their unruliness culminated in violence inside the imperial palace itself. They then crossed into Asia and joined up with other Western leaders. At that point, disagreement broke out over the route. Some wanted to follow the older crusading road through Anatolia toward Syria. Others were seized by grand and confused visions of marching eastward into distant lands to rescue prisoners or seize famous capitals they barely understood. Distrust of the Byzantine emperor added to the confusion, and some groups abandoned the land route entirely and sailed instead. Raymond joined one of the overland forces. At first, the march passed through fertile country, but beyond that lay dry and dangerous regions, where Turkish attacks began to wear the expedition down. Stragglers and the weak were picked off with arrows, rearguards were cut to pieces, panic spread. At a crucial moment, Raymond himself withdrew with his followers, leaving others to fend for themselves. Whether necessity drove him or fear, the result was the same. The expedition collapsed into confusion, and noblewomen, baggage, and camp followers fell into enemy hands as leaders fled. Another army under William of Nevers followed the same route and was reduced to a tiny remnant before reaching Antioch. Duke William of Aquitaine arrived later with another vast body of pilgrims, including other high nobles and, according to some accounts, immense numbers of non-combatants. This force fared no better. In Asia Minor, it suffered catastrophic losses. Thousands were killed or captured. Some wandered for days in the hills, barely escaping alive. Important nobles vanished or died, and William himself survived only by fleeing, with a single companion until help reached him. The fall of Jerusalem to the Crusaders and the creation of a kingdom bearing its name marked only the beginning of a much larger and more complex struggle. At the time of Godfrey's death, the territory under Frankish control remained limited, consisting mainly of Jerusalem itself and the fragile routes that connected it to Byzantine lands. Although leaders like Bohemond in Antioch and Baldwin in Edessa had already secured their own domains, the real expansion of Crusader power unfolded under the rulers who followed Godfrey. Even then, the history of Frankish rule in the region was never stable. While expansion continued in some areas, elsewhere their territories were already beginning to shrink under renewed Muslim resistance. The peak of their power came during the reign of Baldwin II, when their influence stretched across a vast area, reaching from the lands near Mardin in the north down to the borders of Egypt in the south. Yet this extent existed more in theory than in consistent reality. Geographically, the lands claimed by the Crusaders formed a narrow and vulnerable corridor between the Mediterranean Sea and the Great Desert to the east. This region had natural defensive advantages but also significant weaknesses. Its length extended over 500 miles, while its width rarely exceeded 50 miles and was often much narrower. This made it difficult to defend as long frontiers were exposed to constant threats. Powerful Muslim cities such as Damascus, Hama, Homs and Aleppo remained outside Frankish control, creating a permanent danger. In the north, relative stability depended on maintaining Edessa and friendly relations with neighbouring Christian populations, while in later years, Egypt became an increasingly serious source of pressure. The landscape itself can be understood as a series of parallel zones running from north to south. Closest to the sea lay the coastal plains, a mix of sandy stretches and fertile lands. In some places these plains were wide and open, while in others they narrowed sharply along the Phoenician coast. Inland from the coast rose a range of hills and mountains, including the highlands where cities like Hebron and Jerusalem stood. Further north, the terrain became more dramatic, with the towering ridges of Lebanon and the mountains extending toward Antioch. Beyond these elevations lay a deep valley system formed by rivers such as the Orontes, the Litani, and the Jordan, creating a long natural trench that marked the eastern limits of Crusader expansion in most areas. Beyond this again stretched high plateaus and rugged lands bordering the desert, dotted with fertile regions that supported major Muslim cities. The Crusader presence in Syria was divided into four main political regions. The northernmost was the County of Edessa, a large but loosely defined territory extending across both sides of the Euphrates River. Its population was mostly Armenian and Syrian, with only a small number of Frankish settlers, concentrated in fortified towns. Edessa itself was both a stronghold and an important commercial centre, controlling key routes between Mesopotamia and Syria. To the west lay the Principality of Antioch, one of the earliest and most significant Crusader states. At its height, Antioch extended deep into Cilicia and included several important coastal ports. Over time, however, it lost territory due to pressure from both Byzantine forces and neighbouring powers, though it remained a central stronghold of Frankish influence. Further south stretched the County of Tripoli, a narrow strip of land between the mountains and the sea. It was a region of strategic importance, containing strong fortresses and thriving coastal cities. Tripoli itself became a centre of trade and craftsmanship, known especially for its silk production and intellectual life. Despite its independence in theory, it eventually fell under the authority of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, as did Antioch and Edessa, creating a loose but interconnected system of Crusader states. The Kingdom of Jerusalem itself formed the southern core of Frankish rule. It extended along the coast from the region north of Beirut, down to the borders of Egypt, with its eastern frontier defined by the Jordan Valley and surrounding lands. Within this kingdom were several major lordships and numerous smaller territories, each governed by powerful nobles. Regions like Jaffa and Ascalon controlled vital coastal routes, while inland territories such as Kerak dominated trade paths linking Egypt and Syria. Galilee, centered around Tiberias, held important fortresses and fertile lands, while Sidon controlled key coastal and inland positions. Jerusalem stood at the heart of this system, both as a political center and as a sacred city of immense importance. Entering the city from the west, travelers would pass through gates near massive defensive towers and find themselves in streets lined with markets, religious buildings, and administrative centers. The city contained numerous churches and holy sites, many of which were rebuilt or expanded during the Crusader period. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, in particular, became the focal point of Christian devotion, its structure enlarged and richly decorated. Other parts of the city, including former Islamic buildings, were adapted for new purposes, reflecting the layered and contested history of Jerusalem itself. The political system established by the Crusaders was deeply rooted in feudal traditions. Authority was distributed among powerful lords who held lands in exchange for military service and loyalty. This system was later described in a body of legal customs that attempted to define the rights and responsibilities of both nobles and common people. Although these laws were written down in a more organized form much later, they reflected a long tradition of governance shaped by both European practices and the realities of ruling in the East. Much of this legal tradition was lost during later conflicts, but its influence survived through oral transmission and later reconstruction. Some parts of the legal tradition associated with the Kingdom of Jerusalem can reasonably be traced back to Godfrey and the rulers who followed him in the earliest years. Among the most striking features were the demand for ongoing military service and the effort to prevent too much land from being gathered into a single lordship. These rules were designed for survival in a frontier state. Every holding was expected to remain capable of providing armed support, and no noble was supposed to become so powerful that the balance of the realm would be broken. In theory, this was a practical answer to the dangers of a recently conquered land surrounded by enemies. In practice, the system could not fully stop the pressures that gradually weakened the kingdom. Even so, the later history of the Latin East makes clear why such precautions were considered necessary from the start. The kingdom's decline was shaped in no small part by the failure to preserve that careful balance. At the centre of the political order stood the king, whose authority combined military leadership, judicial influence, and symbolic prestige. Around him developed a hierarchy of great officers whose roles were both ceremonial and deeply practical. The seneschal ranked among the highest of these. On formal occasions, he played a visible role in royal ritual, especially during the coronation and the great feasts of the year. But his responsibilities extended far beyond ceremony. He supervised royal revenues, oversaw officials responsible for local administration, inspected castles belonging to the crown, and held the power to appoint or dismiss those entrusted with their defence. When the king was absent, the seneschal could take charge of mobilization and military expeditions. Another figure of immense importance was the constable, whose place in the kingdom rested above all on war. He acted as the chief military officer, responsible for organizing the army and maintaining discipline in the field. Beneath him stood the marshal, who assisted with military administration and was tasked with hiring knights and mounted sergeants into royal service. The chamberlain managed key aspects of court ceremony and also oversaw the formal acts of homage through which vassals acknowledged the king's authority. Other officials, including the butler, the forester, and the chancellor, completed the structure of government. The chancellor in particular held a distinctive place, since he often remained in office even after receiving high ecclesiastical promotion. This pattern of government was not limited to Jerusalem alone. Comparable offices appeared in the great Frankish states beyond the kingdom itself. Antioch had its own constable and marshal, along with a senior official carrying the title of duke. In Edessa, too, similar officers can be seen beside the count, suggesting that the leading crusader states all adopted related forms of administration. Even the lesser lordships within the kingdom had their own household officers and local authorities. In places such as Galilee, these men appeared as witnesses to charters and public acts, confirming how deeply feudal, custom-shaped political life. Great barons possessed seals of their own, symbols of their status and autonomy. The possession of such insignia mattered in a world where authority was expressed not only through force, but through written acts, witnessed agreements, and visible signs of lordship. Justice within this system was organized through a layered network of courts. At Jerusalem, there was a high court, presided over by the king whenever he was present, or by one of the leading officers in his absence. This body originally dealt above all with the affairs of the great nobles, but in time its influence widened. It became the place where the kingdom's political, legal, and administrative life was debated and shaped, serving in effect as both Supreme Court and Royal Council. Across the broader realm, major lords held similar authority within their own lands. Those who possessed full seigneurial rights could preside over courts, administer justice, and in some cases even exercise powers linked with minting and lordly sovereignty. Their courts handled criminal matters according to recognized custom, though they remained subordinate to the High Court in Jerusalem. Alongside this aristocratic system stood another body of justice more closely tied to urban life. In Jerusalem and in other towns where Frankish settlers formed sizable communities, there were courts for the burgesses. These handled civil disputes and were presided over by officials often known as viscounts. Acting as the representatives of the local lord, these men managed legal matters, supervised revenue, and exercised a wider administrative role within the town. Their office could become hereditary and in some cases was held by nobles rather than lesser urban officials. Supporting them were assistants responsible for policing and order. Separate institutions also emerged for commercial and maritime business. Merchants were not left to the ordinary courts alone. Trade disputes, harbour affairs, and questions involving local Syrian communities could be dealt with through more specialized jurisdictions. In these settings, local custom often remained highly influential, producing a legal environment that was flexible, layered, and in many respects more advanced than what could be found in much of contemporary Western Europe. The same general principles shaped the subordinate Crusader states. Antioch maintained its own high court and its own urban courts. Its legal customs were distinct, though closely related to those of Jerusalem, and they later influenced neighbouring Armenia as well. Tripoli seems to have followed similar patterns. Edessa, whose history under Frankish rule was relatively brief, probably never developed an equally elaborate legal structure, yet it almost certainly possessed institutions of the same general type. In the coastal cities, the great merchant colonies from Italy added another layer to this already complex order. Their communities enjoyed special privileges, maintained their own officials, and often governed many civil affairs internally, especially in matters of trade and property. Finance was another matter of constant urgency. The Latin states in Syria were born in war and remained under permanent military pressure, so money was never a secondary concern. Without a reliable flow of revenue, fortresses could not be supplied, mercenaries could not be retained, fleets could not be rewarded, and frontiers could not be held. A regular financial administration existed, managed through a central service, staffed by clerks, and overseen by officials of the crown. Customs duties formed one of the most important sources of income, especially in ports such as Acre, where trade passed through a tightly regulated system. Goods were inspected, tariffs were recorded, and the business of collection was carried out with a level of order that impressed even foreign visitors. The officials who managed this work often knew Arabic well and operated within a bureaucratic environment that reflected the commercial sophistication of the Eastern Mediterranean. Customs were only one part of the financial picture. Markets generated dues, caravans crossing strategic routes, paid tolls, and local industries could be subject to monopoly control. Activities such as dyeing, tanning, and brewing offered revenue to those who controlled them. Native Syrian communities paid regular taxes, while Muslims and Jews were subject to additional poll taxes. In times of emergency, extraordinary levies could also be imposed. During moments of grave danger, the crown demanded contributions not only from townsmen and peasants, but also from churches, monasteries, great lords, and their dependents. Such taxation was often carefully framed as exceptional, not something that should become normal practice. Officials were appointed to ensure that the money collected for defence would not be diverted to ordinary court expenses. Even so, the repeated need for such measures reveals how fragile the financial base of the kingdom remained. War was constant, and the cost of survival was always rising. The church was organised with equal complexity. From the earliest days of conquest, the Latin settlers began establishing bishops in the cities they controlled, shaping an ecclesiastical hierarchy that paralleled the older structure of Eastern Christianity. At the summit stood the patriarchs of Jerusalem and Antioch. Beneath them stretched a network of archbishoprics, bishoprics, abbeys, and priories of the Latin Rite. Yet the Latin clergy did not replace the older Eastern communities entirely. Armenian, Syrian, and Greek hierarchies continued to exist beside them, preserving older traditions within the same contested landscape. For a time, there were even signs of cautious cooperation among these different Christian groups, raising the possibility of closer unity. At the same time, the Latin clergy accumulated extensive wealth and influence. Through donations and patronage, they acquired lands not only in Syria but across Western Europe as well, making the Church one of the strongest corporate powers in the Crusader world. When Godfrey died, the transfer of power was far from automatic. The Patriarch at Jerusalem, a man of high ambition and sweeping ecclesiastical claims, hoped to shape the future of the city according to his own vision. But the lay leaders in Jerusalem refused to accept a political order dominated by clerical authority. They held the Tower of David, rejected outside manipulation, and called for Baldwin of Edessa, Godfrey's brother, to come south and take up the inheritance, Baldwin accepted the summons, entrusted Edessa to his relative Baldwin de Bourg, and set out for Jerusalem. His journey was not easy. Along the way, he faced resistance from the ruler of Damascus and had to fight through difficult mountain passes above the coast. Yet he reached Jerusalem and was received with magnificence, despite the visible hostility of the Patriarch. Once inside the city, he was recognized as king. The title was his, but the kingdom itself still had to be secured by force. From the beginning, Baldwin faced two problems that would define much of his reign. Too few men and too little money. When he left Edessa, his personal force was small. Even after reaching Jerusalem, the resources immediately available to him were limited. The Muslim powers surrounding the kingdom often fielded armies, far larger than anything the Franks could gather. Yet the Latin settlers endured and sometimes advanced by combining discipline, aggression, and outside support. Reinforcements from Western Europe rarely arrived in the form of permanent settlers in sufficient numbers, but fleets from Italy, England, and Scandinavia repeatedly transformed the military balance. Naval aid made it possible to besiege coastal cities, hold ports, and recover from reverses that might otherwise have destroyed the kingdom. Genoese ships played a key role in several major conquests. Pisans and Venetians did the same in different theatres. These allies did not fight for free. In exchange for their help, they received streets, quarters, commercial privileges, shares of booty, and valuable rights in the ports they helped secure. In Baldwin's early years, support also came from the household retainers attached to his own family and to the House of Godfrey. But retaining soldiers, rewarding service, and financing campaigns constantly strained the royal treasury. At times, Baldwin resorted to tribute from unconquered towns, forcing nearby cities to pay in exchange for temporary peace. At other moments, he accepted money instead of pressing a siege to its conclusion. Financial pressure also poisoned his relationship with the Patriarch. The struggle between crown and church was not merely a matter of personality, but of resources. Baldwin demanded military assistance and material support from the ecclesiastical establishment, while the Patriarch resisted. Their conflict escalated into open hostility. One patriarch fell from favour, another replaced him, and the balance between royal and clerical power remained uneasy. Baldwin's need for money also drove him toward harsher methods. Raids on caravans and attacks on rich convoys brought immediate profit. In one campaign east of the Jordan, an Egyptian caravan carrying valuable goods was seized, and its cargo taken to Jerusalem. On another occasion, wealth was acquired through means that badly stained the king's reputation. Promises of safe conduct were broken when treasure being moved for security became too tempting to ignore. Such actions reveal the brutal realities of frontier kingship in a land where survival often overruled principle. In another effort to strengthen his position, Baldwin married the wealthy widow of a Sicilian count. She arrived in splendid state, bringing treasure and soldiers with her, and for a time seemed to offer both financial relief and military reinforcement. Yet the marriage did not last, and after a few years she returned home. Baldwin's reign was marked by constant movement, ceaseless campaigning, and a restless search for opportunity. The southwestern frontier, especially the threat from Ascalon and Egypt, demanded repeated attention. Even before his coronation, he had been forced to move against this danger. In the early years of his reign, campaigns along the coast led to the capture of important cities, but every gain remained exposed to counterattack. At Jaffa and Ramleh, Baldwin faced some of the hardest fighting of his life. On one occasion, his outnumbered forces won an astonishing victory against a much larger Egyptian army. On another, he was disastrously defeated and barely escaped alive. After the battle, he wandered through the hills with only a tiny escort and reached safety under cover of darkness. Later, when Jaffa itself seemed close to falling, he risked everything by sailing boldly into the harbour past enemy ships, a dramatic act that helped save the city and restore morale until reinforcements arrived. The years after these crises saw a mixture of success and continuing danger. Acre was secured, Sidon was besieged, and conflict with Damascus continued through local lords and regional commanders. In Galilee, bold nobles carried out raids, ambushes, and border warfare in imitation of the larger struggle, often with fatal consequences. Some died in reckless attacks, others in captivity after refusing to bargain away Christian territory for their freedom. Meanwhile, Baldwin turned increasing attention to the lands east and south of the Dead Sea. There, he built strong fortresses to control caravan routes and project power toward Arabia. One campaign carried him as far as the waters of the Red Sea, a symbolic extension of Frankish ambition into regions few of his followers had ever imagined reaching. Yet the closing years of his life were overshadowed by signs of strain and disaster. Earthquakes shook the land. Locusts ruined crops and vineyards. Strange celestial events stirred fear and speculation. These were remembered as ominous signs, though their true meaning became clear only later, as deaths and misfortunes followed in rapid succession. In the final phase of his reign, Baldwin launched an attack into Egypt itself, hoping that a blow at the heart of that wealthy power might weaken resistance on the frontier. He reached the Nile region and plundered one city, but illness struck him before he could go further. Suffering from an old wound aggravated by the campaign, he had to be carried in a litter as the army retreated. He died on the road back toward Jerusalem. His body was preserved and borne home, and when the funeral procession approached the holy city, public celebration gave way to mourning. The grief was widespread, crossing divisions of language and faith. When Bohemond was captured by Ibn Danishmend, Tancred left Galilee and moved north in March 1101 to take control of Antioch in his kinsman's absence. He ruled with urgency and ambition, not simply to preserve Bohemond's position, but to strengthen his own standing before the prince could ever return. Under his direction, Laodicea was wrested from Byzantine control after a long siege, and Mamistra, Adana, and Tarsus were also recovered. These were not small gains. They showed that Antioch was no passive frontier state, but a power willing to expand whenever its rivals showed weakness. The Emperor Alexius could hardly have watched these events with patience. It is therefore entirely believable that he tried to secure Bohemond for himself, while the Norman prince was still in captivity. Bohemond learned of the plan and bought his freedom by offering more than the emperor's agents. From that moment, his hostility toward Byzantium hardened completely. The result was one of the strangest alignments of the age. Bohemond, once a crusading prince, now found himself moving in the same political direction as Ibn Danishmend, while Alexius and Kili Arslan stood on the other side of the struggle. Bohemond regained his liberty early in 1103, and soon afterward he was drawn into events around Edessa. Baldwin de Bourg had received that exposed county when Baldwin of Jerusalem rose to the throne, while Jocelyn de Courtenay took control of Baldwin's former lands west of the Euphrates. Edessa stood dangerously far forward, almost like an island in hostile territory, and its countryside suffered repeated devastation. Hoping to secure the frontier, Baldwin decided to occupy Harran and asked Bohemond, Tancred and Jocelyn to join the campaign. At that time, the Muslim powers of the region were deeply divided, and those rivalries gave the Franks room to act. The struggle for the Seljuk succession dragged on until early 1104, when Barkirok and Muhammad reached an uneasy settlement and divided what remained of their inheritance. In the confusion, local rulers focused on protecting themselves rather than organizing a united resistance. Mosul had passed from Kerbogar to Jekamish. Further north, Sokman ibn Artuk held authority at Hisin Kaifa. In the west, the same pattern of fragmentation continued. Ridwan ruled Aleppo, Tugtakin governed Damascus in the name of a younger heir, and Homs was under another local emir. Along the coast, the Egyptians were recovering positions they had once lost. With no commanding authority above them, the Franks had every opportunity to expand. And they understood very well how much advantage could be gained by balancing one rival against another. Yet on the question of Harran, two of those rivals set aside their dispute. Sokman and Jekamish combined to stop the Frankish advance, and outside the city they inflicted a crushing defeat. Baldwin and Jocelyn were captured. Bohemond and Tancred escaped to Edessa, where Tancred was chosen as lord by the Christians of the city. The defeat at Harran sent shockwaves through northern Syria. The Byzantines recovered Adana, Mamistra, and Tarsus, while Ridwan struck from the south, ravaging Arta and seizing Kafar Tab. Bohemond concluded that help must be sought in the west. Near the end of 1104 he left Syria for good. In France he married Constance, daughter of King Philip, and attracted new followers with promises of rich lands in the east. He later crossed into the Balkans and besieged Durazzo in 1107, but the campaign failed. By the following year he had returned to Italy, and in 1111 he died there, leaving behind two sons. The elder did not live long. The younger, also named Bohemond, would one day inherit Antioch. Tancred was left in an unenviable position. Antioch was discouraged, its treasury drained, and its people uncertain of the future. He responded with skill and severity, drawing money from the wealthy citizens while at the same time setting an example of personal discipline that restored some confidence among the population. His first major move was against Ridwan. He recovered Arta and the nearby strongholds, and for a time became the dominant power in northern Syria. Antioch, Edessa, and Tel Bashir all stood under his influence, and Aleppo itself seemed in danger of collapse. Only internal quarrels among the Franks and the later rise of powerful leaders in Mosul saved it from falling. Chance also worked in Tancred's favour. Several of his Muslim rivals disappeared in quick succession. Ibn Danishmend and Sokman both died, while the death of Barkiyarok left Muhammad as sole sultan. Jekamish had lost the vigour that once made him dangerous, and Ridwan attempted to exploit his weakness, though intrigue disrupted that effort. Meanwhile, the Sultan reassigned Mosul to one of his own officers, Jawali, who defeated Jekamish near the city. The citizens, still loyal to their old ruler, appealed to Kilij Arslan of Rum. Kilij Arslan came, relieved Mosul, and seemed poised to restore the situation, but in the summer of 1107 he was betrayed by allies and defeated by Jawali near the Khabur River. Jawali then held Mosul for a short time before being replaced by the Sultan's brother, Maudud, who soon rose as one of the most serious threats the Franks had yet faced. As Maudud advanced, Jawali fled to Ilghazi of Mardin, brother of Sokman, but found little support there and turned instead toward the Franks. He possessed a valuable bargaining tool. Baldwin of Edessa, who had become his prisoner after Jekamish's fall. A deal was arranged. Jocelyn, who had already been released, returned as a hostage for Baldwin. Tancred, however, refused to give Edessa back to its old lord, and Jawali, eager to strike at him, also released Jocelyn. This turned the conflict into a tangled struggle of shifting loyalties. Tancred called upon Ridwan of Aleppo for help, and near Tel Bashir, Muslim fought Muslim and Frank fought Frank in the same field. Tancred emerged victorious. Jawali fled eastward and eventually begged the Sultan for mercy. By then, Maudud had already secured Mosul, and Jawali no longer mattered. Baldwin returned to Edessa, but peace did not last. Early in 1110, Maudud appeared before the city with a massive army and pressed the siege for more than 3 months. Appeals for help went south to King Baldwin of Jerusalem, who delayed only long enough to finish taking Beirut. Once that city fell, he gathered his forces and marched north with a large army. Bertram of Tripoli came with him, as did the Armenian prince Kogh Vasil and Tancred, who in the face of a common danger put aside his jealousy. Their approach forced Maudud to withdraw toward Harran. Edessa was reinforced, but the retreat of the allied army soon led to disaster. At the Euphrates, only 2 boats could be found. Thousands of unarmed Armenians were left stranded on the far bank, when Turkish forces suddenly appeared. What followed was not truly a battle, but a slaughter. The king's troops could only watch from the opposite side as the fugitives were cut down and the river filled with blood. While Tancred had been away, Ridwan broke the truce. On returning, Tancred moved quickly and compelled him to buy peace with a large payment. The following year he invaded again and reduced Aleppo to fear and desperation. The city's distress echoed far beyond Syria. Reports reached Baghdad where anger erupted among the population. Men from Aleppo burst into the great mosque and tore at its fittings in protest, while others accused the rulers of failing in their duty to defend Islam. According to one account, even a message from Constantinople urged action against the Franks, and the outrage of the crowd only deepened the pressure on the Sultan. That wave of anger helped produce a major campaign in 1111 under Maudud, who besieged Tel Bashir. Yet division and uncertainty weakened the effort, and even Ridwan, after asking for help, refused Maudud entry into Aleppo. Tancred continued to profit from the confusion and kept pressing against Aleppo's defences. Then, late in 1112, while engaged in conflict with the Armenian prince Kogh Vasil, Tancred died. By hereditary right, Antioch should have passed to young Bohemond, still only a child, but the circumstances were too dangerous for such a succession to function. Power instead went with little resistance to Roger, son of Richard, Tancred's nephew, through his sister. Maudud remained active and in 1113 marched south with a great army, laying siege to Tiberias in Galilee. Baldwin of Jerusalem called Roger to join him and advanced from Acre. The Turks lured the king into danger, and one tradition even claimed that Baldwin was briefly captured, only to escape because his captor was distracted by plunder. The royal standard and tent were lost, and Baldwin withdrew with what remained of his force to a nearby hill. There he held out for nearly 4 weeks until reinforcements from Antioch arrived. During that time, Turkish cavalry ranged freely across the countryside between Jerusalem and Acre. At last, when supplies ran low, Maudud withdrew to Damascus, intending to resume the war later. He never got the chance. Soon after entering the mosque there, he was attacked by an assassin and mortally wounded. Suspicion quickly fell on Tughtekin, and outrage spread widely. Even Christian observers regarded Maudud as a formidable and intelligent enemy, whose death came in a manner unworthy of his power. Not long afterward, Ridwan of Aleppo also died. Real authority in the city passed into the hands of the eunuch Lulu, who first governed through one child ruler and then another, after murdering the first. Aleppo sank into deep instability, and no neighbouring Muslim prince showed much interest in saving it. In time, the Sultan sent a new army under al-Bursuki, accompanied by Zangi, who was still far from the fame he would later achieve. Antioch, meanwhile, passed through a period of fear and religious fervour. A series of severe earthquakes shook the Levant and stirred the conscience of the population. Processions filled the streets, People went barefoot from church to church, and public repentance became a visible part of city life. Roger also secured alliances with discontented Muslim rulers, including Tugtakin and Ilghazi, each anxious about his own standing. Roger took position near Apamea and asked Jerusalem and Tripoli for aid. When Bursuk advanced in 1115, he allowed the moment to slip away, and the arrival of Baldwin and the Count of Tripoli forced him to retreat without battle. But once the king returned south, he came back. Roger reacted with speed, marching toward Rugia with his own household troops. There, he received word that the enemy was still setting up camp in the valley below. He attacked at once. The Turks had sent their baggage ahead and were not prepared for battle. Their detachments were struck one by one before they could form up, and Bursuk fled. Roger returned to Antioch in triumph, bringing immense booty. The city celebrated him with extraordinary enthusiasm, and his victory secured Frankish dominance in northern Syria for the time being. Aleppo, already weakened by its own internal disorder, now seemed more vulnerable than ever. Even so, the Franks did not seize the city. They may have judged that it was more useful as a divided and frightened rival than as a difficult conquest to administer. That calculation would soon be tested. In 1119, Ilghazi returned to the field and moved with alarming speed, taking one fortress after another. Roger ignored cautious advice urging him to wait for Baldwin of Jerusalem, and marched out to meet the threat at a place later remembered with horror as the Field of Blood. The ground was poor, supplies were scarce, and camp followers carried news of the army's weakness to the enemy. A minor reverse near a nearby fortress further encouraged the Muslim advance. Roger sent one detachment forward and posted others to maintain watch, but the danger was already too close. On the morning of battle, the army confessed its sins, and Roger distributed his gold to the poor before putting on his armour. Scouts soon arrived with urgent news that the enemy were descending in force. The Christian line had barely formed when Muslim standards began to appear among the olive-covered slopes. Roger urged his men not to be frightened by numbers, and reminded them that they now fought not for earthly reward, but for survival and faith. In some parts of the field, the Franks fought well and even gained ground, but they were too heavily outnumbered. Then the Turcopoles broke in panic, and fear spread through the rest of the army. To make matters worse, a fierce wind drove dust into the faces of the Christians and blinded them. Roger fought on with a handful of followers until he was struck down and killed on June 27th, 1119. That disaster could easily have ended Antioch. Had Ilghazi moved immediately on the city, it might have fallen. Instead, he delayed, and that hesitation gave the Patriarch time to steady the population and organize resistance until Baldwin of Jerusalem arrived. The king marched north and eventually met the enemy near Danith. His caution prevented a night attack from succeeding. In the battle that followed, the fighting was hard and uncertain. The Count of Tripoli, holding one wing, was driven back into the king's line. The Archbishop of Caesarea, carrying the Holy Cross, was wounded by an arrow, and the near-bloodless wound was taken as a sign of divine favour. The relic was raised toward the enemy. The troops rallied, and on August 14th, Baldwin won the field. Roger's death marked the end of one phase in the history of Antioch. From that point onward, the Principality's fate became more tightly linked to the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The years that followed would no longer be shaped by the bold and independent rule of Tancred and Roger, but by a wider struggle in which Antioch could not stand alone. The story of Tripoli during these same years followed a similar pattern, though with its own rivals and pressures. There too, the Franks advanced amid Muslim division, but they faced competition from the Egyptian rulers, whose officials recovered much of the Syrian coast during the years of confusion. Cities such as Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, and Tripoli came under their influence, and the future county of Tripoli had to be carved from territory defended not only by local emirs but also by Egyptian power. Raymond of Saint-Gilles, unable to hold Laodicea against Bohemon's ambitions, had earlier gone to Constantinople to seek support from Alexius, and later joined the crusading movement of 1101. Though he avoided some of the worst disasters that overtook others, he eventually fell into Tancred's hands and had to buy his freedom by promising not to make conquests north of Acre. Once Bohemond returned, Raymond considered himself released from that restriction and renewed the siege of Tripoli. The city's ruler, Fakhr al-Mulk, called for aid from Damascus and Homs. Yet Raymond, though commanding only a small force, managed to drive both relieving armies away and tighten the blockade. Since the city could not be stormed directly, he established himself on Mount Pilgrim and continued the siege there until his death in February 1105. Raymond's reputation stood apart from many of the other early crusading leaders. He was remembered as a man of unusual persistence and seriousness, one who stayed committed to his path until death, rather than seeking comfort elsewhere. After he died, the siege was carried on by his nephew, William Jordan. Raymond had also left behind a young son, Alfonso, who was sent to France. His older son, Bertram, eventually gave up family claims in the west and sailed east to take possession of what he believed belonged to him. On reaching the Levant, Bertram demanded his father's inheritance from William Jordan. William refused and sought Tancred's support, while Bertram established a separate camp and resumed the siege in his own name. The danger of civil conflict among the Franks alarmed Baldwin of Jerusalem, who hurried north and imposed a settlement. William Jordan was to keep Acre and the lands he already held. Bertram would receive the rest of Raymond's inheritance if he could secure it. Tancred, who had grievances of his own, was satisfied with territorial compensation elsewhere. With the Christian leaders temporarily reconciled, the siege of Tripoli was renewed in earnest in 1109. Famine was already weakening the city, and the expected Egyptian relief never arrived because contrary winds kept the fleet away. In the end, the defenders accepted Baldwin's offer that their lives would be spared, but the Genoese, eager for loot and vengeance, forced their way in and slaughtered many within the city. Before Tripoli's final fall, William Jordan died after being struck by an arrow under suspicious circumstances, while riding at night. With his rival gone, Bertram secured his position and became the king's vassal. In this way, the County of Tripoli was drawn formally into the political order of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. When Baldwin I died, the kingdom faced an immediate question of succession. A number of leading nobles wanted the crown to go to Eustace, the dead king's brother who still remained in the west. Others argued that the realm could not afford delay. Among the strongest voices in favour of immediate action was Jocelyn de Courtenay, Lord of Tiberias, who supported Baldwin of Edessa. His opinion carried unusual force because he was no natural ally of Baldwin and had often stood against him. Jocelyn insisted that a kingdom under constant military pressure needed a ruler already present in the east, not a distant claimant who might hesitate to abandon the comfort and security of his lands in Europe. Once the patriarch endorsed the same course, the nobles accepted it, and Baldwin of Edessa was chosen king. A few men still tried to reach Eustace and offer him the throne, but he rejected the proposal with dignity, refusing to let his name become the cause of division in a kingdom so dangerously placed. The new ruler, Baldwin II, came from the house of Rethel near Reims. He had travelled east with the First Crusade and had long ago carved out his place in the politics and warfare of the frontier. In his earlier years, he had been deeply involved in the struggle for Edessa, and after many trials, he eventually inherited that exposed county when his cousin, rose to the throne of Jerusalem. By the time he became king, he was already a veteran of nearly every major danger that had shaped the Latin East. He was tall, broad in bearing, and still impressive in old age. His fair hair had faded toward white, his beard had grown long though thin, and his face, weathered by years of campaigning, still carried the energy of a fighting man. He was an experienced rider, a disciplined commander, and unlike some bolder but less cautious princes, he understood the value of preparation, timing, and restraint. He also had a reputation for deep personal piety. Contemporaries described him as a ruler whose devotion was not merely public display, but part of his daily life. The first years of his reign were dominated by the defense of the northern frontier, especially Antioch and Edessa. His earlier success against Il-Ghazi had already restored some confidence, but the threat had by no means disappeared. In the summer of 1120, Il-Ghazi returned with a large force of Turkoman fighters, men accustomed to rapid warfare, long marches, and irregular plundering raids. They carried little with them except what they needed to survive and what they hoped to seize. Their loyalty was shallow, fixed more on profit than on discipline, and when Il-Ghazi tried to control their conduct too strictly, many of them drifted away. Weakening under desertion, he had little choice but to arrange a truce. That agreement did not last. The unstable politics of the region, combined with the rash behaviour of Jocelyn, now Count of Edessa, soon reopened the conflict. The situation became even more tangled when Suleiman, Il-Ghazi's son and ruler in Aleppo, rose in defiance against his own father and sought Baldwin's help. The king named his price clearly: the return of Atharib. Suleiman refused. Baldwin argued that the town was too exposed to remain a useful Muslim possession, surrounded as it was by Christian strongholds. But argument achieved nothing. These disputes eventually forced Il-Ghazi to settle matters in a different way. To secure peace, he surrendered both Zardana and Atharib around the summer of 1121. Even then, the agreement proved worthless. The following year, despite the truce, Il-Ghazi crossed the Euphrates again with his powerful nephew Balak and laid siege to Zardana. Baldwin at first refused to believe that Il-Ghazi would break faith so openly. He had honoured the agreement on his own side and had even protected Il-Ghazi's interests during his absence. The king's trust was sincere, perhaps too sincere for the politics of the frontier. Once the truth became clear, he summoned Jocelyn and moved north to relieve the town. But events shifted before a decisive confrontation could take place. Illness forced Il-Ghazi to abandon the siege, and not long afterward he died on the road back toward Mardin. His death removed one danger, but another had already risen in its place. Balak soon struck a heavy blow. He moved against Edessa, and Jocelyn marched out to save it. On paper, the odds should have favoured the Christians, since Balak could gather only a limited, mounted force at short notice. Yet the ground itself turned against the Franks. Recent rain had softened the soil, and the heavy cavalry that usually gave them strength, instead, became trapped and slow. Turkish archers exploited that weakness with deadly precision. Jocelyn and his nephew Walaran were captured after the defeat. When they refused to buy freedom by surrendering Edessa, they were imprisoned in the fortress of Kartpert in September 1122. This success drew Baldwin himself toward the Euphrates. In the spring of 1123, he attempted to move in relief of another threatened point, but during a night march his forces stumbled into an ambush. The result was disastrous. Many of the Franks were cut down, and Baldwin also fell into enemy hands. Like Jocelyn, he was taken to Kartpert. Balak's prestige rose sharply. He forced his way into Aleppo and soon turned his attention toward other Christian positions. For a moment it seemed that the northern balance of power might collapse entirely. Then came one of the boldest rescue attempts of the age. Jocelyn had won real loyalty among many of his Armenian subjects, and a group of them devised a desperate plan to free him and the king. About 50 men disguised themselves as merchants and approached Cartpert, carrying goods as if for trade. They entered the town gradually, avoiding suspicion, and made their way toward the citadel. There, they found one of the gate wardens carelessly distracted. In an instant, the disguises were thrown aside, knives flashed, and the guards were overwhelmed before alarm could spread too far. Baldwin and the other prisoners were released, and a Christian banner was raised above the fortress. Yet success created a new dilemma. Escape through enemy territory was too dangerous for the whole group, and the rescued men decided to hold the citadel until help arrived from Antioch or Jerusalem. Jocelyn volunteered to slip out and carry the news. Under cover of darkness, accompanied by a few servants, he passed through the surrounding enemy lines and later sent back his ring as proof that he had escaped. After wandering for hours, hungry and exhausted, the small band reached the Euphrates. Jocelyn could not swim, so his companions improvised a raft from inflated skins and brought him across. From there, the escape took on almost the quality of legend. A peasant recognized his lord despite Jocelyn's attempts at concealment, offered help without asking payment, hid him, and then disguised him in women's clothing for the next stage of the journey. Mounted awkwardly on a donkey and carrying a child to complete the disguise, Jocelyn was led safely toward Tel Bashir. The danger was real at every step, but the ruse succeeded, and he finally made his way on toward Jerusalem and Antioch to seek aid. While Jocelyn travelled south, Balak rushed back to Cartpert. He attacked with determination, undermining the rock beneath the citadel and forcing an entry. The defenders among the poorer Franks and Armenians were massacred. Baldwin and Walaran were carried away again, this time to Haran. Jocelyn, learning that the fortress had fallen before he could bring help, had no choice but to redirect his efforts. Unable to save the captives immediately, he turned instead against Aleppo and threatened Muslim positions in the surrounding region. His operations there were effective enough to pull Balak back toward the Orontes. In the spring of 1124, Balak advanced from Aleppo toward Manbij. Jocelyn marched out with a relatively small force to oppose him. At first, the fighting seemed to favour the Christians, but the balance shifted and Jocelyn was eventually forced to withdraw. Even so, Balak did not live to enjoy the advantage for long. While pressing the siege of Manbij, he was mortally wounded. His death transformed the political situation again. Control in Aleppo passed to Hussam al-Din, son of Ilghazi, and from him Baldwin negotiated his release. The price was heavy. Several towns had to be surrendered, along with a large ransom in money, and Baldwin was finally freed at the end of August 1124. Once released, Baldwin did not behave like a broken captive returning gratefully from imprisonment. He moved quickly back into the struggle and directed his attention once more toward Aleppo. The city's inhabitants, alarmed by renewed Frankish pressure, appealed to al-Basuki of Mosul. He intervened and pushed the Christians back early in 1125, securing Aleppo for himself. Yet Baldwin answered in the field not long afterward and defeated him in turn. These campaigns confirmed what had become increasingly obvious. No single ruler could effectively manage both Jerusalem and Antioch over the long term. The northern principality needed a resident prince. For that reason, Baldwin summoned the young Bohemond from Italy. He arrived in Antioch in the autumn of 1126, and in Baldwin's presence, the nobles of the principality swore loyalty to him. To strengthen the arrangement, the king gave Bohemond his daughter Alice in marriage. The restoration of a prince from the old Antiochene line seemed at first a sound solution, but the promise did not last. Bohemond soon became entangled in conflict with Jocelyn, and the disagreement grew serious enough that Baldwin had to intervene and reconcile them. Not many years later, Bohemond met an early death in Cilicia, cut down in battle while still young. He had shown courage and potential, but little time to fulfill it. After his death, Antioch passed not to an adult heir, but to his infant daughter Constance, opening yet another uncertain chapter in the history of the North. Beyond these northern campaigns, Baldwin's reign was also shaped by repeated warfare closer to Jerusalem itself. Egypt remained a constant enemy through the stronghold of Ascalon, and Tutankhamun of Damascus was always ready to coordinate pressure from the east when circumstances allowed. Baldwin answered with repeated expeditions across the Jordan. In one notable campaign early in 1126, he struck Tutankhamun near Marj al-Safar and inflicted a serious defeat. These operations did not destroy Damascus or Ascalon, but they kept both powers from acting too freely and reminded every neighbouring ruler that Jerusalem was still capable of forceful retaliation. Yet the greatest event of Baldwin's reign came not in an open field battle, but in the taking of Tyre. At the time, the city was held for the Egyptian regime, and its governor remained formally loyal to the Vizier al-Afdal. Pressed hard by Frankish pressure and receiving little effective help from Egypt, the men of Tyre turned to Tutankhamun of Damascus and offered to accept his protection if he would defend them. He agreed to support them and sent troops under an officer named Masud, but he avoided openly claiming the city for himself. Instead, he presented his intervention as temporary aid. This careful balance collapsed after al-Afdal was murdered. The Egyptian admiral, acting treacherously, seized Masud and sent him away to Egypt. That act alienated Tugtakin and created the opening the Franks had been waiting for. During Baldwin's captivity, the kingdom had named Eustace Grenier, Lord of Caesarea and Sidon, as regent. At almost the same time, a powerful Venetian fleet under Doge Domenico Michiel reached the coast and anchored at Jaffa. The arrival of this fleet changed everything. The Doge travelled to Jerusalem at Christmas, where an agreement was reached with the leading lords of the kingdom to launch a joint attack on one of the remaining coastal strongholds. Debate followed over which target to choose. Some wanted Ascalon, others preferred Tyre. In the end, the decision was placed in the hands of chance through a solemn religious ceremony, and the choice fell on Tyre. The siege began at once under the combined leadership of the regent and the Venetian Doge. The city was defended stubbornly, and every possible effort was made to save it. Tugtakin came from Damascus. A fleet was sent from Egypt. Forces from Ascalon tried to distract the Franks by raiding deep toward Jerusalem itself. None of it was enough. The raiders from Ascalon were driven back. The Venetians defeated the Egyptian fleet at sea. Forces under William of Bures and Pons of Tripoli prevented Tutakin from changing the course of the siege. The entire kingdom seems to have committed itself to this effort. When the attack slowed because siege machinery was insufficient, an Armenian engineer of exceptional skill was brought from Antioch to solve the problem. Hunger finally did what arms alone had not yet achieved. After prolonged suffering and near starvation, Tyre surrendered in July 1124. Its fall was one of the greatest Frankish gains since the First Crusade. With Tyre in Christian hands, the southern coast of the kingdom became far more secure, and the political map of the region shifted decisively. By the end of his life, Baldwin II was an old man and had no son to inherit the throne. He had to solve the question of succession in a different way. Rather than choose a husband for his eldest daughter, Melisande, from among his own nobles, he looked westward for a prince of sufficient stature. His final choice was Fulk, Count of Anjou, who arrived at Acre in the spring of 1129. The marriage took place soon afterward, and Tyre and Acre formed part of Melisandre's marriage portion. Baldwin had thus prepared the future of the crown as carefully as circumstances allowed. Only 2 years later, his strength finally failed. Feeling death approach, and concerned as much for his soul as for his kingdom, he left the splendour of the royal palace and withdrew to lodgings near the Holy Sepulchre. There, setting aside royal display, he took on the clothing of a monk and died on August 13th, 1131. He was buried near the earlier kings of Jerusalem, close to the most sacred ground of the city he had ruled. With Baldwin's death, an era truly ended. He was the last great survivor in Palestine of the generation that had built the first Frankish states in the east. His reign had not been free of disaster. His captivity alone might have broken a weaker kingdom, yet the years of his rule were, on the whole, years of resilience, recovery, and expansion. Jerusalem extended its influence into Antioch, held its own against Damascus and Egypt, and captured Tyre, one of the most valuable prizes on the coast. The age of rapid conquest was now drawing to a close. Ahead lay a different kind of history, one no longer defined by sudden crusading triumph, but by a harder and less certain struggle in which gains and losses would alternate until the balance finally turned with the rise of Saladin. In the 12th century, the stories returning from Syria must have carried an extraordinary pull. Every pilgrim, every knight, every survivor of the Eastern Wars seemed to bring back news of danger, glory, devotion, and reward. For the medieval fighting class, adventure was not a distraction from life, but one of its deepest needs, and the eastern frontier offered it in its fullest form. There, a man might die in battle and believe that eternal salvation awaited him. If he survived and triumphed, he might gain gold, horses, arms, land, or reputation. Even a common fighting man could hope to rise through plunder taken in the storming of a fortress, or the defeat of an enemy army. A landless knight might enter the service of a ruler in Jerusalem and receive payment, status, or an estate. A more powerful lord might dream of carving out dominion for himself. Yet profit alone does not explain why so many kept going east. The journey also answered two other powerful desires: the longing to see distant worlds and the religious impulse that drove Christians towards sacred places. Together, these motives fed a steady movement of people into Palestine for many years. Some arrived, looked upon the holy places and then returned home. Others remained, settled, fought, married, and became part of a new society. Over the space of a few decades, the Latin settlers in the East built not only a kingdom, but something like a new people. Men born in the West began to think of themselves as belonging to the East. The old homeland grew remote, almost unfamiliar, while the lands around Jerusalem, Acre, and Antioch became the centre of daily life. Out of this new world came one of the most remarkable institutions of the medieval age: the military religious order. These bodies offered a way to gather restless warriors, pious pilgrims, and ambitious nobles into disciplined communities that served a common purpose. The idea of binding knights by religious vows to the defence of the Holy Land found its clearest early form in the order later known as the Templars. Yet in seniority and origin, the Hospitallers came first, for they grew out of an older charitable foundation that had been created before the crusading conquest. Tradition connected the beginnings of that institution with merchants from Amalfi, who were said to have obtained permission in the early 11th century to establish a hospital in Jerusalem for poor and sick Latin pilgrims. Its first purpose was care, not war. It existed to shelter the weak, the exhausted, and the ill in a city that drew travellers from across Christendom. By the time of the First Crusade, the hospital was under the direction of a man named Gerard, remembered as a humble and devoted servant of the needy. Under his leadership, the institution gained formal recognition and protection from the papacy, along with confirmation of its possessions both in the East and in Europe. When Gerard died, leadership passed to Raymond Dupuy, a figure of noble background and extraordinary energy. He ruled for decades and transformed the hospital into something far more formidable. Inspired by the new model of armed religious brotherhood that had begun to appear in Jerusalem, he reshaped his own order so that charity and war were joined together. The Templars arose from a similarly practical concern. In the early years of the Latin Kingdom, the roads leading to Jerusalem were dangerous, and pilgrims were frequent targets of attack. A Burgundian knight, Hugh de Payens, was moved by the insecurity of these travellers and joined with a small group of companions to protect them. Their commitment took the form of religious vows. They embraced poverty, obedience, and chastity, and offered their swords to the service of the Christian cause. The King of Jerusalem granted them lodging near the site, known to Latin Christians as the Temple of Solomon, and from that residence came the name by which they would become famous. At first, they were simply poor fighting men in the service of Christ, but their identity soon hardened into a formal order. After several years of struggling in obscurity and hardship, they received an approved rule of life with crucial support from influential churchmen in the West. That approval gave them legitimacy, structure, and access to wider patronage. Their internal system was carefully arranged. At the top stood the master, a powerful figure but not an unchecked one. His authority was balanced by consultation, and even on campaign he was expected to act with advice rather than pure personal will. Beneath him came great officers responsible for administration, equipment, finance, regional command, and the daily life of the order. Provinces were organized both in the east and across Europe, connecting the battlefront in Syria with a vast support network stretching through kingdoms and lordships far away. Local commanders governed houses, estates, and recruiting centres. Ordinary knights were provided with horses, squires, armour, and regulated clothing. Alongside them stood sergeants and other serving brothers, men of lower rank who still formed an essential part of the order's strength. There were also light cavalrymen, often used in more flexible forms of warfare, and chaplains who cared for the spiritual needs of the brotherhood. Admission was controlled and selective. Candidates had to be free of conflicting obligations and suitable for the rank they sought. Noble birth mattered for knights, while freer social origins were accepted for lower categories. Distinctive dress helped define identity. The famous white mantle for the knight brethren, marked by the cross that announced both sacrifice and privilege. Early descriptions of the Templars presented them as a community of stern discipline. They were praised for communal living, the rejection of luxury, the absence of private property, and a way of life stripped of frivolity. Games of chance, hunting for pleasure, theatrical amusements, and elaborate clothing were condemned. Their hair was cut short, their habits were plain, and their attention was fixed on readiness for war. Their horses were valued for speed and strength rather than ornament. In the idealized portrait, these were men who had turned away from display and chosen hardship, order, and permanent alertness. Whether reality always matched that image is another matter, but the image itself mattered greatly. It helped persuade Europe that this new form of knighthood wasn't only useful, but holy. The Hospitallers developed along similar lines, though their roots in direct charitable service remained stronger in memory and identity. Their organisation also included knights, chaplains, serving brothers, and mounted auxiliaries. Their administrative system divided authority across regional groupings, linking far-flung possessions and personnel to a central command. Their religious life followed a different spiritual tradition, and their black mantle, marked with a white cross, gave them a separate visual character from the temple. Even so, in practical military matters, the two great orders came to resemble one another closely. Both became permanent fighting institutions, with international resources, disciplined membership, and a mission tied to the survival of the Latin East. At first, neither order was large. The earliest Templars lived in real poverty, and later, generations like to remember a time when two men shared a single horse. But once both bodies acquired official recognition and military purpose, their rise was swift. Wealth, land, recruits, and reputation flowed toward them. During the reigns of the early kings of Jerusalem, both orders appear again and again in the major campaigns of the kingdom. They took part in sieges, frontier defense, and field battles. Some of the most important strongholds on the exposed borders of the Crusader states were entrusted to their care. Their castles guarded roads, coasts, and vulnerable approaches. Their brethren fought in Egypt, in conflicts against powerful Muslim rulers, and in the desperate wars that marked the final generations of Frankish rule in the Holy Land. After the loss of Jerusalem, both orders shifted their centres to Acre, which became the new heart of Latin power on the coast. There they remained until the collapse of the last mainland stronghold ended the age of Frankish Palestine. As the political position of the Crusader nobility weakened, the military orders became even more important. Many local lords could no longer defend isolated estates in the face of growing pressure. Some sold their lands and rights to the orders and withdrew to Europe, leaving the Templars and Hospitallers to inherit the burden of defence. Their castles multiplied, their territories expanded, and their role in warfare became still more central. They were never limitless in manpower, but they were stronger, more disciplined, and more continuous than most secular lordships. In major disasters, they suffered devastating losses, yet they also showed an ability to recover because their membership and support came from across Christendom. The temple held some of the most imposing fortresses in the region, while the hospital controlled an equally formidable group of castles and dependent estates. These strongholds were not only military centres, but symbols of permanence, wealth, and organised power on a frontier where so much else was unstable. Yet success carried dangers. Wealth brought influence, and influence attracted envy, criticism, and temptation. The Hospitallers were drawn early into bitter disputes with church authorities over privileges and property. The Templars gained a reputation, fair or unfair, for pride, greed, and arrogance. Their enemies readily accused them of acting from self-interest even in moments of war. Stories circulated that they prolonged or abandoned campaigns for gain, or rushed recklessly into action to claim spoils before others. Whether such tales were true in every case mattered less than the fact that many were willing to believe them. Their power made them suspect. Their independence made them difficult to control. Their privileges separated them from other institutions, and that separation created resentment. Their real strength did not lie only in the East. Both orders built enormous foundations in Western Europe, where kings, nobles, bishops, and ordinary believers granted them lands, revenues, and rights. Houses and commanderies were established across France, England, the Iberian kingdoms, Italy, and beyond. These places served many purposes at once. They were estates that generated income, residences for brothers, centres for administration, and bases for recruitment. They also allowed the orders to move resources across great distances. Because they existed simultaneously in battle zones and stable western regions, they were especially well placed to handle transfers of money and goods. In times of peace, this gave them opportunities in finance and exchange that further increased their power. Their churches and houses became familiar presences in many countries, and their members could be found near courts and among the advisors of rulers. A later development produced a third major order, the Teutonic Knights. Their beginnings also lay in charitable work, this time among Germans in the east. During the siege of Acre at the end of the 12th century, care for the sick and wounded provided the seed from which a new body grew. Before long, that institution too acquired a military character. Like the older orders, it combined religious life with armed service, adopted a recognizable habit, and built a structure of command that linked spiritual discipline with warfare. Under strong leadership, it rose quickly and eventually shifted its main energy away from the Levant toward northeastern Europe. There, it became famous in a new frontier struggle, helping shape the political future of lands far from Jerusalem. Smaller orders also appeared, including one connected to English patronage at Acre. But none matched the scale or lasting fame of the Temple, the Hospital, and the Teutonic Knights. The later fate of the Great Orders could not have been more different. The Templars, after the final loss of the mainland, withdrew to Cyprus and tried, without lasting success, to recover influence along the eastern Mediterranean. Their wealth and prestige, however, made them vulnerable to a ruthless enemy in the west. A powerful king, driven by fear, ambition, and greed, moved against them with charges so extreme that the order's name was blackened across Europe. Under pressure, confessions were extracted, trials were manipulated, and the papacy eventually sanctioned the suppression of the order. Its leaders died in prison or at the stake, and one of the most dramatic institutions of the Middle Ages vanished under accusation and force. Later generations have doubted many of the worst charges brought against them. Yet the order had already accumulated enough enemies and enough suspicion that its destruction became possible. The Hospitallers escaped that fate. After leaving the mainland, they too spent time in Cyprus, but they soon seized Rhodes and transformed themselves into the guardians of a new frontier. For more than 2 centuries, they stood as a naval and military barrier against Ottoman expansion. When Rhodes eventually fell, they were granted another base and entered a new phase of fame as the Knights of Malta. Their military role endured into the early modern world before finally fading, but their charitable identity never disappeared completely. In time, that older purpose re-emerged and again became central, especially in the care of the sick and wounded. Taken as a whole, the history of the Latin East cannot be understood without these military orders. They were the most durable institutions the Crusader states produced. In a region where dynasties failed, fiefs were lost, and noble families were weakened by war, climate, inheritance, and internal rivalry, the orders offered continuity. They were not tied to marriage alliances, child heirs, or private family ambition. Their members arrived from abroad, were absorbed into a disciplined body, and devoted themselves to a single cause. That gave them resilience that secular lordships often lacked. They were better able to maintain garrisons, rebuild losses, and pursue long-term military aims. In a land where constant warfare made permanent readiness essential, such a structure was uniquely effective. And yet even these institutions could not overcome every weakness around them. The Crusader world was never unified. The military orders had to exist beside secular rulers, hereditary nobles, church authorities, merchant interests, and rival political factions. Their very strength sharpened jealousy. The two greatest orders, so similar in purpose, often viewed one another as competitors rather than partners. At times, that rivalry damaged strategy, undermined diplomacy, and even broke into open violence. Efforts that required common direction were spoiled by mistrust. The orders also faced suspicion from local elites, who saw in them not merely defenders but powerful corporations with resources, castles, and international backing. Their discipline made them formidable, but it also made them difficult to absorb into a broader political system. Even so, their contribution was immense. Without them, the Latin states of Syria and Palestine would almost certainly have fallen much sooner. They extended resistance, held frontiers, protected roads, manned fortresses, and embodied the idea that the defense of the Holy Land was not simply a temporary expedition, but a permanent calling. Their record was mixed, their motives were not always pure, and their rivalries could be destructive. But their existence answered a real need in a harsh environment where ordinary feudal arrangements were never enough. In them, the medieval world produced one of its most striking experiments. Men, who were at once monks and warriors, servants of the poor and keepers of castles, symbols of sacrifice and participants in politics, guardians of an ideal and prisoners of human ambition. That contradiction is part of what makes their story endure. It is not only a tale of battles and vows, but of the attempt to create order, permanence, and purpose in one of the most contested landscapes of the medieval age. When Fulk of Anjou arrived in Jerusalem to take the crown, he did not come as an obscure adventurer. He belonged to one of the strongest noble houses in Western Europe, a family that had spent generations building its name through war, politics, and relentless ambition. Among his forebears stood the formidable Fulk the Black, remembered both for his violence and for his repeated pilgrimages, a combination that perfectly reflected the age. The new king of Jerusalem inherited that same blend of energy, calculation, and devotion. He was the son of Fulk IV and Bertrade de Montfort, whose scandalous name was already famous in Western politics. He became Count of Anjou while still young and spent his early career navigating the dangerous currents of rivalry between the French and English worlds. He was a man deeply involved in secular power, yet he also possessed a genuine religious impulse, and around the early 1120s, that impulse drew him toward the Holy Land. That journey changed the course of his life. In Jerusalem, he encountered not only the sacred landscape that had inspired so many Western pilgrims, but also the harsh realities of frontier rule. He seems to have attached himself, at least for a time, to the newly emerging Brotherhood of the Temple, and before leaving, he granted them a regular annual gift. Even after returning to Anjou, his imagination remained fixed on the East. His interest became widely known, and before long he was being considered as a possible husband for Melisande, the daughter and heir of King Baldwin. For the rulers of Jerusalem, the choice was an excellent one. Fulk brought military experience, political intelligence, noble prestige, and connections that stretched across much of Latin Europe. His family ties linked him to some of the greatest dynasties of the age. His daughters had already married into major princely houses, and his son Geoffrey would go on to found a line that shaped the future of England itself. In every practical sense, he was exactly the kind of ruler the kingdom needed. Contemporaries described him as a man of striking appearance, red-haired and ruddy-faced. But unlike the proud or harsh men often associated with that look, he was said to be approachable, generous, and compassionate. Yet he also had weaknesses. One flaw noted by those around him was a famously unreliable memory. He struggled to remember even the names of servants, and sometimes failed to recognize men he knew well. It was a small defect, in one sense, but in a courtly world where personal bonds mattered intensely, such forgetfulness could cause offense and misunderstanding. Even so, his strengths were greater than his failings, and in the early years of his reign he quickly found himself dealing with crises that demanded all of his skill. The first great challenge came from the north, where Antioch remained unstable. Alice, daughter of Baldwin and widow of Bohemond, had long tried to secure the principality for herself after her husband's death. She had already been pushed aside once, but after Baldwin's death she renewed her efforts, gathering support from powerful regional figures, including the Count of Tripoli and the ruler of Edessa. The nobles of Antioch, unwilling to accept her ambitions, appealed to Fulk for help. He responded effectively. One of her allies soon made terms, and Antioch was placed under more reliable supervision. But the problem did not disappear. In 1133, Fulk was called north again, this time because Count Ponce of Tripoli was trapped by Turkish forces at a frontier stronghold. Fulk advanced, relieved the siege, and defeated the raiders near Harins. The victory brought him spoils, prestige, and enough influence to weaken support for Alice's cause. Still, Antioch needed more than temporary rescue. It required a permanent ruler and a husband for the young heiress Constance, who was still a child. After careful consideration, the choice fell on Raymond of Poitou, a younger son from the great ducal family of Aquitaine. He agreed at once to take up the challenge, but reaching Syria was dangerous. Roger of Sicily watched the region closely and had ambitions of his own, so Raymond travelled in secret, disguising himself as an ordinary traveller and making the journey without princely display. Even when he reached Syria, his position was not yet secure. The patriarch in Antioch had to outmaneuver Alice with careful deception, leading her to believe that Raymond had come for her rather than for her daughter. In that way, he was admitted into the city, and the marriage was arranged. Antioch had its prince, but its troubles were far from over. In 1137, disaster struck again in the north. Ponce of Tripoli was defeated and killed by forces from Damascus. The ambitious Muslim ruler, Zangi, quickly seized the moment, pushed across the Orontes, and besieged the fortress of Montferrand. Ponce's young successor appealed to Fulk for help, but at the same time Antioch faced pressure from another direction, this time from the Byzantine emperor, John Comnenus. Fulk chose to deal with the more immediate threat first. The decision was understandable, but the campaign went badly. Misled by guides in difficult mountain country, he was caught in unfavourable terrain and badly beaten by Zangi in the summer of that year. The young count was captured, while Fulk himself ended up trapped inside the fortress he had hoped to save. Raymond of Antioch hurried to help, and other leaders followed, bringing what support they could. Before the Allied forces could fully act, Zangi offered terms. Fulk would be allowed to withdraw if he surrendered the castle, and in return the captured count would be released. The offer was accepted, and the crisis ended, though not with honour. At the very same time, a larger and more dangerous power was pressing into Syria. Emperor John Comnenus had marched into Cilicia with a substantial army and quickly seized several important cities. Antioch itself seemed to be his next target. Raymond was forced to negotiate and formally recognize the emperor's authority, at least in outward terms. The following year, Byzantine and Latin forces campaigned together, but their cooperation was strained from the start. They laid siege to a fortress on the Orontes, yet the Latin princes failed to show the seriousness the emperor expected. While the emperor focused on war, his allies appeared more interested in amusement and in discipline. Angered by what he saw as negligence, John abandoned the effort and withdrew to Antioch, where he then demanded control of the citadel. The city reacted with outrage. Rumour spread, armed crowds gathered, and the emperor, seeing the danger of provoking a wider revolt, backed down and returned to Cilicia. He did not abandon his Syrian ambitions. In 1142 he returned after hearing of Zangi's growing power and once again demanded the surrender of Antioch. Raymond, supported by his council, refused. The reasoning was simple and practical. If Antioch passed back into direct Byzantine control, many in the Latin East believed it would soon be weakened and perhaps lost altogether, as other places had been before. Winter interrupted the campaign, forcing John to withdraw once more. From Cilicia he sent word that he intended to make a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. a move that might easily have opened a new political struggle between emperor and king. But events took a sudden turn. In 1143, John died after a hunting accident, and his son Manuel, at least for the moment, set aside those immediate designs on Syria. Raymond of Antioch continued to be one of the most prominent figures in the region. Manuel later compelled him to come to Constantinople and renew his obligations, but Raymond remained a major player in the affairs of the East. He took part in the events surrounding the Second Crusade and gained a reputation for courage, stature, and martial presence. Stories about him spread widely. Some later tales claimed that even in disguise he could not conceal who he was, because his bearing alone gave him away. Others recalled how deeply Turkish enemies feared him, as though one man in armour might count for many on the field. Yet his life ended violently, as the lives of so many frontier princes did. In 1149, while moving to aid a threatened position near the frontier, he camped in a dangerous low-lying area surrounded by hills, despite his own doubts. During the night, Turkish forces closed around the camp, and in the battle that followed, Raymond was killed. His death left Antioch in the hands of his widow, Constance, and their young son, Bohemond III. Within Fulk's own kingdom, the gravest danger came not from Zangi or Byzantium, but from a domestic scandal that threatened the stability of the court. Hugh II, Count of Jaffa, was one of the most powerful barons in the realm. Through marriage and inheritance, he had become a major figure, and he was admired for his appearance, rank, and military qualities. In a kingdom where influence was always watched nervously, that alone made him dangerous. Then, rumour began to spread that his relationship with Queen Melisande had grown too close. Whether the gossip had any basis or not, it was enough to inflame resentment and suspicion. Others accused him of disloyalty toward the king. Eventually, a formal charge of treason was brought against him in the royal court by his own stepson, the Lord of Caesarea. Hugh responded by demanding trial through single combat, but before that could happen, he fled to Jaffa. His flight was taken as proof of guilt. The court condemned him in his absence, and in anger or desperation he sought support from Ascalon, turning even to Egypt for assistance against his own king. With that encouragement, raids intensified from the Muslim side, while Fulk prepared to move against Jaffa. Several of Hugh's own followers abandoned him, and the crisis might have become a full internal war. It was prevented only because the Patriarch intervened and brokered peace. Hugh agreed to go into exile for 3 years, a sentence that might have ended the matter quietly. But before he could leave, he was attacked and stabbed while playing dice outside an inn in Jerusalem. The assault caused immediate outrage. Rumour blamed the king at once, and the suspicion damaged Fulk badly. In an effort to clear himself, he had the attacker tortured with extreme severity, but no clear truth emerged from it. Hugh survived the attack long enough to leave the kingdom, yet he died later overseas. The whole episode left a stain on the reign and on the reputation of the royal court. It was not the only time the Queen's name became entangled in damaging whispers, though in the end Fulk and Melisande were reconciled. Later observers even accused the king of being too yielding toward her, suggesting that the marriage settled into cooperation, perhaps after a period of deep strain and mistrust. While court intrigue troubled Jerusalem, political changes in Damascus unexpectedly strengthened Fulk's position. The eastern frontier, always unstable, became even more complicated through the activities of the Nizari Ismailis and the shifting power struggles within the city. A leading Ismaili figure had once gained enough influence with the ruler of Damascus to receive control of the strong fortress of Banias. After him, one of his followers held the place, while at Damascus itself, an Ismaili minister rose to enormous influence under the ruling dynasty. But this same minister, hostile to many around him, offered to betray Damascus to the Franks. The plot was uncovered before it could succeed. He was executed, and thousands of his supporters were massacred in a violent purge. In fear and fury, the commander at Banias handed the fortress over to the Franks and fled to Jerusalem. A few years later, while Fulk was occupied with the rebellion of Hugh of Jaffa, Damascus recovered Banias. Yet its ruler proved weak, and when he appeared ready to surrender the city itself to Zangi, his own mother had him killed. Real authority then passed to a capable military leader named Anar, who resisted Zangi and, when desperation forced his hand, turned to the Franks for help. In exchange for assistance against the northern threat, he promised support in recovering Banias. Fulk accepted. When Zangi saw the possibility of facing both Damascus and Jerusalem together, he withdrew. After that, forces from Damascus and the Franks joined in besieging Banias. Timber from Damascus was used to construct a huge siege tower, so high that it inspired awe in those watching from the walls. The stronghold held out until negotiations succeeded, where brute force had stalled. The defending emir agreed to surrender in return for security and a pension at Damascus. Banias then returned to Frankish hands and was restored to one of its former lords, while a Latin bishopric was established there to reinforce the gain. Fulk's reign ended suddenly in 1143. He had spent part of the autumn at Acre, and while riding in the countryside one day, his followers flushed out a hare. The king, caught up in the excitement of the hunt, seized a lance and joined the chase. In the rush, his horse stumbled, and he was thrown. As he fell, the heavy saddle or the motion of the horse struck his head with terrible force. He was carried back to Acre, where he lingered for 3 days before dying of the injury. His body was taken to Jerusalem and buried in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The grief that followed was genuine and widespread. Part of that sorrow came from the uncertainty he left behind. His eldest son Baldwin was still only 13, and the younger boy Amalric was younger still. A capable king had died at the worst possible moment. Fulk had governed his small but vulnerable kingdom with real success. He had preserved its position, managed dangerous neighbours, and in some respects even strengthened its influence. Yet during his reign, a far greater transformation had been taking shape beyond his borders. While the Franks were defending castles, negotiating alliances, and quarrelling among themselves, the Muslim world to the north and east was slowly beginning to unite under determined leadership. That change would prove far more important than any single battle of Fulk's reign, because it marked the beginning of a new balance of power in the Near East. The central figure in that transformation was Zangi, Atabeg of Mosul. He was the son of a trusted advisor to an earlier Seljuk ruler, and his family's fortunes had long been tied to warfare and power. His father had governed Aleppo and died in battle while serving his master's heir. Zangi himself was still young at the time, but he grew up in a world defined by conflict. He fought early against the Franks, gained experience under seasoned commanders, and later entered the service of powerful Seljuk rulers, who entrusted him with major responsibilities in Baghdad and Iraq. In 1127 he was appointed governor of Mosul, and from that position he began the long process of building the power that would make him the most feared Muslim ruler of his generation. At that time, many Muslim writers described their world as one sinking into humiliation. Frankish power stretched across a vast zone from northern Mesopotamia down toward the Egyptian frontier, interrupted only by a handful of strong cities that had not yet fallen. Raids struck deep into inland districts. Trade routes were disrupted. Populations were burdened by tribute, insecurity, and violence. Even cities that remained unconquered often had to purchase peace. Christian captives were freed in Muslim markets by Frankish agents, and the sense of Islamic weakness ran so deep that later, chroniclers wrote as if the entire balance of the world had been overturned. In that atmosphere, Zangi appeared as the man who would begin to reverse the tide. His first campaigns were not aimed directly at the Franks. Before he could challenge them effectively, he had to dominate his Muslim rivals and secure the territories east of the Euphrates. He strengthened his hold on Mosul, seized nearby strategic towns, and gradually expanded his authority across Upper Mesopotamia. After consolidating that region, he turned toward Aleppo, a city whose weakness had become a symbol of Muslim decline. When he entered Aleppo in 1128, he gained not only a major urban centre, but also a base from which to pressure the Latin states on the Orontes frontier. The following year he took Hama, and soon after that he began a more direct confrontation with the Franks by attacking Atharib, a fortress that blocked Muslim movement and represented a constant threat. When the Franks moved to relieve Atharib, they encountered an enemy unlike the divided local rulers they had so often faced before. Later writers remembered how some among them underestimated the danger, while others warned that this was no ordinary opponent. The warning proved correct. Zangi advanced confidently, met the relieving army, and crushed it. The victory was bloody and decisive, and Atharib soon fell. It was an early sign that the age of easy Frankish expansion was ending. For all that, Zangi's rise was not smooth. He faced rebellions, rival claimants, and years of internal Muslim conflict that consumed much of his energy. More than once, he was tied down by disputes over succession and authority within the Seljuk world. Only after years of struggle did he finally secure his position, fully enough to turn his full attention westward. By the early 1140s, he had become the dominant military leader in northern Mesopotamia and Syria. He controlled Mosul and Aleppo, had influence across the Tigris and Orontes regions, and was ready to strike where the Franks were weakest. The obvious target was Edessa. Edessa had once been defended by one of the most formidable of the Crusader lords, Jocelyn of Courtenay. A relative of Baldwin of Jerusalem, he had first held Tel Bashir and later became Count of Edessa itself. He was energetic, aggressive, and relentless in war. Muslim writers remembered him as a scourge, a man whose raids reached far into their lands and whose name inspired fear. He fought constantly, struck at Aleppo and Manbij, and carried his attacks eastward toward Nisibis, Amida, and beyond. He lived as a frontier warrior should, always active, always dangerous. Even his death was shaped by that same spirit. When he lay ill and learned that a Turkish ruler was besieging one of his fortresses, he refused to remain behind. Carried on a litter because he was too sick to ride, he advanced toward the front. The enemy withdrew at the mere news of his approach. He is said to have given thanks, that he still inspired fear even at the edge of death. His son, Jocelyn II, inherited neither his father's discipline nor his sense of duty. He possessed some courage, but he preferred comfort, luxury, and pleasure. Rather than endure the hardships of Edessa, he spent more time in the easier surroundings of Tel Bashir. Other Latin fighters followed his example. The result was disastrous. Edessa, though strongly fortified, was left largely to Armenians, merchants, and mercenaries who could not be relied upon in a major crisis. It still looked strong from the outside, but the real military spirit that had once defended it was gone. The county had lost its edge, and Zangi was watching. He struck in 1144. The siege of Edessa lasted less than a month. After 28 days, the city fell. What followed was slaughter. Panic and chaos swept through the streets until Zangi ordered the killing to stop. Even then, mercy was limited. Armenians were spared, but Frankish captives were put to death, and women and children were led away into captivity. The citadel resisted a little longer, but lack of water forced surrender. Zangi placed a garrison in the captured city and moved quickly to seize the remaining Frankish positions in Upper Mesopotamia. The first great Crusader state founded in the east had fallen, and the shock of that event would echo through all of Europe. Zangi did not live long enough to enjoy the full consequences of his greatest victory. In 1146, while besieging another fortress, he was murdered in his tent by some of his own Mamluks. Later, accounts describe the scene with grim intimacy. His attendants found him still alive, barely able to gesture, mistaking even those who came to help for yet more assassins. Moments later, he was dead. His dominions were divided among his sons. Nur al-Din took Aleppo, while Saif al-Din inherited Mosul. But the system Zangi had built did not die with him. He had already changed the political map. He had shown that Muslim unity against the Franks was possible, that major Frankish strongholds could be taken, and that the balance of power in Syria was shifting. The fall of Edessa was not the end of the Crusader states, but it was the clearest warning yet that their age of confidence was over. Zangi's victories did far more than enlarge his own dominion. They changed the balance of power in the Near East and prepared the ground for the even greater advances that would later be made by Nur al-Din and Saladin. Before his rise, the Franks had often faced divided Muslim rulers, local rivalries, and scattered resistance. Under Zangi, that pattern began to break. He was the first major Muslim leader of his age to win lasting gains against the Crusader states, and his rule brought a new level of unity to the lands around the Orontes. The transformation was so striking that later observers who had lived through both periods described it in almost unbelievable terms. Men who remembered the years before his ascent recalled towns ruined, trade broken, and fear everywhere. Mosul itself had once been so desolate that a traveller could stand in the middle of it and scarcely see signs of life. By the end of Zangi's rule, it had become prosperous again, rebuilt under a leader who imposed order with relentless force. His authority spread steadily across northern Syria and Upper Mesopotamia. He brought rival dynasts under his control, stabilized Aleppo, and made his influence felt far beyond his original base. Hama and Homs fell under his power, and even Damascus, though not yet fully his, could no longer ignore him. Along the frontier, he captured strongholds that had once protected Frankish expansion, and in the end, he achieved the prize that gave his name lasting fame: the capture of Edessa, one of the most important Crusader possessions east of the Euphrates. For years, the Franks had ridden deep into Muslim lands, raiding far-off districts and drawing tribute from cities that feared them. Under Zangi, that momentum was reversed. The Crusader states were pushed back. Instead of expanding, they were forced to defend what they still held. For many Muslims of the region, his rise felt like the end of a long humiliation and the beginning of recovery. Zangi's reputation rested not only on conquest, but on the force of his personality. He was remembered as brave in battle, shrewd in war, and highly capable in government. He knew how to command armies, how to bargain, how to intimidate, and how to seize opportunity. At the same time, he was not admired without reservation. Even those who praised his achievements often admitted that he could be deceitful, cunning, and hard to trust. His statecraft was effective, but it was not always honourable. He could mislead when it suited him, and he was perfectly willing to use fear as a political weapon. Still, his energy impressed even those who disliked him. His subjects marvelled at how quickly he responded to events, and how closely he watched the affairs of his realm. He gave the impression of knowing what was happening before others had even reported it. Nothing seemed too small for his notice. He demanded efficiency, obedience, and absolute discipline from those who served under him. That severity became legendary. Zangi tolerated no rival authority within his lands and no negligence among his officers. He believed power had to be concentrated in one hand, and he meant his own. One saying was often repeated in connection with him: there must be only one tyrant in the country. Whether those were his exact words or not, the phrase captured the spirit of his rule. Men feared him deeply, and stories about that fear passed quickly into memory. One tale described a boatman who had fallen asleep at his post. When he awoke and found Zangi standing over him, the terror was so great that he collapsed dead on the spot. Whether the story was exaggerated or not, people believed it because it sounded plausible. That alone says much about the atmosphere he created. He ruled through discipline, vigilance, and personal force, and no one who served him could afford carelessness. The fall of Edessa had an immediate effect far beyond Syria. News of the disaster reached the west and struck the courts of Europe like an accusation. A great Christian stronghold had been lost, and it had fallen not because the Latin East had been abandoned entirely, but because its rulers in Europe had been too distracted by their own conflicts to act in time. While they fought among themselves, one of the earliest Crusader states had been destroyed. The loss became a summons. It stirred outrage, remorse, and religious fervour, and from that shock came the movement that would become the Second Crusade. The wider story of that expedition belongs elsewhere, but the fate of Count Jocelyn and the final destruction of what remained of Edessa form the direct continuation of Zangi's triumph. In 1146, not long after Zangi's death, the Armenians of Edessa tried to reverse their misfortune. They invited Jocelyn II to return and attempt a recovery of the city. He answered with a sudden night attack, while the Turkish garrison was unprepared. At first, the effort seemed successful. The city itself was taken with surprising ease, and for a brief moment it must have looked as though Frankish rule might be restored. But the citadel did not fall, and that single fact doomed the attempt. The garrison inside held firm long enough for help to come. Nur al-Din, Zangi's son and heir in Aleppo, moved swiftly to save the place. Jocelyn now faced a terrible decision. He could not carry the citadel, and he could not afford to be trapped when relief forces arrived in strength. Retreat was the only option. The people of the city understood what Nur al-Din's return would mean. Many Armenians believed that staying behind would bring massacre or enslavement, so they chose to leave with Jocelyn and trust their fate to the withdrawing Frankish force. What followed was catastrophe. As the refugees and soldiers streamed out through the gates, the Turkish defenders in the citadel struck at them from behind. At the same time, Nur al-Din's army blocked their path ahead. They were caught between two enemies with little room to maneuver and no real protection. The killing was dreadful. Those who escaped did so only through exceptional strength, speed, or luck. Most of the Armenian fugitives were cut down. Among the dead was Baldwin of Marash, one of the few Frankish lords remembered with affection by the local Armenian population. Jocelyn himself survived and made his way to Samosata, but the effort to recover Edessa had ended in ruin. His final downfall came not long afterward. Around the end of the decade, during another attempt to interfere in the region, Jocelyn was captured by forces under Nur al-Din's authority. Nur al-Din had personal reasons to hate him. Jocelyn had once mocked him in a way that was both political and deeply insulting, sending away the armour of one of Nur al-Din's attendants, with the suggestion that the master himself might soon follow. That kind of taunt was not easily forgotten in a world where honour mattered as much as victory. Once the Count fell into his hands, mercy was out of the question. On Nur al-Din's orders, he was blinded and thrown into prison at Aleppo. There, he remained for the rest of his life, wasting away in captivity for nearly a decade before death finally ended his misery. With Jocelyn gone, the the remains of the County of Edessa could not survive. It was squeezed from every side by enemies stronger and more determined than its defenders. Turkish rulers in Anatolia pushed in from one direction, capturing key positions such as Marash, and continuing to take ground in the years that followed. In desperation, the Franks handed over their last scattered holdings in the region to the Byzantines, though this transfer was more a gesture than a real solution. Jocelyn's family fled to Antioch, and the Greeks proved no more capable of defending the territory than the Franks had been. Before long, Nur al-Din took these possessions as well. By the middle of the century, the work begun by Zangi was completed even more clearly when Damascus too came under Nur al-Din's control. At last, the two great Syrian centres, Aleppo and Damascus, were subject to one ruler. This was the first truly effective step toward the later destruction of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. The loss of Edessa also awakened Europe to a new crusading effort. The news was bitter, and it came at a moment when Western rulers were consumed by private wars, dynastic rivalry, and ambition closer to home. To many churchmen, the contrast was shameful. The Holy Land was in danger, and yet the princes of Latin Christendom were exhausting themselves fighting one another. Reports of the disaster reached the papacy through Eastern clergy, and the call for a new expedition quickly followed. Privileges once granted to crusaders were renewed, and the old language of holy obligation was heard again. Yet official letters alone did not create the Second Crusade. The movement gained its true force from preaching, and no voice mattered more in that moment than that of Bernard of Clairvaux. By then, Bernard stood at the height of his fame. He was not merely a monk admired for piety, but one of the most influential churchmen in Europe, a figure whose words carried moral authority across kingdoms. He had long been interested in the fate of the Holy Land and had personal ties to the world of crusading spirituality. He had helped shape the religious ideals of the Templars and had supported the institutions of the Latin East through counsel and correspondence. His life had been marked from early youth by intense devotion. Though born into a noble family, he had rejected the career of a secular lord and instead drawn even his own relatives into religious life. His force of personality had transformed not only his monastery, but the wider church. He had intervened in papal politics, fought heresy, and become known for a combination of intellectual power, fierce conviction, and extraordinary eloquence. Few men of his time were better suited to stir Europe to action. His preaching succeeded where papal policy alone might not have been enough. Through his influence, two of the most important rulers in Western Christendom took the cross: Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany. Louis was still a young man, but he had already increased the strength of the French crown through marriage, and was known for a deeply religious temperament. Piety mattered to him, but so did guilt. He had reasons of conscience for joining the crusade, including a desire to fulfill a sacred obligation left unfinished within his own family and remorse over a terrible act committed during war in France, when many innocent people had died in a church fire associated with his campaign. The crusade offered him not only glory and duty, but the hope of spiritual cleansing. Conrad's path was different. He was a German king burdened by political troubles at home, surrounded by disputes that would have given any ruler ample reason to avoid a distant expedition. He had inherited not peace, but conflict, and his reign was troubled by rivalries in the empire and unrest along several fronts. At first, he had no intention of joining the crusade, but Bernard pressed him directly and publicly. In a dramatic appeal, he confronted the king with the image of divine judgment and forced him to think beyond ordinary politics. Under that pressure, Conrad broke down and agreed to go. The moment had enormous symbolic value. Once the king declared himself, Enthusiasm surged through the assembly. Bernard seized it immediately, marking him for the enterprise and handing him the banner of holy war. The preaching campaign had already electrified France. At a great gathering, Louis publicly received the cross, and so many were moved by Bernard's words that the supply of cloth crosses was exhausted. The excitement spread into Germany as well. Stories of miracles followed Bernard wherever he preached. Whether every tale was believed equally or not, the mood they created was real enough. Blind men were said to see, the lame to walk, the sick to recover, all through the blessing of the cross. In an age hungry for signs, such reports intensified the sense that the expedition had divine favour. Europe, or at least much of its ruling class, was stirred again by the old vision of armed pilgrimage. Louis prepared carefully. He negotiated, planned routes, and organised his forces, choosing eventually to travel overland rather than by sea. That decision angered some rulers whose cooperation might have made the journey easier, but the great French host gathered and advanced eastward. Louis even laid down detailed regulations for the conduct of his army, an attempt to impose order on what was always in danger of becoming a chaotic mass of nobles, retainers, pilgrims, camp followers, and opportunists. On paper it was sensible. In reality, such rules rarely survived the pressures of the march. Conrad had already set out before the French were ready to join him. His army was immense, but size did not mean discipline. As it moved through the Balkans and into Byzantine territory, it often behaved less like a holy expedition than an armed migration. Supplies were taken without proper payment, stragglers drank and plundered, and relations with the local population deteriorated rapidly. The Byzantine authorities, already suspicious of Western armies passing through imperial lands, responded with increasing hostility. Small acts of violence multiplied. A sudden flood during one stage of the journey caused additional disaster, sweeping away tents and drowning many men. The Emperor Manuel Comnenus, anxious above all to move this dangerous host out of his European provinces, urged Conrad to cross into Asia as quickly as possible. Conrad, however, wanted to see Constantinople before moving on. That wish brought more tension. His army encamped near the city, and hostility between Greeks and Crusaders nearly erupted into open warfare. The German king could not afford a full conflict with the empire, and after much friction he crossed the Bosporus. Even then he had to rely on Byzantine guidance for the next stage of the journey, a dependence that would later feed bitter accusations. Once in Asia Minor, the crusade descended into misery. Western chroniclers blamed Manuel and his officials for treachery. They accused them of cheating the crusaders in markets, misleading them on the roads, and even encouraging Turkish attacks. Whether all such accusations were fair or not, the outcome was undeniable. The army found itself hungry, exhausted, disoriented, and exposed. The march across Anatolia became a nightmare. The Turks harassed constantly, striking at vulnerable points, cutting off stragglers, and forcing the Crusaders to move through a landscape that offered little food and less safety. Hunger and panic spread. Retreat became the only option, but falling back was almost as deadly as advancing. The army shrank terribly. Conrad himself was wounded by arrows, and only a small fraction of those who had started the journey managed to return to Nicaea. The first great royal army of the Second Crusade had been shattered before it reached Syria. Louis was following behind and inherited all the damage the Germans had left in their wake. Roads had been stripped bare, local trust had vanished, and the Byzantines were even more alarmed than before. French observers complained that the earlier Crusaders had ruined everything ahead of them. Wherever the French advanced, they found signs of fear and suspicion. City gates were shut. Trade was restricted. Supplies were not brought openly into camp, but lowered from walls in baskets, with payment collected at a distance, as though direct contact itself were dangerous. The atmosphere was one of deep mistrust. The Empire did not welcome these Western armies as brothers in faith. It endured them as a threat passing through. Louis, like Conrad before him, was unwilling to pass so close to Constantinople without seeing the imperial capital for himself. It was a choice that carried political risk. Tension already existed between the Byzantine Emperor Manuel and Roger of Sicily, and among the French nobles there were men who urged Louis to take a far more aggressive course. Rumours were spreading that Manuel had made peace with the Turks for many years to come, and some crusaders argued that the emperor could not be trusted. A few even proposed striking Constantinople itself. They pointed to the city's supposed vulnerabilities, mocked the strength of its people, and insisted that if the capital were seized, there would be little need to continue farther east. It was the kind of argument that would later echo in another crusade with disastrous consequences. But Louis refused to begin his holy expedition by attacking a Christian empire. Whatever his faults, he would not accept that kind of betrayal. Instead, he chose diplomacy. He met Manuel in a spirit of courtesy, and the two rulers outwardly embraced one another as allies. The emperor received him with honour and personally guided him through the great churches and sacred monuments of Constantinople. The tone changed once the formalities ended. When the French crossed the Bosporus and entered Asia, old suspicions quickly returned. Manuel refused to provide guides until Louis and his leading barons formally acknowledged his authority in the customary manner. Louis, not wishing to delay the expedition further, accepted the demand. After that, the French moved on toward Nicaea. There, they learned the full extent of Conrad's catastrophe. The German army had already been broken, and Louis, struck by the news almost as if the blow had fallen on his own men, went out to meet the emperor. The two rulers agreed to move together for a time, keeping close to the coast, where supplies and retreat might at least be possible. The combined host struggled forward and eventually reached Ephesus, where fresh reports arrived, warning that Turkish forces were massing ahead and preparing to block the road. This news convinced Conrad that he had had enough. His army had already been shattered, and the prospect of marching deeper into hostile country with winter approaching seemed madness. He decided to return to Constantinople and wait there. Louis took a different course. He chose to continue, pressing on through increasingly difficult country. After spending Christmas in a bleak valley camp, the French resumed the march over frozen hills and across swollen rivers. They forced their way through the passage of the Maeander and entered Laodicea in surprisingly high spirits, relieved perhaps that they had survived what seemed the worst of the journey. But the greatest disaster of the French march still lay ahead. Beyond Laodicea rose a savage barrier of mountains. The route led through a narrow and dangerous pass, with steep slopes above and deadly drops below. The heights looked almost impossibly high, while the torrent far beneath seemed to disappear into darkness. It was exactly the kind of place where a disciplined enemy could destroy an army stretched out in column. The French still might have passed safely had their leaders acted with caution. Instead, a critical mistake was made. The advance force under Geoffrey de Rancon and Amadeus of Savoy descended the southern side of the ridge and made camp too soon instead of securing the crest and waiting for the rest of the host. That single decision exposed the entire army. The Turks had been watching from above, and so had local Greeks, who knew the country far better than the Crusaders below them. Once the French column was divided and vulnerable, missiles began to rain down from the heights. Arrows struck men and animals alike. Pack horses panicked, baggage was lost, and some of the transport animals plunged into the ravine below. The pass became clogged with non-combatants, pilgrims, servants, and frightened followers who had no hope of defending themselves. Trapped between danger in front and behind, they were slaughtered in confusion. Panic spread faster than orders could be given. Louis reacted with courage. Without hesitation, he tried to push forward and rescue the men caught in the disaster. But he hadn't expected to force the pass that day, and was accompanied by only a small number of knights. The ground itself worked against him. There was no room to deploy heavily armed cavalry properly, no space for long lances or organized charges. Geoffrey tried to turn back, but the route was already collapsing into chaos. The king found himself hemmed in by terrified crowds, blocked by rock and confusion, while from above the enemy continued its attack with arrows, stones, and even heavy objects rolled or thrown down from the slopes. The French were not being defeated in a heroic set-piece battle. They were being crushed by terrain, confusion, and relentless harassment. At one point, Louis himself came close to death. Separated from many of his men and driven toward the rocks, he escaped only by scrambling upward and clinging to the roots of a tree on the face of a steep height. From there, he managed to pull himself onto a rocky perch and defend himself until night fell. His attackers did not realize that the isolated figure resisting them was the King of France. As darkness came, and richer or easier, prey drew them elsewhere. He survived. By the next morning, the full horror of the defeat lay exposed. Bodies were scattered across the pass. Baggage, weapons, and animals had been lost in large numbers. Many of the wealthier men, stripped of their equipment and supplies, suddenly found themselves reduced to poverty. The army had not been annihilated, but something essential had been broken. The confidence of the expedition had been shattered in the mountains. Anger immediately fell on those blamed for the disaster. Geoffrey de Rançon became the obvious target, and the rage against him was so fierce that he might have paid with his life, if a close royal relative had not shared responsibility for the mistake. Louis did what he could to restore order. He gathered the survivors, tried to reorganize the march, and pushed on. Eventually, the remnants of the army reached Atalaya early in February. It was an arrival marked less by triumph than exhaustion. From there, Louis made a choice that revealed how desperate the situation had become. He sailed onward to Antioch, while arrangements were made for the mass of poorer pilgrims and other followers to continue by land under Greek supervision toward Tarsus. Those arrangements ended in betrayal and suffering. The Byzantines, who had promised safe conduct, failed the helpless crowds left behind. The people who most needed protection received almost none. Ironically, some of the Turks who encountered these abandoned crusaders showed more immediate pity than the Christians who had been entrusted with their care. Bread was given to starving men, and acts of mercy came from the very enemy the crusade had set out to fight. For some exhausted and broken survivors, this kindness caused a deeper spiritual crisis. There were men who, in their misery, abandoned their own side altogether and crossed over to the Turks. The episode was remembered with bitterness because it seemed to invert the natural order of the crusade. Supposed allies had failed, while enemies had shown compassion. By early March 1148, Louis reached Antioch. There he was warmly received by Raymond of Antioch, who saw in the arrival of the French king a final chance to strengthen his own precarious position. Raymond wanted action in the north. He hoped Louis would join him in a campaign against Aleppo and nearby strongholds. A strategy that made military sense. Striking at the northern centres of Muslim power might have relieved pressure on Antioch and perhaps changed the wider balance of the war. Louis, however, had another goal in mind. He wanted to continue to Jerusalem. He was still thinking as a pilgrim king, drawn toward the holy city and unwilling to divert the expedition toward his uncle by marriage's regional ambitions. Similar advice came from other leaders in the east, including the ruler of Tripoli, but Louis remained fixed on moving south. That decision deepened tensions that had already begun to poison the crusade. Conrad, meanwhile, had recovered enough to reach Acre by sea. Once the leading figures of the crusade and the rulers of the Latin East came together, a major council was held to decide what should be done. The final choice was Damascus. It was one of the great cities of the region, wealthy, famous, and politically crucial. The crusading army assembled at Tiberias, and from there the host marched out with the Holy Cross carried before it. The local barons of the kingdom marched under their king. The French followed and the Germans came behind them. It was a formidable army on paper. When it crossed the Jordan and approached the famous gardens of Damascus, it may well have seemed that the city was in real danger. The outer defences were not the main problem. The mud walls and outer barriers that enclosed the irrigated zone around Damascus could not stop such a large force for long. The real obstacle lay in the landscape itself. The city was shielded by a vast belt of orchards, gardens, water channels, and narrow paths. It was a place of beauty, but for an invading army it became a maze. The thick growth broke formations apart. Visibility was poor. Ambushes could be launched from behind trees, garden walls, and hidden tracks. In some places, tall stone structures rose above the greenery, like islands, giving defenders strong points from which to shoot down at the attackers below. Muslim forces used the terrain brilliantly. As the Crusaders pushed forward through the orchards, they were harassed constantly from cover, delayed, confused, and worn down before they could even bring their full strength against the city itself. The fighting was hard and exhausting. Heat, thirst, and the pressure of constant skirmishing slowed the advance. Eventually, the Crusaders cleared enough of the wooded zone to force their way closer to the river, only to find another defending force waiting for them there. At that moment, Conrad, who had been farther back, pushed forward aggressively once he understood the danger. In a characteristically direct fashion, he and his knights dismounted, formed a solid line behind their shields, and drove the defenders back toward the city. It was one of the few moments in the entire crusade when disciplined determination seemed capable of turning confusion into success. For a brief time, Damascus genuinely appeared vulnerable. Had the army maintained unity and pressure, the city might perhaps have fallen. But that possibility was destroyed not only by the defenders, but by divisions inside the crusading camp. As the siege began in earnest, negotiations and rival ambitions undermined the effort. Some of the leading men appeared to have entered into private discussions with the defenders. Others were swayed by promises, fears, or calculations about who would control the city if it fell. At some point, on the advice of men later denounced as traitors, the camp was shifted from its original position to the southwest side of Damascus. The argument was that the walls there were weaker and that the city could be taken more easily from that direction. In reality, the move was disastrous. By abandoning the better watered ground and the orchard zone that had at least provided fruit and some cover, the army placed itself in a far worse position. Now it was cut off from easy access to water, exposed to heat, and deprived of supplies. Hunger and discouragement spread rapidly. Leadership also began to fail. Confidence vanished. Rumours multiplied. The old tensions between the local barons of the Latin East and the newly arrived Western princes became sharper than ever. The men who lived in Syria had one set of fears and ambitions. The French and Germans had another. The ruler of Damascus, Anar, exploited this perfectly. He argued to the Syrian Franks that helping Western Crusaders seize Damascus would only invite a new danger. Today, the newcomers might claim the city, and tomorrow they might reach for Jerusalem itself. Whether he used bribery, persuasion, or both, the result was the same. The unity of the crusading effort collapsed. Once mistrust took hold, the siege could not be saved. Retreat was discussed, then accepted. The army that had come so far and suffered so much withdrew without taking the city. There was still talk of redirecting the campaign against Ascalon, another major target on the frontier. But that plan too fell victim to jealousy and division. The rulers and nobles of the Latin East could not agree with their Western allies about who would benefit from such a conquest, and no common purpose strong enough to overcome those rivalries emerged. Conrad, disgusted by the entire experience, soon sailed home. The great German effort that had begun with royal vows and public enthusiasm ended in frustration and near total failure. Louis remained in the east until Easter of 1149, before finally leaving by sea as well. For all the misery he had endured, he did not lose interest in the fate of the Holy Land. In later years, he continued to respond when its rulers appealed to him for help. His concern remained genuine, even if his crusade had accomplished almost nothing. Not long after the expedition ended, another dramatic development shook his personal life. He divorced Eleanor of Aquitaine. The official reasons came later and were framed in formal terms, but the marriage had clearly been deeply damaged. During the crusade, scandal had gathered around Eleanor and her uncle Raymond of Antioch. Whether there was real misconduct or simply destructive rumour, the effect was serious. Raymond had certainly hoped to influence Louis through Eleanor and pull the crusade toward his own political goals in northern Syria. Louis became jealous, suspicious, and resentful. Those tensions did not by themselves ruin the expedition, but they contributed to the atmosphere of distrust and emotional disorder that surrounded it. Stories later grew even more extravagant. Some turned Eleanor into an almost legendary figure, imagining her in romantic or martial roles that belonged more to fantasy than to sober history. But behind the legend lay a simpler truth. Personal conflict mattered. Political ambition mattered. The crusade did not fail only because of enemy resistance or bad luck on the road. It also failed because its leaders could not maintain unity of purpose, even among themselves. Back in the West, the collapse of the Second Crusade caused humiliation, anger, and bitter disappointment. Much of that frustration fell on Bernard of Clairvaux, whose preaching had done so much to set the whole movement in motion. For Bernard, the failure was devastating. He had called Europe to what he believed was a holy and necessary task, and the result had been chaos, death, famine, suspicion, and shame. To many, the disaster seemed not merely military but spiritual. The men of Christendom had gone east, promising salvation and victory. Yet what followed looked like judgment. Bernard struggled to explain it, seeing in the catastrophe both divine justice and a mystery too deep to fully understand. The suffering of the Crusaders appeared to him as one of the darkest signs of the age. In practical terms, the expedition achieved almost nothing for the Kingdom of Jerusalem. It did not seriously weaken Muslim power. It did not secure the frontiers of the Latin East in any lasting way. It did not restore Edessa or even create a stable new balance in Syria. Instead, it left behind something poisonous: deeper mistrust between the settlers in the East and the great princes of the West who had come to help them. Those suspicions would not disappear. They would shape future crusades and future failures. Only one bright result stood out from this otherwise grim story, and it happened far from Syria. A fleet from northern Europe, carrying many English crusaders, helped capture Lisbon from Muslim rule. That achievement had nothing like the splendor of a royal expedition led by emperors and kings. Yet, it produced a lasting result. The contrast was hard to miss. A vast and celebrated crusade launched with immense ceremony and the leadership of Europe's greatest rulers, had broken apart in confusion. A more modest force, less grand and less famous, achieved something permanent. That contrast lingered in memory because it revealed an uncomfortable truth about the age. Great names, pious vows, and splendid armies were not enough. Without discipline, trust, and clear purpose, even the mightiest crusade could dissolve into failure. On Christmas Day in 1143, only a few weeks after his father's death, Baldwin III was crowned in Jerusalem by the Patriarch. He was still very young, and in those first years real authority remained in the hands of his mother, Melisende. She was no ordinary queen mother. Contemporaries saw her as a ruler of unusual intelligence and strength, a woman fully capable of managing political affairs in a kingdom where weakness could be fatal. She understood power, knew how to use it, and for a time governed with enough skill to hold the realm together during her son's minority. Even so, Baldwin quickly showed that he had inherited the energy and martial instinct of his line. Before long, he was eager to prove himself in war. In the second year of his reign, he joined an ambitious and dangerous expedition east of the Jordan. A conflict had broken out between Anar, the powerful ruler behind Damascus, and the governor of Bostra in the Hauran. The governor offered to hand the city over to the Franks, and Baldwin was too tempted by the opportunity to refuse. The forces of the kingdom gathered at Tiberias and prepared for the march. Anar tried to stop the invasion with offers of money, but Baldwin insisted that his honour was engaged and drove the army forward. The campaign soon became a struggle for survival. The Frankish army reached the plain near Medan, where enemy forces closed around it during the night. Retreat seemed impossible. Baldwin and his knights pushed on and, with great difficulty, brought the army toward Adratum, a town linked to Frankish control in the region. A few days later, they finally caught sight of Bostra, but the hope of taking it collapsed at once. News spread that troops loyal to Nur al-Din had already been admitted into the city. The opportunity was gone. The army would have to withdraw through hostile country with enemies now gathering on every side. Some urged Baldwin to think first of his own safety. They suggested that the king and the True Cross should escape quickly on the best horse in the army, leaving the rest to save themselves if they could. Baldwin refused. He would not abandon his men, and he would not allow himself to appear less brave than the warriors who marched under him. The retreat began under immense pressure. Nur al-Din's forces moved out from the city while mounted raiders attacked the rear. Yet the Franks did not break. They advanced slowly and grimly, trying to maintain the appearance of order and strength even when their real condition was desperate. Sick men and even corpses still dressed in armour were lashed onto camels and pack animals so that the enemy would think the army's numbers remained intact. At first, that hard discipline kept disaster away, but the Saracens set fire to the nearby scrub and thickets, and the wind drove the smoke into the faces of the retreating army. Heat, thirst, and choking fumes pushed the soldiers to the edge of collapse. In that moment, many turned toward the cross and begged for divine help. The sacred relic was carried by the Archbishop of Nazareth, who raised it toward the flames. According to later memory, the wind then shifted and drove the smoke back against the enemy instead. Whether miracle or chance, the change gave the Franks a brief chance to recover. Yet they still had no guide and were moving through unfamiliar country. Once again, salvation was said to come in mysterious form. A mounted knight on a white horse, carrying a red banner, appeared before them and led the army by hidden routes toward water and safety. In 3 days, the battered force crossed the waste and reached Gadara. The campaign had failed, but the young king had won respect for the courage he showed in retreat. For a time, Baldwin and his mother ruled side by side without open conflict. But as he matured, advisors began whispering that it was shameful for a grown king to remain under the shadow of a woman, even one as capable as Melisande. At the centre of the tension stood Manasses of Yerj, a powerful relative of the queen whom she had placed in one of the highest offices of the kingdom. His manner was arrogant, and many nobles resented him. Baldwin shared that resentment and gradually decided that he would no longer accept his mother's dominance. The break came in 1152. At Easter, Baldwin refused to allow Melisande to share in the ceremony of his coronation and demanded a division of the kingdom. After long argument, a compromise was reached. Baldwin received the coastal cities and the maritime strength of the realm, while Melisande retained Jerusalem and Nablus. But the settlement did not last. Baldwin wanted full authority, not half a crown. Soon afterward, he drove Manasses into exile, seized Nablus, and marched against Jerusalem itself. The city's citizens opened the gates to him. Melisande withdrew into the Tower of David and resisted for a short time, but she could not prevail. In the end, she surrendered. She was left with Nablus and thereafter lived a quieter life, withdrawing from active political struggle until her death 10 years later. Baldwin had taken control of the kingdom by force, and from that point onward the government of Jerusalem was truly his. One of the great unfinished problems he inherited was Ascalon. For half a century that city had remained a permanent threat on the southern frontier, a Muslim stronghold that raided Frankish territory and blocked the full security of the kingdom. Once Baldwin was master of his own realm, he resolved to bring it down. In the years before the final assault, Gaza had been rebuilt and entrusted to the Templars, joining other fortresses that already hemmed Ascalon in from several directions. Now the ring tightened. Baldwin summoned the full military strength of the land and began the Great Siege in January 1153. A fleet was stationed off the harbour to cut the city off from help by sea. Even so, the place did not fall quickly. For 6 months, the defenders held firm. They guarded the walls with extraordinary care and lit the battlements at night with hanging lamps so that darkness would give no advantage to the attackers. The siege dragged on with little result. Then, when Easter brought new pilgrims to the kingdom, Baldwin used royal authority to compel them into service. Pilgrims and sailors alike were called up from the ports. Ships that might otherwise have sailed back to Europe were stopped, purchased, and dismantled. Their timber was used to build siege towers and engines of war. The entire kingdom was forced into the effort. At one point, an Egyptian fleet approached to relieve the city, and panic shook the Frankish naval blockade. The commander at sea withdrew in fear, and for a moment the defenders' morale surged. They attempted to burn the great wooden siege tower near the eastern gate. It was a sensible plan and might have succeeded, but the wind turned against them. The fire they set was blown back onto their own wall, and soon the flames were raging where they least wanted them. By morning, a large section of the fortifications had collapsed. This sudden opening created an opportunity, but it also revealed the divisions and dangerous ambition within the Crusader camp. The Templars, led by their master Bernard de Tremolay, rushed into the breach, eager to claim the city for themselves and unwilling to share the glory or the spoils. They refused support from others and pushed too far, too fast. Once inside, they were cut off. Bernard and many of his knights were killed. Their boldness may have been brave, but it was also reckless, and the cost was severe. The citizens of Ascalon managed to improvise a temporary defence, while many in the Christian camp fell into despair. Some were ready to abandon the siege entirely. Baldwin himself leaned toward retreat, but others refused to give up. The Patriarch and the Hospitallers pressed for one final effort, and their determination carried the day. The army was called back to arms. A fierce struggle followed and lasted through the day. In the end, the city could no longer hold. The people of Ascalon asked for terms, and Baldwin allowed them to depart for Egypt, with their families and movable possessions. On August the 12th, the Christians entered the city bearing the true cross before them. The conquest was one of the great achievements of Baldwin's reign. He granted Ascalon to his brother Amalric, who now emerged as one of the leading figures of the kingdom. A few years later, another opportunity seemed to open, this time in the north. The arrival of Theodoric of Flanders, an experienced crusader and an important Western noble, encouraged Baldwin to think more boldly. Nur al-Din was believed to be gravely ill, perhaps dying, and it seemed possible to strike before Muslim power could recover. A campaign was launched against a fortress on the Orontes. The Crusaders forced their way into the town and might well have taken the citadel too. But once again the familiar enemy of the Latin East appeared. Rivalry among the Christian leaders themselves. Baldwin and the major barons intended the prize for Theodoric. Reginald of Châtillon, who had married into the ruling house of Antioch and claimed authority in the region, insisted that anyone holding the place must become his vassal. Theodoric refused to accept such dependence. He was a count of great standing and would not submit to a man he regarded as beneath him. Pride ruined the moment. Unable to agree, the Crusaders abandoned the siege and withdrew. Soon after, another fortress, Harens, was taken and entrusted to one of the Frankish lords. Theodoric and Baldwin then turned south, achieved a few further successes, and eventually parted ways. The campaign had shown what might be possible when Western reinforcements arrived. But it had also shown once more how quickly disputes over possession and rank could destroy military advantage. Baldwin also looked toward Constantinople. In 1158 he sought a closer alliance with the Byzantine Empire and sent envoys to request a bride from the imperial family. Manuel agreed and sent his young niece Theodora, together with a magnificent dowry. She arrived in Tyre and was soon crowned in Jerusalem. The marriage linked Baldwin more closely to Byzantium and seemed a diplomatic success. But even this alliance stirred new tensions elsewhere. When Manuel later asked for a noble Western bride of his own, his envoys rejected one of the possible Frankish candidates, in favour of a more beautiful princess from Antioch. The slight caused real anger in Tripoli, where family pride and personal resentment quickly spilled over into violence. Ships prepared for a marriage escort were instead turned into pirate vessels, and attacks were launched against imperial territory. In the eastern Mediterranean, wounded honour could become warfare almost overnight. In the summer of 1159, Manuel himself appeared in Cilicia with a great army. His arrival was sudden and overwhelming. Local Armenian resistance collapsed before it could properly organise. Reginald of Antioch, who had recently conspired against Byzantine interests, realised at once that he could not stand against the emperor. He presented himself in complete submission, barefoot, bareheaded, with a rope around his neck, and threw himself before Manuel in a display of humiliation that shocked contemporaries. Baldwin, too, was careful. When he met the emperor, he behaved with due deference. Manuel entered Antioch in triumph, with Reginald reduced to the role of servant and Baldwin stripped of regal display beside him. The symbolism was unmistakable. For a brief moment, Byzantine power overshadowed all the Latin states of Syria. The sheer size of Manuel's army alarmed Nur al-Din, who agreed to release Christian captives and avoid direct confrontation. Whether this restraint came from genuine fear or simple calculation, it worked. Manuel had achieved the appearance of supremacy without being drawn into a costly war. Yet the imperial presence did not last. Affairs in Constantinople soon demanded his attention, and he withdrew. Once he was gone, the old struggle resumed at once. Nur al-Din moved against frontier territories, taking advantage of shifting conditions in northern Syria and Anatolia. Baldwin tried to exploit the situation by raiding around Damascus, but the city's governor managed to buy him off with money. Meanwhile, the kingdom's position in the north worsened. Reginald of Antioch fell into an ambush and was captured. Nur al-Din extended his attacks toward Tripoli and other exposed regions, and was checked from doing even more only by Baldwin's approach. The king remained active, moving north in the autumn of 1162, but his health was beginning to fail. Following a custom common in that age, Baldwin took medicinal pills intended to strengthen him against the winter season. Instead, they seem to have triggered or worsened a serious illness. He developed fever and dysentery and failed to recover. Hoping for better conditions, he moved first to Tripoli and then to Beirut. But the decline continued. There he died in February 1163 at only 33 years of age. His body was carried to Jerusalem for burial in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre beside his ancestors. The mourning was immense. The funeral procession moved slowly over several days, and people came down even from the hills to join it. The loss was felt deeply because Baldwin had come to be loved not only by the nobles but by ordinary people as well. Even Muslim observers respected him. Nur al-Din himself is said to have refused to exploit the moment, declaring that the Christians had lost a prince unlike any other then living. Baldwin III left behind the reputation of a capable and cultivated ruler. He was physically impressive, broad and tall, with fair hair, prominent eyes, and a commanding presence. He was devout in public worship, though not free from the moral weaknesses common to princes of his age. Before marriage, he had lived carelessly, but as a ruler, he developed many qualities that won affection and respect. He was approachable, able to joke with friends, and generous by instinct. He was not always careful with money, yet he possessed a quick mind and a strong memory. His grasp of the laws and customs of the kingdom impressed even the barons, who sometimes sought his judgment on difficult matters. He also loved reading. History particularly attracted him, and he enjoyed discussing old kings and great deeds with learned clerics and thoughtful laymen. In war he was steady and self-controlled. He did not lose his head in adversity, and he endured hardship without complaint. These qualities, taken together, made him one of the ablest rulers the Latin kingdom produced. While Baldwin was fighting and ruling in Syria and Palestine, Egypt was sliding deeper into chaos. During the 12th century, its political life became a cycle of decline, intrigue, murder, and abrupt changes of power. The caliph remained on the throne in name, but real authority was increasingly held by viziers, and even they survived only so long as they could escape conspiracy or revolt. Assassinations, factional struggles, and military coups followed one another so rapidly that stable government almost disappeared. One vizier murdered his master and placed a child on the throne, only to be overthrown in turn by another ambitious rival. His son was captured and sold by enemies who preferred profit to principle. Another strong man ruled only briefly before being stabbed by his own officers. Then, yet another contender rose from provincial office and seized control, only to be challenged almost immediately by a dangerous Arab rival. In a single year, Egypt could see several men claim supreme authority. The Kingdom of Jerusalem watched this disorder closely. The exact nature of Frankish relations with Egypt during these years is not always clear, but there are signs that Cairo may have been paying tribute to Baldwin's government. Whatever the exact arrangement, it gave Amalric, Baldwin's brother and successor, a convenient excuse for intervention when payments were refused. In 1163, he invaded Egypt under the pretext of enforcing what he considered a legitimate obligation. Yet nature itself defeated him. Durgam, who then held power, flooded the land by opening the Nile, turning the countryside into a barrier no invading army could easily cross. Amalric had no choice but to withdraw. The following year, the pattern shifted again. Shawar, a displaced claimant to power in Egypt, turned to Nur al-Din for help. Nur al-Din sent an army under Shirkuh, a Kurdish commander of growing importance. Durgam tried to save himself by making terms with Amalric, but the attempt failed. Shirkuh reached Cairo first, and Durgam was killed before Frankish help could truly matter. But Shawar soon discovered that the ally he had invited was just as dangerous as the enemy he had escaped. Shirkuh had no intention of leaving Egypt empty-handed if he could help it. Burdened by this new protector, Shawar now reversed course and appealed to Amalric. The king of Jerusalem responded eagerly. Egypt was too rich, too unstable, and too strategically important to ignore. Amalric moved south and besieged Shirkuh at Pelusium in 1164. The siege lasted for months. Then, events elsewhere intervened. News arrived that Nur al-Din had launched operations in northern Syria, threatening Frankish lands closer to home. Amalric could not afford to remain tied down in Egypt while danger grew in the north. He therefore offered favourable terms. Shirkuh, not yet aware of all the pressure on the Frankish side, accepted them. But Shirkuh was not finished with Egypt. Its wealth had captured his imagination, and he waited only for the right moment to try again. In 1167 he returned. This time Amalric moved even more quickly. He had already restored Shawar to alliance and secured from him increased tribute in exchange for protection. To strengthen the agreement, he demanded the personal approval of the Caliph himself. Frankish envoys were therefore brought into the astonishing luxury of the Fatimid court. Passing through halls of marble and gold, across floors of brilliant mosaic, they were confronted by a level of refinement far beyond anything most Westerners had seen. There were pools of clear water, exotic birds, strange beasts, and an atmosphere closer to dream than war. At last, the Caliph appeared on a golden throne behind a rich curtain. He agreed to the Frankish demands. But when asked to seal his pledge with his hand, he hesitated, and first extended it still covered by a glove. One of the envoys bluntly insisted that real truth should not be veiled. The Caliph forced a smile and removed it. After defeating Shirkuh in the field, Amalric turned his attention to Alexandria, one of the richest and most important cities in Egypt. Shirkuh had left its defence in the hands of his young nephew, Saladin, a man who at that point was still far from the towering figure he would later become. The city was under enormous pressure. Frankish forces pressed it from outside, while inside the population could not be trusted. Many citizens were hostile, fearful, or simply waiting to see which side would prevail. Saladin quickly realised that he could not hold indefinitely without outside help and sent urgent appeals to his uncle. Shirkuh, however, was in no better position. He had been trying to seize Cairo, but the city was being defended stoutly by Hugh of Ibelin, and his effort had stalled. With neither side able to secure a decisive success, negotiation became the only practical option. In August 1167, an agreement was reached. Alexandria would be surrendered, and Shirkuh's forces would leave Egypt altogether. For Amalric, the outcome appeared highly favourable. He withdrew to Palestine, convinced that he had won a major strategic victory. Frankish influence was now firmly planted in Cairo itself. A Latin representative and military guard were installed there, and Shawar, restored once again to power, agreed to pay a yearly tribute of 100,000 dinars. Egypt seemed no longer merely a neighbouring state in chaos, but a country sliding steadily into Frankish control. Amalric returned from this triumph with his position strengthened still further by diplomacy. Later that same month, he married Maria, a close relative of the Byzantine Emperor Manuel. The marriage deepened his alliance with Constantinople and gave added prestige to his court. At the same time, Manuel encouraged his ambitions by emphasizing Egypt's weakness and the danger that it might fall completely under the influence of Nur al-Din if the Franks failed to act first. Amalric needed little persuasion. He was chronically short of money, always hungry for opportunity, and increasingly convinced that the Kingdom of Jerusalem could survive only by securing Egypt, before its enemies did, before his envoy could even complete discussions at Constantinople. Amalric had already decided on a new invasion. There were voices urging caution, and not every military order agreed with the plan. Some blamed the Hospitallers for pushing the king toward war, perhaps in the hope that conquest would enrich an order burdened by debt. The Templars, according to rumour, were more hesitant, but hesitation accomplished nothing. In October 1168, Amalric launched the campaign. Pelusium fell first. It was stormed and sacked in early November, and the violence there sent a shock through Egypt. 10 days later, the Frankish king appeared before Cairo. His fleet had come up the Nile, and for a moment it seemed that the capital itself might soon submit. But Amalric had moved too slowly. His delay gave Shawar time to do what frightened Egyptian rulers had done more than once before. He turned again to Syria and appealed to Nur al-Din. At the same time, he tried to buy time with Amalric, making promises of payment that played on the king's greed and caution. Amalric hesitated when speed was essential. That hesitation saved Egypt. By December, Shirkuh was already on the move. Amalric marched out into the desert, hoping to intercept him before he reached the Nile Valley. But Shirkuh evaded the Franks and slipped through. The campaign that had begun with such promise ended in futility. Amalric was forced to return home with little to show for the effort except exhaustion and missed opportunity. That withdrawal effectively determined Egypt's future. Shawar, who had already discovered how dangerous Syrian help could be, now found himself trapped between two powers he had tried to manipulate. He feared Shirkuh even more than the Franks, and he was probably right to do so. A clumsy plot gave Shirkuh the excuse he needed. Shawar was arrested and executed, and the man who had come as an ally simply took his place. Shirkuh finally reached the office he had wanted for years, but he did not enjoy it for long. He died in March 1169 after less than 3 months in power. His place passed to his nephew Saladin. At first, Saladin's succession may not have looked like a world-changing event. He was young, not yet fully established, and still, technically, the subordinate of Nur al-Din. But the ground beneath the politics of the Eastern Mediterranean had already shifted. Egypt, with all its wealth, manpower, and ports, was no longer drifting between weak viziers and frightened caliphs. It was now being absorbed into the military system built by the rulers of Syria. Amalric and Manuel understood the danger and attempted one last major effort to reverse it. They agreed on a joint expedition for the following autumn. A Byzantine fleet and a Frankish army would combine against Damietta. If the plan had been carried out quickly and efficiently, the city might very well have fallen. Instead, the operation was undermined by delay from the beginning. The Byzantine fleet was slowed, and the lost time gave Saladin the chance to strengthen Damietta's defences. By the time the Allies began the siege, the city was no longer exposed. Even so, the attack went forward with real determination. Yet the conditions strongly favoured the defenders. the river was blocked by a heavy barrier that prevented the Greek ships from forcing their way in from the sea. At the same time, the waterways above the city remained open enough to let reinforcements reach the garrison. Instead of tightening the noose, the besiegers found the defenders growing stronger while their own position worsened. Before long, the danger shifted. Hunger spread in the Allied camp, frustration deepened, and murmurs of failure passed through the army. Men began to say openly that the expedition was wasting its strength and that it would be safer to abandon the siege than starve or be cut down before the walls. At last, the attack was called off. The one great operation undertaken jointly by Byzantium and the Kingdom of Jerusalem ended in disappointment. Later, Western leaders blamed the Greeks and accused them of bad faith. Whether or not such accusations were entirely fair, one fact was unmistakable. Mutual suspicion poisoned the alliance at the very moment unity mattered most. The Latins and Byzantines had the resources to strike a decisive blow, but not the trust required to make full use of them. The fall of Egypt under the authority of Nur al-Din's lieutenant was a turning point for the Islamic world. Within a short time, the old Fatimid Caliphate was abolished, and the last Fatimid ruler soon died. That change mattered politically and symbolically, but its military importance was even greater. The wealth of the Nile was now feeding the larger Syrian war machine. The ports of Alexandria and Damietta gave control over crucial sea routes and threatened the pilgrim traffic that linked the Latin kingdom to the west. Egypt and Syria were not yet fully won in practice, because Saladin still had to navigate the authority of Nur al-Din and the rivalries around him. But the direction of events was becoming clear. When the Nile and the Orontes were finally united under a single master, Jerusalem would face a danger it could scarcely survive. The kingdom had once benefited from the death of Zangi, which had divided his dominions among competing heirs. That division had bought the Franks time. Zangi's sons did not immediately cooperate, and jealousy among them often prevented a united policy. Nur al-Din ruled in Aleppo, while Mosul remained in the hands of his brothers. Tension existed between them, and at more than one point there was real danger of open conflict. Yet wiser men around them understood the stakes. They pointed out that any war between Muslim princes would benefit only the Franks. Through compromise and mediation, those divisions were contained for a time, and Nur al-Din gradually emerged stronger. He was one of the most formidable rulers Syria ever produced. He could be cunning and grasping, and he understood deception well enough to use it when needed. But even Christian observers, who had every reason to fear him, respected his ability, his courage, and above all his sense of justice. To Muslim writers of his own age and the generation after, he became almost an ideal ruler. He was praised not merely as a conqueror, but as a prince whose government rested on fairness, restraint, and religious seriousness. He refused to burden his people with unjust taxation and claimed that he held wealth only as a trustee for the faithful. Stories about his justice spread widely. One famous example described him interrupting his own leisure to appear before a judge in a dispute with an ordinary subject. Even after winning the case, he gave up the claim. Another tale told of a stranger who, after Nur al-Din's death, went weeping to his tomb because he believed justice could still be found there more readily than in the court of the living. Nur al-Din was not merely just in reputation, he was also disciplined in war and government. He protected the rights of his soldiers but forbade disorder and plunder. Men followed him because they trusted that if they died in his service, he would care for their families. He gave generously to religious men and scholars, and when criticized for doing so, he defended them as deserving support from the public purse. He built fortifications, mosques, and hospitals across Syria, strengthening both the physical and moral foundations of his rule. Even in small matters, he insisted on order. His court was stern, controlled, and sharply different from the looser and more talkative atmosphere later associated with Saladin's household. At Nur al-Din's court, silence and discipline reigned. Visitors stood still before him, listened carefully, and spoke only when allowed. His religious character shaped his entire career. Unlike many rulers who used faith mainly as a political tool, he seems to have believed deeply in the holy struggle against the Christian states. He accepted personal loss in that cause with remarkable calm. When told that his own brother had lost an eye in the fighting, he refused to mourn the injury, saying that if paradise was the reward, the sacrifice was little enough. He placed no ultimate confidence in himself, and when flatterers suggested that Islam depended on his survival, he rejected the notion. The true defender, he said, was God. That confidence gave his rule an unusual moral force, especially in a world where many princes pursued war mostly for territory or wealth. In his earlier years, Nur al-Din was limited to raids and border warfare. He did not begin as an unstoppable conqueror, but step by step he grew stronger. The capture of Damascus in 1154 was one of the great turning points in that rise. Other events favoured him as well. His enemies in the Latin states suffered losses in leadership. Jocelyn of Edessa became his prisoner. Reginald of Châtillon, Prince of Antioch, was captured in an ambush after a reckless expedition beyond the Euphrates. For a time, however, Nur al-Din was checked. In 1163, when he invaded Tripoli, a mixed Frankish force that included newly arrived pilgrims and even Welsh troops fought him hard enough to force him back and nearly cost him his life. The next year, fortune swung again. While many Franks were absent in Egypt, Nur al-Din moved against Hurrians. Bohemond of Antioch and Raymond of Tripoli came out to oppose him, but they were defeated and taken prisoner to Aleppo. That disaster in the north was one of the reasons Amalric had to make generous terms with Shirkuh in Egypt. The crises of Syria and Egypt were now feeding into one another. Every gain in one theatre weakened the Christians in the other. As the years passed, Nur al-Din's power spread even farther. The death of his brother in Mosul gave him new room to intervene in the politics of northern Mesopotamia. Yet by then, another problem had emerged: Saladin. Officially, Saladin was Nur al-Din's subordinate, but he had begun building a power base of his own in Egypt. He carefully avoided strengthening his master too much, especially when doing so might one day threaten his own independence. Tension between the two men steadily increased. Nur al-Din eventually began thinking seriously about invading Egypt himself to bring his lieutenant fully to heel. Saladin avoided that fate through calculated submission. He bowed, yielded in appearance, and let time work for him. The tactic succeeded. Nur al-Din was distracted by wars elsewhere and died in May 1174 before he could march south. His death immediately plunged Syria into uncertainty. His heir was a child of only 11, weak enough to invite intervention from rival relatives and ambitious commanders. Saladin saw the chance at once. By the end of 1174, he had entered Damascus, and on the way, he absorbed other key cities as well. Soon he was laying siege to Aleppo itself. Only the threat of Frankish action forced him to suspend that effort for the moment. Even so, the pattern was set. Other Muslim princes tried to resist him, but one after another they were defeated or pushed aside. The Kingdom of Jerusalem had been given a brief opening by the death of its most dangerous enemy. But that opening was narrowing fast as Saladin gathered the scattered inheritance of Zangi and Nur al-Din into his own hands. Amalric, meanwhile, had spent the last years of his reign still hoping that close partnership with Constantinople might save the Latin East. After his final Egyptian campaign, he visited the imperial capital in person. Manuel received him magnificently, with all the ceremonial splendor expected when the King of Jerusalem came before the emperor who claimed to stand at the summit of Christian kingship. Public etiquette kept even a crowned ruler at a distance, but private courtesy softened the formality. Manuel welcomed Amalric warmly, gave him honors, and listened seriously to his plans. But in practical terms, the emperor gave him less than he wanted. There were gifts, promises, and polite attention, yet no decisive commitment. Amalric returned richer, but not truly satisfied. Events in the east soon grew darker. In 1170, a devastating earthquake struck much of northern Syria. Antioch, Tripoli, Tyre, and several great Muslim cities all suffered damage. For a short time, the shared disaster imposed a kind of truce, because every community was occupied with its own ruin. But peace did not last. In the following months, Saladin exploited the weakness left by the catastrophe and struck at the southern frontier, attacking Darum, a fortress held by the Templars. Amalric arrived in time to save the citadel, but not the surrounding town. Saladin then moved on to Gaza and repeated the same pattern. The town was sacked, and civilians who had gathered there in hope of safety were slaughtered. The castle held out, but the commander refused to shelter many desperate fugitives. Saladin, satisfied with the damage done, withdrew to Egypt, while Amalric turned again to repairs and defence. The closing years of Amalric's reign were also poisoned by conflict with the Templars. Their independence, wealth, and ambition made them increasingly difficult for any king to control. One revealing episode involved the Assassins, the mountain sect whose territory was hemmed in by Templar fortresses and forced to pay tribute. Hoping to escape that burden, the Assassins offered to convert to Christianity. Amalric accepted eagerly and promised to compensate the order for the lost payments. But the Templars either doubted his sincerity or simply preferred direct profit to royal promises. Acting through one of their own leading men, they murdered the envoys of the Assassins on the frontier of Tripoli. The act caused outrage throughout the kingdom. The king demanded justice, but the master of the temple claimed that only his own order had the right to punish its members. Amalric refused to tolerate such defiance. With the support of his council, he had the offenders seized and sent away in chains. It was one of the clearest signs that royal authority and military order were drifting apart at the worst possible moment. When Nur al-Din died in 1174, Amalric did not hesitate to exploit the chaos. Unlike his great rival, who had once shown restraint at the death of a Christian king, Amalric moved quickly and besieged Banias. Yet even here his success slipped away. He accepted money to withdraw and returned toward Tiberias. On the journey he was struck by dysentery. Even then he refused to be carried in a litter or confined to bed. Stubborn and proud, he rode on horseback through Nazareth and Nablus toward Jerusalem. As his illness worsened, the physicians around him disagreed over treatment. The Greek and Syrian doctors urged caution, but Amalric turned instead to Latin physicians more willing to do as he wished. For a moment he seemed to improve, then the disease returned with greater force. He died in July 1174 at the age of 37. Amalric was not the same kind of man as his brother Baldwin III. He was of medium height, somewhat heavy, with striking eyes, an aquiline nose, fair hair, and a full beard. He lacked Baldwin's warmth and easy charm. He was more distant, less approachable, and less naturally beloved. He was also less learned, though intelligent enough to compensate for it. His memory was strong, and the limited time he could spare from public affairs often went into reading history, which he loved. He supported scholars and had enough interest in the wider world to collect manuscripts for serious study. His tastes were sober. he disliked games and theatrical amusements, though he was fond of hawking. Religiously, he was regular in observance, but his inner beliefs may have been more uncertain than his public behaviour suggested. His private life was morally loose, and in public finances he had a reputation for greed. He defended his caution with money by arguing that a prince who saved his resources was less likely to burden his subjects and better prepared for sudden danger. There was some truth in that defence. When real crisis came, he did not spare himself or his treasury. He could be generous when necessity or honour required it, and in the affairs of the kingdom he showed real courage and political skill. For all his faults, he had many of the qualities needed in a ruler facing an age of great danger. That is what made his death so serious. A king as brave and experienced as Amalric might still have taken advantage of the confusion that followed Nur al-Din's passing and the rivalry beginning to grow between Syria and Egypt. With stronger leadership, the Christian powers might perhaps have turned division among their enemies into opportunity. If the West had set aside its internal quarrels, if Byzantine and Frankish forces had worked together wholeheartedly, if the fleets and armies sent east had been used with real purpose, the political map of the region might have changed once more. But none of that happened. Potentially decisive expeditions dissolved into aimless raids and failed sieges. Sicily sent a fleet against Alexandria, but it withdrew after accomplishing almost nothing. Manuel turned his strength elsewhere and suffered his own setbacks. Western Europe did not send kings and great armies now, only scattered contingents, led by lesser nobles. The death of Amalric brought his young son Baldwin to the throne, a boy of only 13 whose lineage connected powerful noble families through his mother, Agnes of Edessa. From an early age, his upbringing had been carefully supervised. His father ensured he received a strong education, placing him under the guidance of William of Tyre, one of the most learned men of the age. Under this mentorship, Baldwin developed quickly. He showed sharp intelligence, a remarkable memory, and a genuine fascination with history, much like his father before him. In appearance and manner, he strongly resembled his parent, carrying himself with a natural dignity that hinted at future greatness. Yet behind this promise lay a cruel reality. As a child, Baldwin began to show unusual signs during play. While other boys reacted to pain, he remained unmoved. What seemed at first like unusual toughness revealed itself to be something far more troubling. He had lost sensation in parts of his body. Over time, it became clear that he was suffering from leprosy. The illness advanced steadily, shaping both his life and his reign. Though physically weakened, he refused to withdraw from responsibility. Even when his condition worsened, he continued to lead and, when necessary, was carried into campaigns. His determination turned him into one of the most striking figures of his era. However, the disease could not be overcome. His strength declined, and before long he was forced to hand over authority to others. He died at just 23, leaving behind a kingdom already under severe strain. After Amalric's death, the question of who would guide the young king became urgent. Milo of Plancy, who had held considerable influence under the previous ruler, seemed a likely candidate. But the leading nobles rejected him, unwilling to accept the authority of an outsider. Their support shifted toward Raymond of Tripoli, one of the most powerful figures in the region. Raymond's claim was strengthened by both family ties and past loyalty to Amalric. His position became secure after Milo was assassinated in Acre, removing the main obstacle in his path. Raymond was a complex figure. He was not a man of imposing physical presence, but his sharp features and intense gaze reflected a calculating mind. He was cautious by nature, careful in his decisions, yet capable of decisive action when circumstances demanded it. Through marriage, he had expanded his influence even further, gaining control of important strongholds. his leadership would soon prove critical in navigating the fragile state of the kingdom. At the same time, the royal court faced another pressing issue. Baldwin's health made it essential to secure the succession through his sister, Sibylla. A suitable marriage was arranged with William of Montferrat, a nobleman connected to some of the most powerful rulers in Europe. The union seemed promising, and he was granted significant territories. However, the hope it inspired was short-lived. Within a year, William fell ill and died, leaving Sibylla pregnant and the kingdom once again uncertain about its future. Not long after, a new arrival stirred both hope and frustration. Philip of Flanders reached the Holy Land, presenting himself as a humble pilgrim, willing to assist in the defense of the kingdom. At first, he declined positions of authority, claiming he sought only to serve. But his actions soon contradicted his words. When plans were discussed for a campaign into Egypt, he resisted proposals unless they placed him in a dominant role. When those suggestions were rejected, he withdrew his support entirely, offering excuses and shifting his stance repeatedly. His reluctance created serious consequences. A coordinated effort between local forces and a Byzantine fleet had been within reach, presenting a rare opportunity to strike at a major rival power. Yet Philip's hesitation and lack of commitment caused the plan to collapse. Even when he later agreed in principle, he refused to give the guarantees needed to rebuild trust. The alliance fell apart, and a critical chance was lost. Meanwhile, the absence of strong leadership in parts of the kingdom left it exposed. Saladin seized the moment. His forces moved swiftly across the land, raiding towns and spreading destruction. Settlements were burned, and for the first time in many years, even Jerusalem itself faced the threat of attack. Baldwin, despite his condition, refused to remain passive. Ignoring cautious advice, he gathered a small force and moved to confront the danger. What followed was one of the most remarkable moments of his reign. With only a few hundred knights, he faced an army many times larger. Against all expectations, his forces launched a bold and decisive attack. The enemy was caught off guard, and the result was a complete victory. The opposing army broke apart, and its leader barely escaped. It was a triumph that demonstrated not only Baldwin's courage, but also his ability to inspire those around him. However, such victories could not mask the growing instability. Continued conflicts, internal divisions, and environmental hardships weakened the kingdom. A severe drought added to the pressure, draining resources and morale. As Baldwin's illness progressed, the need for strong leadership became even more urgent. A new marriage was arranged for Sibylla, this time with Guy of Lusignan, in an effort to stabilize the political situation. Recognizing the limits of his position, Baldwin eventually agreed to a truce with Saladin. For a brief period, peace returned. Yet this agreement came at a cost. For the first time, negotiations were conducted on equal terms without clear advantage. It was a sign that the balance of power had begun to shift. Even during this temporary calm, tensions within the kingdom persisted. Rival factions competed for influence over the young king. Raymond, despite his authority, remained distant at times, while others at court worked to strengthen their own positions. These divisions weakened unity at a critical moment. At the same time, events beyond the kingdom played into Saladin's hands. Changes in leadership across neighbouring regions created new opportunities for expansion. As alliances shifted and threats diminished, he was able to focus his attention once again on the Crusader states. When conflict resumed, the situation grew even more dangerous. Raids, counterattacks, and failed operations gradually eroded the strength of the kingdom. Strategic positions were lost, sometimes through negligence, sometimes through overwhelming force. Each setback reduced the ability of the Franks to defend their territory effectively. In one particularly tense confrontation, a much smaller Christian force found itself surrounded by a vastly larger army. The situation seemed hopeless, yet through discipline and determination, they managed to break through and escape, avoiding total destruction. It was a narrow survival rather than a true victory, and it underscored how precarious their position had become. By the summer of 1182, the balance of power in the Levant was shifting with dangerous speed. When Saladin's fleet arrived from Egypt in August, he moved north, crossed the mountains, and placed Beirut under pressure. At almost the same moment, his brother Al-Adil, known in Frankish circles as Safaddin, advanced against Dharam in the south. The Kingdom of Jerusalem did not have the strength to answer both threats at once. Baldwin and his leading men had to decide which blow mattered most. Their answer was immediate. They chose to deal with the greater danger first, and preparations began without delay. Within a week, a naval force had been assembled from the ports of Tyre and Acre. 30 war galleys put to sea and sailed for Beirut, hoping to break the siege before the city fell. But when the fleet arrived, the harbour was already open. Saladin had begun the attack with force, yet just as suddenly he had abandoned it. The reason was not weakness, but opportunity. News from the east had drawn him away toward richer and more important objectives. Rather than spend time before Beirut, he turned his attention beyond the Euphrates, where the struggle for wider dominion offered greater rewards. Over the following months, he pushed deep into Upper Mesopotamia, summoning Muslim rulers to his side and tightening his hold over lands that had long stood outside his direct control. Edessa and Nisibis were taken and distributed among loyal allies. Mas'ud withdrew before him toward Mosul. While reports reached Saladin that Frankish raiders were plundering the countryside near Damascus, he refused to turn back. His view was simple and hard. Villages could be lost and rebuilt, but cities taken by force changed the map of power. He continued toward Mosul, but there he met a stronger obstacle than expected. The city stood ready for siege, heavily manned and alert. Its walls were crowded with defenders from end to end, and even Saladin understood at once that this would not be an easy conquest. Attempts at negotiation followed. Envoys from the Caliph tried to mediate. Saladin proposed that he might yield some of his recent gains if Aleppo were given to him in return. But Aleppo was not Mas'ud's to hand over. Mosul proved too difficult to storm, so the campaign shifted once more. After taking Sinjar, Saladin moved west and pressed against Aleppo instead. Their resistance was weak, and a bargain was soon made. Aleppo was surrendered in exchange for other towns and territories. Many regarded the deal as disgraceful. The loss of such a major city for scattered lands and lesser strongholds was treated as an act of folly by those who witnessed it. Yet the result mattered more than the insult. By June 1183, Saladin had reached a new height. He was no longer one powerful ruler among many. He had become the dominant force in the Muslim world, free now to focus his strength on the central aim that had defined his career: the destruction of Frankish power in the Holy Land. His long absence had given Baldwin and the Franks a brief window to strike back. During the autumn of 1182, Frankish raiding columns attacked the region around Damascus. One expedition pushed so far that it reached the outskirts of the city itself. On the return journey, they also recovered a mountain fortress in the Black Country east of the Jordan. Encouraged by these successes, a major council met at Caesarea in December and agreed on a new campaign toward Bostra. Raymond of Tripoli led the force across the Jordan at Jacob's Ford and devastated the countryside within only a short distance of Damascus. These were aggressive moves, but beneath them lay anxiety rather than confidence. Saladin's victories in the east were impossible to ignore. Among the Franks, fear began to spread that the entire Latin kingdom was drifting toward disaster. His absence had always been dangerous enough because it raised the question of how much stronger he might become before returning. Now that answer was visible. He had expanded his reach, absorbed key cities, and placed rivals either in retreat or independence. The kingdom of Jerusalem, by contrast, was poor, divided, and weakening. In early 1183, another council met in Jerusalem and faced the grim reality directly. The king and nobles alike lacked the means to fulfill their duties properly. A general tax was imposed on all classes, and the money raised was not meant for ordinary expenses. It was to be stored in Jerusalem and Acre against the great emergency everyone feared was coming. Once Aleppo fell, the fear sharpened into alarm. Defensive work intensified, especially around Beirut. Bohemond of Antioch came south asking for help and was granted 300 horsemen, though he soon arranged a truce of his own with Saladin. Around the same time, he sold Tarsus to the Armenian ruler, Rupen, because the city was too distant and too costly to defend. These were not signs of a confident frontier. They were signs of contraction, of men beginning to think less about expansion and more about survival. In September 1183, Saladin returned once more across the Jordan and advanced toward Bethshan. Baldwin gathered his forces at Sepphoris, but his illness had now reached the point where he could no longer lead in person. Command passed to his brother-in-law, Guy of Lusignan. Muslim raiding bands spread through the countryside. They struck places that had long felt safe. For the first time, attackers forced their way to the Greek monastery on Mount Tabor. Forbalais was destroyed. From the heights above Nazareth, they looked down upon the town associated with the childhood of Christ. The psychological effect was enormous. Merchants on the coast abandoned planned departures and rushed inland to join the army. Nobles and fighting men gathered from across the kingdom and beyond. Veterans later said that Palestine had never seen a larger Frankish army. More than 1,000 knights assembled, along with many thousands of infantry, and among them were important lords from Europe, as well as nearly all the chief men of the kingdom. It should have been the ideal moment to strike Saladin a serious blow. Instead, the chance dissolved in distrust. Many of the native barons had little respect for Guy of Lusignan. To them, he was an outsider, inexperienced and unworthy of commanding such a host. Their dislike turned into paralysis. Excuses were offered, delays multiplied, and the army remained inactive until the invaders withdrew. What should have become a decisive confrontation ended in nothing. The weakness revealed that day was not military, but political. The kingdom still had men, horses, and weapons. What it lacked was unity. Only weeks later, Saladin moved against Kerak, the great fortress of Renaud of Châtillon. The timing was dramatic. A wedding was taking place there, and the castle was filled with guests, entertainers, and retainers drawn by the celebration. Even so, Kerak proved too strong to be carried quickly. Saladin's brother joined him with fresh troops from Egypt, but the fortress held. When Frankish forces began to move in response, Saladin withdrew to Damascus. The following year he returned and tried again, but without success. On the way back, however, he burned Nablus and released Muslim prisoners held at Sebast. Then, for a time, his focus shifted elsewhere. In 1185 he campaigned again in the north against Mosul, and completed the political structure he had been building for years. By then his system was formidable. The great cities of Egypt and Syria were secured through his own family, Sons, brothers, nephews, and trusted kinsmen held the major centers of power. Aleppo, Damascus, Egypt, Edessa, Baalbek, Homs, and other key territories were in the hands of men bound to him by blood and interest. Along the frontier, strong commanders stood ready to raid, defend, or attack as required. The Muslim states no longer faced the Franks as scattered rivals with separate aims. They were increasingly becoming part of one larger design, waiting only for the command to turn frontier war into full-scale holy war. At the same time, the Kingdom of Jerusalem was approaching collapse from within. Baldwin IV was dying. Outside help was desperately needed, yet Europe remained distracted. France had lost Louis VII, and his son Philip did not inspire much hope among Eastern Christians. Henry of England had his own troubles, and, though he had long sent money eastward, he did not come in person. The Emperor had also considered an eastern expedition, but plans were not armies. The promised rescue never materialized. Delay, rivalry, and fading zeal kept the great rulers of the West at home while the kingdom they spoke of, defending, edged closer to ruin. Internally, matters deteriorated further. Baldwin had already elevated Guy of Lusignan, granting him broad authority while retaining only Jerusalem and a modest income for himself. But Guy failed to win confidence. Many nobles resented taking orders from a foreign newcomer, and their resistance was strengthened by the rival claim of Raymond of Tripoli, whose experience and standing seemed greater. Tensions finally reached breaking point after Guy's ineffective leadership in the field and his refusal to accept proposals that might have reshaped the balance of power within the kingdom. A solution was then imposed through a remarkable political maneuver. Baldwin's young nephew, the son of Sibylla and her first husband, was crowned as Baldwin V. The child was so small that he had to be carried during the ceremony, a striking image of how fragile the monarchy had become. This transfer of authority was driven largely by the hereditary barons of the kingdom, especially the powerful Ibelin family. Raymond of Tripoli accepted the regency, though only with conditions. Strongholds were handed to the military orders to reduce suspicion, while custody of the child king was entrusted to Jocelyn of Courtenay. Guy, meanwhile, withdrew in bitterness. Baldwin then attempted to separate Sibylla from her husband and summoned Guy to appear, but Guy refused and shut himself up in Ascalon. When the sick king came personally to enforce his will, the gates stayed closed. Citizens watched from the walls as their king was denied entry and forced to withdraw. The humiliation exposed how deeply royal authority had fractured. Soon after, another council revealed the kingdom's divisions with even greater clarity. The leaders of the temple and the hospital begged Baldwin to reconcile with Guy. When he refused, they left in anger. Guy only widened the breach by attacking Arab travellers who were under royal protection. By now, two camps had formed. One group, led by Raymond and supported by several native nobles, leaned toward caution and truce. They saw open war as too dangerous unless fresh crusading armies arrived from Europe. The other faction, associated with Guy, Reynald of Châtillon, and influential figures in the military orders, favoured confrontation. For men who had taken vows to fight, prolonged restraint was intolerable. To them, peace looked less like prudence and more like surrender. A final appeal for Western aid was organised. The Patriarch and the Grand Masters went abroad carrying sacred symbols and pleading for support. They secured promises, impressive words, and much ceremonial enthusiasm, but little that could save the kingdom in practical terms. Baldwin IV died soon after. Raymond, now regent, briefly restored calm by arranging a truce with Saladin. It might have preserved the kingdom a while longer if rival ambitions had not again shattered unity. The death of the child king in 1186 unleashed the next crisis. A swift and carefully planned move in Jerusalem placed Sibylla on the throne. Once crowned, she immediately gave the second crown to Guy, making him king beside her. Opposition collapsed faster than expected. Most barons accepted the outcome. Only a few refused, among them Baldwin of Ramla and Raymond of Tripoli. Raymond retreated to his own lands, deeply resentful, and possibly already in contact with Saladin. Around this same time, Reynald of Châtillon attacked a Muslim caravan despite the truce. Whether or not figures of high rank were among the captives mattered less than the act itself. It gave Saladin exactly what he needed. The violation of the peace became the signal for a general call to arms. Holy war was no longer an idea waiting in the background. It became the organizing principle of the campaign that followed. Guy then gathered his forces with the idea of moving against Raymond in Tiberias, risking civil war at the worst possible moment. That disaster was narrowly avoided by Balian of Ibelin, who argued that driving Raymond into Saladin's arms would destroy the kingdom outright. A reconciliation was attempted, but distrust remained, and precious time slipped away through the winter. By spring, Saladin had nearly completed his preparations. Pressure mounted for peace with Raymond, because the kingdom could not afford to lose another experienced lord. Negotiations finally moved forward, but events overtook them. In early May, a Muslim force crossed the Jordan and swept toward Nazareth. Whether by formal arrangement or by exploitation of a temporary understanding, the effect was the same. Local alarm spread immediately. The masters of the temple and the hospital rushed out with a small force to meet an enemy vastly larger than their own. The result was catastrophe. Most of the Templars were killed, along with many Hospitallers, and only a few survivors escaped. It was a shocking blow and one that silenced old quarrels. Balian hurried north. Raymond agreed to reconciliation, and Guy met him at last in a show of unity that came too late. A full muster was called at the springs of Sepharis. Funds that had long been stored from Henry of England's annual contributions were used to hire additional soldiers. By early July, the army was assembled. Then the message arrived from Tiberias. Saladin was besieging the city, and the Countess could not hold out much longer. A council of war met. Raymond spoke with unusual clarity. Tiberias, he said, should be sacrificed if necessary. The road was dry, there was no water, and marching to relieve the city would lead the army into disaster. Better to lose one fortress than the whole kingdom. His advice was sound, and many were persuaded. But during the night, the old forces of pride, suspicion, and manipulation returned. Gerard of Ridefort urged Guy not to listen to Raymond, whom he portrayed as false. Guy gave way. After the disaster at Hattin, the most important prisoners were brought before Saladin. Among them were King Guy, his brother Geoffrey, and Reynald of Châtillon, the man Saladin had long marked for punishment. The Sultan ordered that a cold drink be given to Guy. The defeated king drank, then passed the cup onward to Reynald. At that moment, Saladin made his meaning unmistakably clear. The hospitality had been offered to the king, not to Reynald. A moment later, he called for a sword and personally struck down the Lord of Kerak, fulfilling the oath he had taken after the attack on the caravan and settling a score that had become deeply personal. The battle itself shattered the kingdom of Jerusalem in a way from which it could not recover. The army had not merely been beaten, it had been broken. Many of its greatest nobles were dead or in captivity, and most of its fighting strength had vanished in a single day. Raymond of Tripoli escaped the field, but the survival brought him little comfort. Within only a short time he too was dead, overcome by the collapse of everything he had tried, and failed, to preserve. Of the leading men of the realm, Balian of Ibelin was almost alone in remaining both free and capable of action. In such conditions, organised resistance became nearly impossible. Saladin moved quickly, and the speed of his success revealed how thoroughly the kingdom's defences had depended on the army lost at Hattin. In little more than 2 months, nearly every major stronghold from Beirut to Ascalon had fallen into his hands. A few fortresses still resisted. Safed held out for a time, as did Kirak near the Dead Sea, and a handful of other isolated positions survived a little longer, but these were fragments, not a functioning frontier. Once Ascalon surrendered in early September, only 2 truly important cities remained in Christian hands. In the north stood Tyre. In the south stood Jerusalem. Tyre owed its safety to the arrival and determination of Conrad of Montferrat. Jerusalem would depend on the courage of Balian of Ibelin and the efforts of Patriarch Heraclius. Balian had reached Tyre after escaping the battlefield. From there, he sent a respectful message to Saladin, asking permission to go to Jerusalem in order to bring out his wife and children. He pledged that, if allowed to enter the city, he would remain only 1 night and then depart. Saladin agreed. The request was reasonable, and the permission was given with courtesy. Yet once Balian entered Jerusalem, the situation immediately changed. The population refused to let him leave. The Patriarch himself argued that keeping such a promise in such circumstances would be a greater wrong than breaking it. To abandon Jerusalem now, with so few defenders and with the enemy closing in, would mean leaving the holy city to its fate, without any serious attempt to save it. Balian accepted the burden. He remained, and the people of Jerusalem recognized him as their leader. The condition of the city was desperate. Only 2 knights were said to be present within the walls, both survivors of the recent catastrophe. That was nowhere near enough for a proper defence. Balian responded with urgency. He knighted a large number of burgesses, turning townsmen into cavalrymen by necessity rather than tradition. He stripped valuable silver from sacred structures to raise money for the defence. Meanwhile, refugees poured in from the countryside. Every road seemed to lead toward the city. Houses filled, courtyards filled, and soon even the streets were crowded with people who had nowhere else to go. Jerusalem was no longer merely a holy place. It had become the last refuge of a shattered kingdom. On September 20th, 1187, Saladin's army arrived before the walls. The siege that followed was one of the defining moments of the age. Balian became its central figure, directing the defence with skill and resolve, though the Patriarch also played an important role in steadying morale. There were moments when some among the defenders wanted to risk everything on one violent assault, to throw open the struggle in a final desperate effort. More cautious voices urged them to think of the women, the children, and the thousands of civilians packed inside the city. Jerusalem could not be defended like a fortress filled only with soldiers. It was a city burdened with the frightened remains of an entire people. The defence held longer than many might have expected, but there was never much doubt about the final outcome. Saladin commanded overwhelming strength, and Jerusalem could not be saved indefinitely by courage alone. Balian fought as long as resistance remained possible, and when the end became unavoidable, he turned to negotiation. What followed has remained one of the most discussed episodes of the conquest. Instead of ordering a massacre, Saladin agreed to permit the inhabitants to ransom themselves. Men, women, and children were each assigned a fixed payment. Those who could produce the required sum would be allowed to go free. Those who could not faced slavery or worse. In theory, the arrangement offered mercy. In practice, it exposed the misery of a city filled with the poor. Efforts were made to gather the money. Taxes were raised street by street. Treasures stored in the city were thrown into a common fund. Sacred wealth that had once symbolized devotion was converted into desperate currency for survival. Yet even after all possible sums had been collected, a great number of people still remained unable to buy their freedom. For them, the fall of Jerusalem meant not simply defeat, but personal ruin. It was at this point that an act of generosity, remembered even by those who suffered the loss of the city, entered the story. Saladin's brother Al-Adil asked for 1,000 captives as his share of the spoils. When asked what he intended to do with them, he answered only that he wished to dispose of them as he pleased. Permission was granted, and he immediately released them. After that, the Patriarch obtained several hundred more, and Balian was also allowed to free another group. Finally, Saladin himself ordered that large numbers of the elderly poor be released without payment. These actions did not erase the sorrow of the conquest, but they shaped the memory of it. Even in defeat, witnesses recognized that the city had not been taken in the blood-soaked manner that many had feared. On October 2nd, 1187, Jerusalem passed back into Muslim hands. For Saladin, this was the achievement that gave meaning to everything that had come before. Capturing cities, defeating rivals, and consolidating Syria and Egypt had all led toward this single objective. Jerusalem was not just a military prize. It was the center of spiritual and political meaning. To restore it to Islamic rule was to fulfill a mission that had defined his public life. In the Muslim world, the recovery of the city was greeted with intense emotion. The temple area was purified. Christian symbols were removed. The great sanctuary was restored to Muslim worship. The return of prayer to that sacred place was seen not merely as victory in war, but as a sign of divine favor. The emotional power of the conquest spread far beyond Palestine, because Jerusalem belonged not only to the politics of the region, but to the imagination of the wider Islamic world. For the Latin kingdom, however, the loss forced a reckoning with what that society had been before its collapse. In many ways, its political and social order had resembled the kingdoms of Western Europe. The rulers, nobles, and institutions planted in the Levant had not been created from nothing. They carried with them customs familiar from France, Normandy, and England, then adapted them to an Eastern environment. The result was a society that remained recognizably Western in structure while becoming increasingly shaped by local realities. At the top of that society stood the Frankish nobility, whose way of life broadly resembled that of noble families in Europe. A young noble boy would spend his earliest years within the household of his family, learning to ride, hunt, and handle himself in aristocratic company. Around early adolescence, he might be sent to the court of a greater lord or king to continue his training. There, he would acquire the habits expected of a knight: skill with horses and weapons, familiarity with courtly manners, and at least some education in language and letters. Life in the East did not eliminate these patterns. If anything, some noble households in the kingdom placed special emphasis on them. Baldwin himself had received such a formation, and his education under William of Tyre showed that learning could still be valued even in a land dominated by war. Knighthood marked the formal entrance into adult noble life. Though military service stood at its centre, the ceremony had long ago gained a moral and religious meaning as well. It was not simply the handing over of arms. It was presented as an initiation into a way of life built on courage, discipline, faith, justice, and loyalty. In literature of the age, these meanings were described through symbols. The bath as purification, the white garments as chastity, the red cloak as readiness to shed blood in defense of the faith, the sword as justice, and the spurs as obedience and noble duty. Whether every knight lived according to those ideals was another matter. But the ideals themselves were deeply rooted, and they shaped how noble identity was imagined across both Europe and the Crusader states. The medieval knight was expected to cultivate a wide set of skills beyond simple fighting. He should know how to hunt and hawk, how to ride powerfully and elegantly, how to handle a lance, how to serve at table, and how to conduct himself with grace in both court and camp. Courtesy mattered. So did piety. He was expected to give to the poor, respect religion, avoid boastfulness, and never pretend to knowledge or skill he did not truly possess. In reality, knights often fell short of the standard. Yet the ideal remained powerful because it defined what noble society admired in itself. Leisure among the Frankish elite reflected both Western habits and the tastes of a warrior class living in a frontier world. Outdoors, they hunted and practiced hawking with great enthusiasm. Falconry in particular held a special place in aristocratic life, and legal disputes concerning hunting birds could be serious matters. Tournaments and mounted games also formed part of knightly culture, though not always with the full structure later seen in Europe. Martial sport allowed men to display bravery, horsemanship, and skill before an audience of peers. More informal exercises, such as striking at fixed targets with the lance, trained the same instincts in simpler settings. Indoors, noble recreation often centered on games and performance. Chess held a place of special distinction. Though Eastern in origin, it had become fully embedded in elite Western culture by the time of the Crusades, and the Frankish settlers brought that taste with them. Knights and princes played it in camp, in castle halls, and during long intervals between campaigns. It was admired not only as a pastime, but as a contest of intelligence and discipline. Other board games, including forms of tables and drafts, were also popular, and some of them encouraged wagering. Gambling was widespread enough to attract regular criticism, and moralists complained about it as one of the persistent weaknesses of knightly society. Music and storytelling were perhaps even more important. The noble household was not merely a military institution. It was also a place of memory and performance. Minstrels recited heroic tales, sang of famous campaigns, and preserved the reputations of princes and warriors through verse. Songs of the First Crusade, the deeds of Antioch, and the fame of Godfrey of Bouillon held particular appeal in the Latin East. Such performances linked present struggles to an idealized, heroic past. The minstrel depended on generosity from his audience, and a successful performance could earn rich gifts. Noble listeners valued these songs not just for entertainment, but because they turned their own world into legend. Yet life in the Crusader states was never simply a copy of France transplanted overseas. Daily contact with Arabic-speaking peoples and with Greek Christians forced adaptation. Language became a practical necessity. Already in the earliest generations, some Frankish leaders could speak Arabic, and interpreters were essential in diplomacy, trade, and war. Over time, this contact produced a frontier society, more familiar with local custom than many outsiders realized. Christian and Muslim elites did not cease to be enemies, but they also did not live in complete isolation from one another. Alliances, truces, negotiations, and shared political realities created repeated opportunities for acquaintance. Some noble families developed working relationships, even personal ties, across the divide. Examples of this familiarity appeared in many forms. Certain lords could negotiate directly in Arabic. Some had a curiosity about the literature and learning of their neighbours. Others had spent long periods in captivity and emerged from imprisonment with knowledge of the language and customs of the world they had fought. There were even practices in which children might be raised for periods among households of the other side, softening hostility at a personal level even when larger conflict remained constant. This did not mean the two civilizations fully understood one another. Deep religious difference and military rivalry, still defined the age. Yet the frontier was more entangled than simple propaganda suggested. Among the Latins, one figure stood out for intellectual range and linguistic ability: William of Tyre. He represented the most learned side of the kingdom, a mind capable of engaging not only with Christian tradition but also with Arabic material. His example reveals that the Latin East, for all its violence and instability, was not an intellectual wasteland. The ruling class could still produce men of education, and the best of them recognized that understanding the surrounding world required more than courage in battle. The material culture of the Frankish settlers also shows how much they had adapted. They built castles, churches, and monasteries on a large scale, often with impressive solidity and skill. Their architecture borrowed from local traditions, learning from both Byzantine and Islamic examples. The climate itself encouraged change. In towns where immediate military pressure was less intense, noble residences and wealthy urban houses often centered on open courtyards, with fountains and shaded spaces better suited to eastern heat than the enclosed forms familiar in northern Europe. Decoration too reflected contact with local craftsmen. Greek and Arab artistic influence appeared in design, ornament, and domestic comfort. Dress followed a similar pattern. In war, armor and martial equipment remained central to noble identity. In peace, however, many Franks adopted looser and more luxurious garments inspired by Eastern fashion. Robes, turbans, and flowing fabrics offered comfort in the climate and carried a certain prestige of their own. The cultural borrowing was practical before it was ideological. Men wore what worked, and over time the visual world of the Latin East became more mixed than Western observers sometimes like to admit. Even princes could receive such garments as gifts from Muslim rulers and wear them without embarrassment. So, the fall of Jerusalem closed more than a military chapter. It brought down a society that had existed for nearly a century, and that had grown into something distinct from either the Europe it came from, or the Islamic world around it. The kingdom had been shaped by war, but also by adaptation, by ceremony, by noble ambition, by religious devotion, by luxury, and by constant negotiation with the realities of the Eastern Mediterranean. Its destruction at Hattin and Jerusalem was sudden in appearance, but behind that collapse lay years of exhaustion, division, and change. What disappeared in 1187 was not merely a line of fortresses or a royal government. It was an entire way of life that had learned to survive between two civilizations, and in the end could no longer hold its ground. The leading nobles of the Crusader states drew much of their power from the countryside, just as noble families in Western Europe did. Outside the walled towns, the land was divided into villages worked by local rural communities, identified in Latin records, by several names, including Syrians and Bedouins. These villagers farmed the estates of their lords and owed a fixed share of what the land produced. In many places that meant a quarter or a third of the net harvest. They might also owe smaller customary dues at major feast days, such as poultry, eggs, cheese, or similar goods. The countryside was measured in broad agricultural units, often based on what a plough team could work over a set period. Farming itself followed clear routines. Grain would be grown one year, then replaced by beans or another crop in the next cycle. And in some places, even the amount of seed assigned to each parcel was regulated. These village communities do not appear to have been large. Many were small settlements with perhaps only a limited number of household heads, each working a modest amount of land. The rural population may even have been stagnant or shrinking in some districts. The peasants were tied closely to the estates on which they lived, and when land changed hands, the people attached to it usually did as well. To their Frankish lords they were essential but not esteemed. They were necessary for the cultivation of the land, yet rarely trusted. The ruling class tended to look down on them, and although some could be used in war as light archers or irregular support, they were not regarded as a serious military force. There was also a constant suspicion that they might pass information to Muslim neighbours or shift their loyalty whenever circumstances changed. Whether that suspicion was always justified is another matter, but it was clearly present and shaped relations between rulers and rural subjects. Even with the gaps in surviving evidence, it is clear that these villages had real financial value. Large clusters of them could be sold for very substantial sums, which shows how important agricultural revenue remained in the economy of the kingdom. The wealth of the countryside underpinned lordship, ransom payments, political bargaining, and the maintenance of noble households. Behind the brilliant image of Crusader knighthood stood a deeply practical dependence on harvests, rents, dues, and village labour. Beyond the estates of the great lords stood the urban world, and this was more varied, more cosmopolitan, and in some ways more dynamic than the countryside. The towns of the Latin East contained merchants from abroad, settlers from Europe, long-established Eastern Christians, and the mixed Frankish population born in the region itself. Overseas trade in particular was dominated by the great maritime cities of Italy. Genoa, Pisa, and Venice became the strongest foreign commercial powers in the ports of Syria and Palestine, and each secured privileges, quarters, and legal rights that gave them a semi-independent place within the Crusader states. The Genoese appeared early and proved useful from the start. They helped maintain communication by sea, brought supplies, and supported the military expansion of the Crusader rulers. In return, they were rewarded with shares of captured wealth and sections of newly conquered towns. Their influence became especially strong in the north, above all in the County of Tripoli, though their position shifted over time and was not the same everywhere. The Pisans also established themselves early and benefited from the support of important churchmen and political allies from their own city. They secured quarters in key ports and operated through officials of their own, maintaining order and representing their commercial interests in a way that made them more than simple guests. Yet, among the Italians, Venice rose to a position of special power. Although later than its rivals in some respects, Venice secured extraordinary advantages through naval service and military support, especially after helping capture Tyre. Venetian merchants gained churches, streets, baths, ovens, and other urban facilities in important towns, along with wide privileges in trade. They were allowed to operate with a degree of legal and economic autonomy that made their communities resemble compact colonies inside the kingdom, rather than ordinary immigrant groups. Over time, they were administered by their own officials, including higher representatives based in major ports and local consuls in other towns. Their commercial weight was enormous, and they stood at the centre of the kingdom's maritime life. Other cities participated as well. Amalfi had older trading ties with the region, and among non-Italian ports, Marseille had a visible role. But the real struggle for influence belonged to the big maritime republics. Their rivalry was intense, and as the 12th century gave way to the 13th, their conflicts often became violent. Feuds between Venetians, Genoese, and Pisans produced bloodshed inside Crusader towns, and weakened the political fabric of the kingdom itself. These were not minor merchant quarrels. They became one of the chronic internal pressures that damaged the stability of the Latin East. Alongside these foreign merchant colonies stood the locally rooted Frankish population, often called by names that distinguished them from newly arrived Westerners. Socially, those who could claim direct and recent Western ancestry seemed to have enjoyed particular prestige. But numerically, they were probably less important than the Eastern-born Franks. the people who had grown up in the Levant and whose habits had been shaped by local conditions. This population was often viewed critically by moralizing writers who accused them of softness, luxury, laziness, and a readiness to imitate the customs of the East. Such criticism was often exaggerated, but it points to a real cultural shift. Over time, many Frankish settlers adopted local styles of dress, local rhythms of life, and local domestic customs. Their households became more secluded, their daily routines more adapted to climate and urban comfort, and their society less like that of northern France than crusading myth liked to imagine. Descriptions of elite women from this environment are especially coloured by disapproval from church writers. They are portrayed as living in relative seclusion, surrounded by private devotional life, yet also immersed in baths, household ritual, and Eastern-style customs that Western observers found troubling or morally suspect. Such accounts likely mix truth with polemic, but they still suggest that cultural blending had become a visible fact of life. The Latin East was not simply Europe transplanted intact. It was a frontier society that had changed under pressure, climate, and long exposure to older civilizations. At the lower end of the settler world were newcomers from Europe who had not arrived as great lords, merchants, or respected pilgrims. Many were poor, rootless, or morally compromised in the eyes of contemporary churchmen. Some may indeed have come east, partly to escape debts, punishments, or ruined reputations at home. According to hostile descriptions, many fell quickly into vice, frequenting taverns, gambling houses, and brothels. Yet such portraits, though severe, do not tell the whole story. They stand in contrast to another immigrant type that was valued much more highly: the hard-working Italian merchant communities, known for discipline, sobriety, and organizational strength. These traders kept their own customs, laws, and leadership, and were seen as indispensable, especially because maritime logistics were vital to the survival of the Crusader states. Alongside them were other Western settlers from Germany, Brittany, France, and England. These were often described as louder, more sensual, more extravagant, and less restrained than the Italians, but also as devout, generous in almsgiving, and eager for military service. Together, they formed part of the strange human mixture that made the Latin East unlike any kingdom in Europe. Syria and Palestine under Crusader rule became a meeting point of languages, legal traditions, religious identities, and ethnic communities from across the Mediterranean and beyond. Jerusalem stood at the emotional center of this world. Baldwin I had exempted the city from certain food taxes, helping make provisions more accessible to poor pilgrims. That decision reflected the city's special place not just as a political capital, but as the spiritual focus of Latin Christianity in the East. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre dominated devotion, and the great shrine on the Temple Mount also held immense symbolic importance in the Christian imagination of the age. Yet Jerusalem was not the only sacred destination. The wider landscape of the Crusader states was covered with places associated with biblical history, saints, apostles, and early Christian memory. Hebron drew pilgrims to the tombs of the patriarchs. Bethlehem offered the site of Christ's birth and the memory of Jerome. Nazareth had its own immense emotional pull. Antioch, Edessa, Tyre, and other cities each possessed churches, relics, tombs, or traditions that made them holy destinations in their own right. So the Latin East was held together not only by war and lordship, but also by devotion and movement. Pilgrims came from all corners of the Christian world, adding to the population and the economy, and reminding rulers that these lands mattered far beyond local politics. Yet religion was only one half of the attraction. The merchants were just as important as the pilgrims, and the ports of the Levant pulsed with international commerce. Ships crowded the harbours from the southern coast to the northern anchorages, carrying goods, passengers, and news between Europe and the eastern Mediterranean. Acre stood above all others as the leading commercial centre, but it was not alone. Many towns had their own specialised industries. Antioch was known for silk textiles. Tripoli was associated with cotton and silk production. Beirut had metalworking. Tyre was active in glass, pottery, and dyeing. Tiberias produced carpets. Nablus became known for oil and soap. The land itself also fed trade. Fruit, oil, sugar, and other agricultural products were exported westward, and the range of goods available in Syrian markets impressed travellers from Europe. Citrus fruits in particular seem to have stood out, along with sugarcane, which early crusaders had encountered as both a crop and a refreshment in the eastern climate. Figs, melons, cucumbers, and many other products filled local markets. At the same time, luxury goods from much farther east also passed through the region. Not everything consumed in the ports or cities had been produced in Palestine or Syria. Some of the most prized wares had travelled enormous distances. For centuries, spices, aromatics, and luxury items from India, China, Tibet, and other parts of Asia had moved west through caravan networks. They crossed the Persian Gulf zone, passed through Mesopotamia, and then continued toward the major inland cities of Syria before reaching the Mediterranean coast. Routes through Baghdad, the Euphrates region, Edessa, Haran, Aleppo, Hama, and Damascus fed the trade of the Crusader ports. Caravans moving between Damascus and Egypt crossed territories controlled by Frankish lords, and the tolls collected on these routes could be immensely valuable. Control of caravan movement was therefore not only an economic question, but a political and military one. Pressure placed on such routes could bring enormous profit, but it could also trigger disastrous retaliation. That dynamic helped poison relations between Renaud of Châtillon and Saladin and contributed directly to the final crisis of the kingdom. Among the coastal cities, Acre became the key point where these goods were taxed, exchanged, and redistributed. The range of products passing through its customs system was astonishing. Spices, sugar, wines, fruit, medicinal goods, dyes, perfumes, and manufactured wares all came through its markets. Some had been grown or produced in Christian Syria itself. Others had travelled by caravan from deep in Asia. The Levant was not the only route by which Eastern luxuries reached Europe, since Egypt and the Red Sea played an even larger role in the long-distance trade between Asia and the Mediterranean. Even so, the Syrian land routes remained important, especially for the lighter, more expensive goods that could bear the cost of overland transport and were thought by some to arrive in better condition than those carried by sea. This was the world into which Saladin struck in 1187. He did not invade a barren military outpost. He shattered a complex society. The kingdom he attacked was feudal and aristocratic, but also commercial, agricultural, urban, devotional, and deeply connected to the wider world. It was a meeting ground of pilgrims and merchants, warriors and craftsmen, Western lords and Eastern villagers, Italian trading colonies and local Christian communities. In spring, it could still appear active, prosperous, and viable. By autumn, it had collapsed with shocking speed. From the frontiers of Armenia down toward Egypt, and from the Jordan Valley to the sea, the structure of the kingdom seemed to give way almost all at once. That speed demands explanation. One answer offered by clerical writers was moral failure. In that view, the Latins of the East had grown corrupt, abandoned their earlier zeal, and lost the divine favour that had once sustained them. Such language belonged naturally to medieval religious history, and it reveals how contemporaries tried to make sense of catastrophe. But other explanations are more concrete and probably more useful. One was the gradual weakening of the Frankish military edge. Earlier generations of crusaders had been hardened by conquest and driven by intense purpose. Later generations had grown up amid wealth, comfort, and local adaptation. Even Muslim observers noticed that by the later 12th century, the average Frankish warrior no longer seemed as formidable as he had once been. An even greater factor was political change in the Muslim world. During the earlier decades of Crusader rule, Syria had often been divided among many rulers. That fragmentation had helped the Franks survive. But during the 12th century, power became more concentrated. The region that had once been broken among competing dynasts increasingly came under the direction of one dominant ruler. When that ruler also controlled Egypt and extended his reach toward the Euphrates and Tigris, the strategic balance changed completely. Muslim morale rose with success, and holy war gained new force under a leader capable of turning scattered energies into coordinated action. There was also a destructive weakness inside the kingdom itself. Repeated royal minorities and unstable successions encouraged factional conflict among the leading nobles. Two broad tendencies seem to have emerged. On one side stood many of the older established nobles of Syria, men whose families had gained wealth and lands long before and who no longer desired bold conquest. They had inherited estates, revenues, and comfort, and many of them preferred peace to renewed war. Raymond of Tripoli became the most visible face of this approach. Whether out of prudence, weariness, or genuine realism, he and those around him seemed to have believed that the kingdom could no longer afford major confrontation and must preserve itself through caution, negotiation, or truce. Opposed to them stood a harder, more aggressive group that included military orders, newcomers, and men such as Reynaud of Châtillon. Their motives were mixed. Some may have wanted glory or opportunity. Some may have been driven by ideology. Some may simply have seen more clearly that a frontier state surrounded by hostile powers could not survive indefinitely by standing still. For them, military pressure was not optional. A kingdom won by the sword had to be defended by the sword. In their eyes, failing to advance meant beginning to retreat. That clash in outlook deepened the kingdom's internal divisions. It helps explain the hostility between Raymond and Reynaud, the debates over truce and war, and the instability that weakened decision-making in the final years before Hattin. The loss of Jerusalem sent shockwaves across Europe. To modern eyes, it may be difficult to recover the full force of that moment, but to the Latin Christian world, the catastrophe was immense. It was not simply the fall of a distant city. Jerusalem was the center of sacred history, the landscape of scripture made real, the physical setting of the faith's deepest memory. The kingdom in the east was also seen as the heroic creation of the First Crusade, the outpost of Latin Christianity and Latin political culture in an older and richer world. It stood at the edge of a region associated not only with holiness, but also with wealth, wonder, ambition, and opportunity. To lose it was to suffer a spiritual wound, a political humiliation, and the collapse of one of the greatest collective achievements of Western Christendom. The reaction was immediate and emotional. Reports spread quickly. Some believed that even the Pope had died from grief at the news, though the timing did not truly allow that explanation. What is certain is that the papal court received the disaster with profound shock. Cardinals cast aside luxuries and committed themselves to the cause of a new crusade. Across Europe, the sense of loss was deep. Churchmen, monks, nobles, and ordinary believers responded with mourning, fasting, vows, and renewed calls to arms. The fall of Jerusalem struck at faith, memory, and identity all at once. The new pope moved quickly to urge European rulers to set aside their rivalries and unite for a fresh expedition. Richard, then still Count of Poitou, was among the first important princes to take the cross. Soon after, the kings of France and England were publicly reconciled and also accepted the crusading vow. Other major nobles followed. Distinctive coloured crosses marked the contingents of different realms, giving visual form to a movement that was spreading across Western Europe with great force. The response was not merely symbolic. Extraordinary taxation was imposed to fund the campaign. In England, the famous levy, later known as the Saladin Tithe, demanded that men contribute a tenth of their income and movable wealth for the coming expedition. Refusal could bring spiritual penalties. Those who personally committed themselves to the crusade were offered legal and social protections. Preaching campaigns spread the message through towns and countryside alike. Great churchmen took the cause in hand, and many nobles followed their kings. Yet enthusiasm was not enough to overcome political reality. Old rivalries soon re-emerged. The kings who had vowed cooperation fell back into conflict, and the departure of the main Western armies was repeatedly delayed. Even so, the movement did not entirely stall. In the Western Mediterranean, Sicily acted quickly. A fleet, already prepared for another purpose, was redirected eastward and helped preserve key coastal centres from immediate collapse. Antioch and Tripoli benefited from that intervention, and support also strengthened the defence of Tyre and recovered Jaffa. Sicily might have done even more, but death and succession troubles interrupted the effort. The most impressive response came from the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Decades after taking part in an earlier crusade, he accepted the cross again as an old man, setting aside the peace he might have enjoyed at the end of his reign. He was slow to vow, but once committed, he moved faster than anyone else. While the kings of England and France remained entangled in their own rivalries, Frederick was already marching east with a massive army. Diplomacy secured promises of supplies and safe passage, but those promises proved unreliable. Suspicion, fear, and political calculation shaped the behaviour of the Byzantine ruler, who seems to have viewed the arrival of such a Western army with anxiety. Rumours spread that great change might come to Constantinople itself, and long-standing Western dreams of power in the East began to stir again. Frederick's campaign across southeastern Europe and into Asia Minor was one of endurance as much as war. His army faced supply failures, hostility, and repeated disappointments from supposed allies. Yet it pressed on. In the lands of the Seljuk Turks, promises again proved hollow, markets were not properly supplied, and Turkish forces harassed the Crusaders along difficult routes. Even so, Frederick forced his way onward, reached Iconium, and then continued towards Cilicia with the support of Armenian allies. Then came the sudden disaster. In June 1190, while trying to shorten his route and cool himself in the heat, the emperor entered a river and drowned. It was an almost unbelievable end for one of the most formidable rulers in Europe. His death broke the momentum of the German expedition and deprived the crusading movement of its strongest and most disciplined leader. Legend soon gathered around him, as it often does around rulers, whose deaths seem too abrupt and too meaningful to be accepted at face value. Stories spread that he had not truly vanished, that he would return in a time of need, that fate had marked the place of his death in advance. Such legends reveal the depth of the impression he left behind, but in practical terms, the effect was immediate. The German army fragmented. Some continued toward the Levant, but the larger unity of the imperial effort had been lost. Only in 1190 did Richard and Philip finally begin their journey in earnest. They met in France, moved south, and prepared to sail. Philip crossed first and reached Sicily in September. Richard's fleet was delayed, and he made his way by a more fragmented route, travelling down the western coast of Italy, before finally rejoining his ships and arriving in Messina with theatrical splendour. The two kings then spent months in Sicily, not in unity, but in quarrel. Local politics and dynastic claims drew Richard into conflict with the ruler of the island over the treatment and property of his sister. That dispute led to military action, the capture of Messina, and a negotiated settlement that brought Richard wealth and prestige, while also displaying his skill in war, engineering, and royal display. During this period, Richard also performed public penance for his conduct toward his father, a gesture that added a religious dimension to his image, just as the crusade was moving toward its next stage. In the spring of 1191, his mother brought his future wife Berengaria to Sicily. Philip had already departed by then, but Richard delayed a little longer before sailing with a huge fleet. Storms scattered the ships almost immediately. Some were wrecked on Cyprus, where the local ruler Isaac Komnenos mistreated survivors and imprisoned crews. When Richard arrived and was denied satisfaction, he responded in his usual way, with force. In a short and decisive campaign, he conquered Cyprus, captured Isaac, and added the island to the resources of the crusade. Richard married Berengaria there, then sailed east in June. Along the way, he intercepted and destroyed a large Muslim ship carrying supplies to Acre. Soon afterward, he reached the city in triumph. His arrival transformed the atmosphere in the Crusader camp. To the besiegers, he was the long-awaited warrior king, whose energy and reputation promised momentum after years of delay and disaster. To the Muslim side, his appearance caused immediate concern. He was known already as an experienced commander, a man of action rather than ceremony. That reputation travelled faster than any army, and by the time he entered Acre, fear had already preceded him. After the fall of Jerusalem, the Christian presence in Palestine did not collapse entirely, but entered a tense and uncertain phase. The remaining leaders struggled to reorganize while awaiting reinforcements from Europe. Among them was Guy of Lusignan, who had been released in the summer of 1188 under the condition that he would give up his claim to the throne. This promise, however, was quickly dismissed by church authorities, who argued that such an oath held no binding power under the circumstances. Reunited with his wife near the coast, Guy made his way north to Antioch, where he was received with cautious hospitality. Months passed in uneasy anticipation, as hopes rested on the arrival of powerful Western armies. By the following spring, Guy had managed to gather a modest but determined force. Believing the moment had come to act, he marched south toward the fortified city of Tyre. Yet his ambitions were blocked. Conrad, who controlled the city, refused him entry and made it clear that he would not surrender his authority. With no support from within Tyre, Guy lingered for months before turning his attention to a far more ambitious target: Acre. In August 1189, with a force made up of knights and infantry drawn from across Europe, he began the siege of one of the most important coastal cities in the region. Acre stood as a vital stronghold along the Mediterranean, protected by both natural geography and formidable defences. Its harbour, shielded by a projecting strip of land and guarded by defensive towers, made it a crucial hub for trade and communication. The city had gradually grown in importance, becoming a central point of arrival for pilgrims and merchants alike. Its strategic and economic value made it a prize that neither side could afford to lose. Guy established his camp on a rise overlooking the city, watching both the walls ahead and the horizon beyond, where he hoped to see the sails of approaching allies. Yet danger soon emerged from the opposite direction. Muslim forces began to gather, effectively surrounding the Christian army. What had begun as a siege quickly turned into a deadly stalemate, with the besiegers themselves trapped between the city and the growing enemy presence outside. Despite these difficulties, reinforcements from Europe began to arrive. Ships carrying warriors from northern regions reached the coast, followed by contingents from England and Flanders. Among them were experienced leaders and ambitious nobles, each bringing fresh energy to the campaign. As their numbers grew, the Christian forces were able to tighten their grip on the city. Still, the defenders remained resilient, and attempts to break their resistance were met with fierce counterattacks. In mid-September, a coordinated assault from both inside and outside the city disrupted the siege. Supplies were successfully brought into Acre, and key figures managed to escape the encirclement. Not long after, the Christians launched their own attack against the opposing camp. At first, they pushed forward with confidence, even reaching the enemy's central positions. But their success was short-lived. A sudden counterattack cut them off, leading to heavy losses and forcing them to retreat. Acts of courage were displayed on both sides, with individuals risking their lives to save allies and even enemies in the chaos of battle. Recognizing the need to strengthen their position, the Christian forces undertook a massive effort to fortify their camp. A deep trench was dug from the sea on one side to the sea on the other, reinforced with earthworks and defences. The work was relentless, carried out day and night by soldiers and civilians alike. The determination was so intense that even the dying contributed to the effort, their bodies becoming part of the very defences they had helped build. As winter set in, the situation grew increasingly difficult. Supply lines were disrupted, and both sides struggled to maintain their strength. Fleets clashed at sea, and although the defenders managed to receive occasional aid, shortages began to take their toll. Meanwhile, larger forces were being gathered across the region as preparations were made for renewed offensives. The siege dragged on into the following year. New siege engines were constructed, including towering wooden structures designed to breach the city walls. These massive machines brought hope to the attackers, but their efforts were thwarted by ingenious defensive measures. Fire was used effectively to destroy the towers, turning them into blazing ruins and halting the advance. Frustration began to spread among the Christian ranks. At one point, undisciplined groups launched an unauthorized attack, driven by the promise of plunder. Initially successful, their advance quickly turned into disaster as enemy forces regrouped and cut off their retreat. The losses were devastating, and the aftermath left the battlefield littered with the dead. As months passed, more European forces arrived, including leaders from powerful kingdoms. Their presence brought renewed strength, but also new tensions. Rivalries and disputes among commanders weakened unity at critical moments. Meanwhile, conditions in the camp deteriorated. Hunger and disease spread rapidly, and morale declined. Reports from within described a situation of chaos and despair, where discipline broke down and survival became the only concern. Food shortages became so severe that even the strongest were reduced to desperate measures. Animals were slaughtered, and scraps were fought over. Some wandered the fields, searching for anything edible. Relief finally came when ships carrying grain reached the camp, bringing an abrupt end to the famine and restoring a measure of stability. By the spring of 1191, the balance began to shift. Fresh troops arrived, and naval control improved, tightening the blockade around Acre. The defenders inside the city were now under immense pressure, facing shortages and constant assault. At the same time, opposing forces outside attempted to disrupt the siege, but their efforts could no longer reverse the situation. The arrival of two powerful monarchs marked a turning point. their forces and resources transformed the scale of the conflict. New siege weapons were deployed and the attacks intensified. Yet even at this decisive stage, internal conflicts resurfaced. Disputes over leadership and authority continued to divide the Christian camp, slowing progress at a critical moment. Despite illness and setbacks, the final push began. Siege engines battered the walls, and mining operations weakened the foundations of the city's defences. One section of the wall eventually collapsed, bringing the defenders to the brink. Facing inevitable defeat, negotiations began. Terms were agreed upon, including the surrender of the city, the release of prisoners, and the payment of a large sum. After nearly 2 years of relentless struggle, Acre fell. The victory marked a significant moment, restoring a key stronghold to Christian control. Even in triumph, unity remained fragile. Disputes over spoils and recognition quickly surfaced, revealing the deep divisions that had shaped the entire campaign. Some leaders departed in anger, carrying with them resentment that would have lasting consequences. The Siege of Acre stands as one of the most intense and complex episodes of the Crusades. It was not only a battle between opposing armies, but also a test of endurance, leadership, and unity. Victory was achieved, but at a cost that exposed the fragile nature of the alliance that had made it possible. The capture of Acre should have marked the beginning of a united and decisive campaign. Yet almost immediately, tensions resurfaced among the leaders of the crusade. The city had barely been secured when efforts began to restore it to Christian control. Churches that had been used for years under different rites were purified and rededicated, and merchants quickly returned to reclaim their privileges and revive trade. But beneath this surface of renewal, rivalry between the two most powerful figures in the expedition was already threatening everything that had been achieved. The relationship between the King of France and the King of England was burdened by a complicated past. Earlier, ties of loyalty and cooperation had once bound their families together, and in previous years they had benefited from mutual support. Yet the balance had shifted. With the English king's rise to power, old rivalries re-emerged, shaped by ambition, pride, and conflicting interests. Personal grievances added fuel to the growing tension. A broken marriage alliance had left deep resentment, and although compensation had been offered, the insult was not easily forgotten. Disputes over the division of spoils further deepened mistrust, as both rulers felt that the other was acting in bad faith. These tensions had already surfaced during earlier stages of the campaign, and attempts to reconcile the two sides had only achieved temporary calm. Now, within the walls of Acre, the fragile unity began to crack once more. The divisions extended beyond the kings themselves. Their followers mirrored their hostility, and the rivalry between different groups within the army became increasingly visible. Cooperation became so difficult that separate forces were often required to operate independently, even when facing the same enemy. At the same time, another conflict emerged that proved even more dangerous. The question of who should rule the Kingdom of Jerusalem divided the Crusaders further. The death of the previous queen and her children reopened the issue of succession. Some nobles argued for a new ruler based on hereditary claims, while others supported a more capable leader whose actions had already proven his worth. The debate quickly turned into a struggle for power, with alliances forming around competing candidates. One contender stood out for his determination and achievements, having successfully defended key strongholds during earlier campaigns. His supporters believed that his leadership and experience made him the best choice. However, his claim required a controversial solution. A marriage alliance had to be dissolved in order to legitimize his position, and this decision sparked strong opposition. Religious authorities and political leaders found themselves divided, with some condemning the move while others supported it as necessary for the survival of the kingdom. The conflict escalated further when the opposing claimant refused to accept the loss of his authority. Backed by powerful allies, he sought to maintain his position, leading to open accusations and hostility. The situation became so volatile that it nearly resulted in violence. Eventually, a compromise was reached. One man would retain the title of king, while the other would hold significant territories and share in the authority. The agreement also determined the future succession, attempting to prevent further disputes. Yet the solution was fragile and satisfied neither side completely. While these internal struggles continued, the King of France grew increasingly weary of the campaign. His enthusiasm for the crusade had diminished, and he began to consider returning home. Despite efforts to persuade him to remain, he insisted that his obligations had been fulfilled. Citing illness and other concerns, he prepared to leave. Before his departure, he made a formal promise not to act against his allies' interests in Europe. However, this pledge would soon be called into question, as events after his return suggested otherwise. With his departure, the burden of leadership fell more heavily on the remaining forces. Attention turned once again to the enemy. Negotiations had been underway regarding the terms agreed upon after the fall of Acre, including the payment of ransom and the release of prisoners. As delays continued, patience began to wear thin. Eventually, a decision was made that would leave a lasting mark on the campaign. Thousands of captives were executed, a brutal act carried out in full view of opposing forces. Though harsh, the decision was influenced by fears that the agreement would not be honoured, and by the difficulty of maintaining such a large number of prisoners. Shortly after, the army began its march south along the coast. The fleet moved alongside them, providing support and supplies. Each evening, a ritual cry echoed through the camp, a reminder of the sacred purpose that still drove the expedition despite its divisions and hardships. The journey was far from easy. The heat was intense, and the constant threat of attack from enemy forces shadowed every movement. The opposing army followed closely, harassing the Crusaders at every opportunity. Skirmishes broke out repeatedly, testing the discipline and endurance of the marching force. Despite these challenges, the army advanced steadily, moving past key coastal locations and deeper into contested territory. Eventually, the terrain forced a change in route, leading the army inland. A major confrontation soon followed. The enemy launched a coordinated assault, targeting the rear of the marching army with relentless attacks. Arrows filled the air, and the pressure on the trailing units became unbearable. Requests were made to launch a counterattack, but discipline held the line. The leadership understood that a premature charge could lead to disaster. Instead, they waited for the right moment. When that moment came, the response was swift and decisive. The heavy cavalry surged forward, breaking through the attacking forces and turning the tide of battle. The engagement became a fierce and chaotic struggle, but the momentum had shifted. The enemy forces were pushed back, and the army was able to continue its advance. The march resumed, and after weeks of movement, the Crusaders reached a more secure position near the coast. Supplies arrived, bringing much-needed relief, yet the broader strategy required more than a single victory. Control of key cities along the coast was essential before any attempt could be made on Jerusalem itself. Both sides understood this, and the struggle for these positions became the next focus of the campaign. Efforts were made to strengthen and rebuild captured locations, while at the same time denying the enemy the use of strategic strongholds. Time, however, was lost due to ongoing disagreements among the Crusaders. Delays in decision-making weakened their momentum and allowed the opposing forces to regroup. When the advance toward Jerusalem finally resumed, it was met with new challenges. Progress was slow, hindered by difficult conditions and the need to secure supply lines. Camps were established along the way, but the army was repeatedly forced to halt. As winter approached, the situation grew worse. Storms battered the camps, destroying shelters and spoiling supplies. Illness spread rapidly, affecting both soldiers and their animals. Despite these hardships, the hope of reaching Jerusalem remained strong. For many, the journey was driven not only by military ambition, but by a deep sense of purpose. Yet among the more experienced leaders, doubts began to emerge. They understood the risks of advancing further without securing their position. Even if the city could be taken, holding it against a determined enemy would be another matter entirely. The decision was made in mid-January to abandon the advance and withdraw toward Ramla. This moment marked a turning point. Many of the French forces, already frustrated and uncertain, drifted away toward Jaffa or scattered along the coast. Richard, however, reacted with visible anger. Refusing to accept retreat as defeat, he chose instead to lead what remained of his army southward to Ascalon. The journey was harsh. Cold winds, relentless rain, and even snow slowed their march. By the time they reached the ruined city days later, the army was exhausted, but not broken. What followed was one of the most remarkable efforts of the entire campaign. The shattered walls of Ascalon had to be rebuilt from the ground up. There was no division between ranks. Lords, knights, and ordinary soldiers all laboured side by side. Richard himself became the driving force behind the effort. He did not simply command. He worked among his men, encouraging them, organising the work, and even contributing financially on a massive scale. His energy and determination inspired the entire army, and in time, the city rose again. It was said that most of the cost came from Richard's own resources, a reflection of both his wealth and his commitment. At the same time, diplomacy unfolded alongside war. Negotiations between Richard and Saladin had already begun months earlier. At first, Richard demanded the full restoration of the Christian kingdom as it had once stood. When this proved impossible, he proposed a more unusual solution: a political marriage between his sister and Saladin's brother, with the hope of establishing a shared rule over the land. Meetings were arranged, gifts exchanged, and a surprising sense of mutual respect developed between the two sides. Yet the plan ultimately failed, undone by religious divisions and conflicting demands. Despite the outward friendliness, both leaders were also using negotiations to buy time. Time to strengthen defences, reorganise forces, and wait for more favourable conditions. Meanwhile, divisions within the Crusader ranks continued to weaken their position. Conrad of Montferrat, a powerful and ambitious leader, refused to fully cooperate. He had his own supporters among the local nobles and pursued his own negotiations. At the same time, French commanders grew increasingly unwilling to support Richard, especially when financial disputes arose. Tensions between allies turned into open rivalry, and unity became almost impossible to maintain. Eventually, a compromise was reached. Conrad was recognized as king, but his triumph was short-lived. Within days, he was assassinated in the streets of Tyre by agents sent on a secret mission. His sudden death shocked everyone and changed the balance of power once again. In the aftermath, Henry of Champagne quickly emerged as a new leader, securing his position through marriage and gaining support from multiple factions. For a moment, it seemed that stability might finally return. Richard, encouraged by these developments, delayed his departure once more and resumed military operations. In May, he moved against the fortress of Darum. The siege was swift and efficient, supported by naval forces and siege equipment. Within days, the stronghold fell. Soon after, Preparations began for another advance toward Jerusalem. Spirits rose across the army. Many believed that the long-awaited capture of the city was finally within reach. Yet progress was slow. Reinforcements were delayed and valuable time was lost. During this period, Richard launched smaller operations, including a successful raid on a massive supply caravan traveling from Egypt. The attack was devastating. The caravan was taken completely by surprise and its defenders fled. The spoils were immense: animals, goods, and wealth beyond measure. The loss deeply troubled Saladin and demonstrated that the Crusaders still possessed formidable striking power. Despite this success, uncertainty returned. Disagreements over strategy resurfaced. Some urged an immediate march on Jerusalem, while others warned of the risks. Richard, cautious and calculating, refused to lead an attack he believed could not be sustained. A council was formed, and after much debate, the decision was made to shift focus elsewhere. This choice angered many, especially among the French, and further weakened cohesion. As plans faltered, events took another dramatic turn. Saladin launched a sudden attack on Jaffa, capturing much of the city after a brief siege. The situation was critical. Richard responded immediately, sailing with a small force despite unfavourable conditions. Arriving just in time, he led a daring assault directly from the sea. His troops waded ashore under fire, and the defenders rallied behind him. The enemy forces were driven back, and the city was reclaimed. Even after this victory, danger remained. Richard's army was small, and supplies were limited. A surprise attack nearly succeeded, but quick action and discipline prevented disaster. In the following battle, Richard once again demonstrated exceptional leadership. With only a handful of knights and soldiers, he held the line and eventually forced the opposing army to retreat. His presence on the battlefield inspired confidence, and his actions became the subject of admiration even among his enemies. By this stage, exhaustion had set in on both sides. Illness spread through the ranks, and resources were running low. Richard himself fell sick. With no reliable support from his allies and growing concerns at home, he began to consider an end to the campaign. Negotiations resumed, this time with a more realistic goal. A truce was finally agreed upon in early September. The terms allowed the Crusaders to retain control of key coastal cities and ensured safe passage for pilgrims to Jerusalem. Trade was restored, and for a time the region would know peace. It was not the victory many had hoped for, but it was a practical outcome under difficult circumstances. When the time came for departure, the sense of loss was profound. Many believed that without Richard, the remaining territories would be vulnerable. He himself chose not to visit Jerusalem, unwilling to enter the city as a pilgrim, rather than as its conqueror. As his ship sailed away, he left behind a promise. One day, he would return. In the end, the campaign fell short of its grand ambitions. The reasons were clear. Internal divisions, rivalries, and conflicting interests had undermined the effort at every stage. While Richard's leadership had achieved remarkable successes, it could not overcome the lack of unity among the Crusaders. The result was a fragile peace and a narrow strip of land, gained at enormous cost. The Crusades were not only a series of religious wars, they were also one of the great military laboratories of the medieval world. Across 2 centuries of campaigning, armies from Western Europe were forced to adapt to unfamiliar landscapes. Long sieges, fortified cities, and enemies whose methods of war demanded new responses. Any account of the age remains unfinished without some explanation of how these warriors fought, what they carried, what they built, and how they survived in a world where victory often depended as much on engineering and endurance as on courage in battle. Siege warfare stood at the centre of this military experience. In the eastern Mediterranean, armies did not simply meet in open fields and settle campaigns with a single clash. Strongholds, walled cities, and coastal fortresses dominated the map, and every advance depended on the ability to break stone, timber, and iron. Much of the knowledge used by the Crusaders in this kind of warfare drew from older Eastern traditions, especially those preserved through Byzantine practice. The most feared engines of attack were the massive machines built to smash walls from a distance. Great stone throwers hurled enormous projectiles against towers and ramparts, shaking masonry apart through repeated blows. Among these machines were mangonels and other stone casters. But the most dreaded of all was the trebuchet, whose power made it one of the defining weapons of medieval siege war. These engines had been used from the earliest campaigns, yet skill in building and directing them was far from common. Their success required more than enthusiasm. It demanded experienced engineers, carpenters, rope makers, metal workers, and commanders who understood timing, range, and construction. In some campaigns, expert help had to be brought in from other regions because local knowledge was not enough. A ruler's reputation often rested partly on his ability to manage this machinery. Kings themselves took a close interest in such weapons, not as distant observers, but as men fully aware that a siege could fail or succeed by the handling of a few machines. At Acre, enormous engines on both sides battered one another in a contest of destructive power. Some were given names, as if they were living participants in the struggle. Richard's machines hurled carefully prepared stones with such force that their impact became part of battlefield legend. Even while ill, he was said to have directed their use personally, understanding that siegecraft was not secondary to war, but one of its highest forms. Once the walls had been weakened, the attackers had to close in. This was the most dangerous phase of the assault, and it required both courage and protection. Covered structures were pushed forward to shield the men working beneath them. These movable shelters, built from woven material and protected with hides, allowed soldiers to approach the moat and the base of the wall while reducing the danger from arrows, stones, and burning substances. Under their cover, attackers filled ditches with earth and rubble until they could reach the foundations. Sometimes they brought up a great ram, a heavy beam used to batter stonework. At other times they pried loose the lower courses of masonry or began the slow work of undermining the wall itself. Commanders encouraged such labour with direct rewards, paying men for each stone removed, or each load carried into the ditch. When the defenders refused to yield, miners dug beneath the wall and supported the cavity with timber. Once the tunnel had reached far enough, the supports were set on fire. As the beams collapsed, sections of the wall above gave way, opening a breach through which the assault could begin. The most impressive achievement of medieval offensive engineering was the siege tower. These towering wooden structures were built high enough to dominate the enemy walls and were among the most complex weapons of the age. Rising in several levels, they could carry archers, missile engines, bridges, and even rams within a single, moving fortress. Once completed, they were rolled or dragged toward the city, where their upper platforms could bring attackers level with defenders standing on the battlements. Bridges could then be dropped directly onto the wall, turning the siege into a close fight at height. To the men inside a city, the arrival of one of these wooden monsters must have seemed like the approach of an entire fortress come alive. Defenders did everything possible to stop them before they reached the walls. Heavy beams tipped with iron might be fixed in place to resist the advancing structure. Fire remained the most feared answer. Burning arrows, flaming projectiles, or Greek fire could turn the great machine into an inferno. During several major sieges, assault towers were destroyed in this way after enormous labour had gone into building them. To counter that danger, siege towers were wrapped in layers of protective material. Hides soaked in vinegar, heavy padding, rope netting, and stuffed coverings were used to reduce the risk of fire and soften the impact of stones. These engines were difficult and expensive to construct, but they were not permanent weapons stored for generations. Most were built when needed, from whatever timber and material could be gathered on campaign. Only rarely did a ruler transport such a machine across the sea for use in a major operation. From engines of war, attention shifts to the men who fought beside them. During the age of the Crusades, armour changed more dramatically than in most other periods of medieval history. Earlier forms of protection gradually gave way to more advanced designs as warriors adapted to new threats and new expectations of battle. In the beginning, many fighters wore a mail coat or iron-reinforced tunic that hung somewhat loosely over the body. This type of armour belonged to an older Germanic and early medieval tradition, and it remained familiar in the West at the time of the First Crusade. Contemporary imagery from that world shows warriors in armour made either from interlinked rings or from iron plates attached to a leather foundation. Some garments were long and sleeveless, while others fitted more closely and extended protection to the arms and thighs. In a few cases, separate armoured coverings for the legs and feet appear as well. After the First Crusade, however, a major shift gradually took place. The hauberk became more widespread and eventually developed into a more complete form of mail protection. In its mature version, it covered the body down to the knees and was often paired with additional protection for the lower limbs. It was made not of plates attached to cloth or leather, but of interlocking metal rings forming a flexible defence. Openings were cut where necessary to allow movement in the saddle, since mounted combat remained central to elite warfare. A mail hood often protected the head and neck, enclosing the warrior almost entirely in metal. Over this was worn a helmet that changed noticeably over time. The earlier conical helmet, so common in the 11th century, slowly gave way to larger cylindrical helmets that enclosed the face and head much more completely. These offered greater protection, but at a cost. A man hidden behind such a helm could be difficult to recognize even to his own allies. In battle, that anonymity could create confusion, and in stories from the age it became a recurring detail. A warrior shut out by his own people until he revealed his face. Near the close of the crusading period, the first clear steps toward plate armour began to appear. Larger metal pieces started to replace some of the older mail surfaces. This was the beginning of a development that would later transform the entire look of the European knight, breaking the armour into many separate parts designed for specific parts of the body. But in the main era of the Crusades, the warrior was still above all a figure of mail, shield, lance, sword, and horse. The shield completed his basic defensive equipment. From very early times, shields had been made from wood, and that tradition remained strong throughout the medieval period. By the 12th century, elm was especially valued for this purpose, though other woods were also used. Shields were usually faced with leather and strengthened with metal fittings. Many had a raised central boss, while strips of metal radiated outward to reinforce the surface. Their shapes varied. Some were the familiar long kite-shaped forms seen in Norman warfare, while others were closer to oval, round, or nearly rectangular designs. When not in use, a shield might be carried across the back. In mounted combat, especially when the lance was couched for the charge, it could be slung in front to add another layer of defense. For attack, the medieval warrior relied above all on the sword, the lance, and sometimes the axe. The sword held a place beyond mere utility. It was a weapon of prestige, memory, and identity. Throughout medieval storytelling, swords were treated almost as companions, bearing names and histories of their own. This reverence reflects the place of the sword in noble culture. In practice, such blades varied in length. Some were shorter sidearms, while others approached the length expected of a principal battlefield weapon. The lance was equally important and, in mounted warfare, often more decisive. Its shaft was usually made from ash, though other woods were sometimes preferred. Heads varied in shape, and the weapon could serve in different ways depending on how it was used. A lighter spear might be thrown, while a heavier lance was held for the shock of direct mounted impact. As cavalry tactics evolved, the lance became thicker and stronger, built to withstand the force of a charge delivered in rest. The axe played a smaller role in crusading armies than in some northern traditions, though it did not disappear entirely. In certain elite units, especially those with roots in older Anglo-Scandinavian fighting styles, it remained a respected battlefield weapon. Yet, in the Eastern campaigns, the bow in its various forms was of far greater importance. At the start of the crusading era, Western armies seem to have relied mainly on the short bow. The crossbow, however, spread rapidly and became one of the most significant ranged weapons of the period. Though older in origin, it gained new prominence in the Crusades. It was powerful, feared, and regarded by some with near horror because of the force with which it drove its bolts. Richard was particularly associated with it, both as a commander who favoured its use and as a figure whose own fate later became linked to such a weapon. By contrast, the English longbow, which would later become famous in European warfare, had not yet emerged as a central weapon in this earlier age. Yet the medieval knight was defined by more than armour and weapons. Three animals stood close to his world: the hawk, the hound, and above all the horse. Hunting and hawking were not trivial amusements. They were marks of status, training, and noble identity. Artwork and narrative from the period show rulers and lords moving with birds on the wrist and dogs at their side, as naturally as they wore swords at the belt. Even in times of war, the habits of the hunt remained close to them. Some leaders rode out to pursue game almost to the edge of disaster, and hunting accidents claimed the lives of more than one powerful ruler. In tomb sculpture, the faithful hound often appears at the knight's feet, a final image of loyalty carried into death. Still, the horse was the knight's truest companion in war. Medieval literature speaks of horses almost as thinking beings, responsive to praise, fatigue, fear, and affection. This emotional closeness was not mere fantasy. The war horse was essential to the identity and power of mounted nobility. The ideal horse of the 12th century was not the sleek racing animal of modern imagination. Speed mattered, but strength mattered more. A good war horse was expected to be solid, broad-chested, powerful in the haunches, and capable of carrying an armoured rider through long hours of strain. Descriptions from the age praise short, strong limbs, deep bodies, alert ears, and wide hooves. Beauty was admired, but endurance and force came first. In contrast, a poor horse is described not by lack of elegance alone, but by weakness, thinness, and signs of neglect. The difference between a noble mount and a miserable beast could shape the outcome of combat as surely as any weapon. From the individual warrior, the view broadens to the strongholds that defined Crusader survival in the East. Castles were not simply military positions, they were homes, symbols of authority, supply centres, and barriers against invasion. In many cases, isolated castles or citadels mattered more than the walls of entire towns. The pattern of warfare in the Levant made this inevitable. A frontier could not be held by open ground alone. It had to be anchored by fortresses placed along routes of movement, near water, across passes, and beside the roads linking coast to interior. Over time, a dense chain of castles rose across the Crusader states. forming a defensive network that reached from the south and east up through the interior and northward into the territories of Tripoli and Antioch. These castles followed two broad architectural traditions. Some reflected the castle-building habits of Western Europe, especially France in the 11th and 12th centuries. Others showed stronger influence from Byzantine and Islamic models. In practice, the distinction was not absolute. Even fortresses built in a recognizably Western manner often borrowed Eastern features where local conditions demanded it. One important example was the use of double lines of defense, which added depth to the protection of the site. Massive masonry was also favored, not only against siege engines, but because the region was vulnerable to earthquakes. Some castles occupied positions of extraordinary natural strength, placed on heights overlooking the sea or on rocky spurs nearly impossible to assault except from a single direction. Others were masterpieces of layered defense, preserving to modern times the essential shape they held when abandoned centuries ago. Their walls, towers, halls, and vaulted spaces still reveal the scale of the Frankish effort in the east. The towns of Syria and Palestine were themselves often formidable. Many were enclosed by double walls, and the space between could include gardens or open ground. On the highest point commonly stood a citadel of even greater strength, designed as a final refuge if the outer city fell. Towers broke the line of the walls at regular intervals, increasing both height and defensive power. Some cities possessed astonishing numbers of these towers, giving their fortifications an almost unbroken rhythm of stone. To defend such places, the Crusader states developed a carefully structured military system. Obligations were assigned according to landholding, office, and local resources. Every fief, town, and district was expected to provide a fixed number of knights and fighting men when war came. Larger lordships owed substantial mounted contingents, while smaller holdings provided only a handful. Cities also had their quotas, and even bishops and church institutions were not exempt. To these forces were added the troops of the military orders, locally raised cavalry, hired soldiers, and the stream of foreign warriors who arrived seasonally from Europe to fight in the Holy Land. Even so, the total military strength available in the kingdom was limited. The armies that could be assembled were often smaller than later legend suggests. The Crusades also belong to the history of the sea. From the beginning, naval power played a decisive role, especially because the survival of the eastern Latin states depended on contact with Europe. In the earliest campaigns, maritime support came, above all, from the Italian republics. Venice, Pisa, and Genoa brought ships, sailors, supplies, and naval experience that the Crusaders could not have matched on their own. Their assistance was invaluable in transporting armies, sustaining coastal settlements, and supporting sieges. Over time, the Latin rulers did develop naval resources of their own and maintained arsenals at major ports. Yet they still relied heavily on the fleets of allies, pilgrims, and passing powers. Even so, local rulers and military orders could assemble respectable forces when needed. Kings, counts, and princes in the region commanded galleys for defense and operations at sea, while the great military orders maintained vessels of their own. For a brief period, Crusader maritime ambition even extended beyond the Mediterranean. Control of positions near the Red Sea allowed Christian forces to launch raids against the coasts of Arabia and threaten the routes used by Muslim pilgrims. In one short-lived episode, a small fleet of galleys and lighter craft ravaged the shoreline and created real alarm. Yet this success did not last. Saladin responded by creating a force capable of crushing that naval threat, and the Christian flotilla was soon destroyed. The main warships of the age were the galleys, long, narrow, and driven by oars, They were built for movement, pursuit, raiding, and combat close to shore. Their crews were large, and though they could also use sails, their chief strength lay in controlled propulsion by rowers. Smaller craft served as scouts, messengers, or light patrol vessels. Alongside them sailed the larger ships used for commerce and transport. Some carried pilgrims by the hundreds or even more, while others bore merchandise, horses, siege engines, food, weapons, and every other necessity of war overseas. Specialized horse transports were built with structures that allowed animals to be loaded, carried, and unloaded with as much order as possible, an essential requirement in any campaign where cavalry mattered. These ships were not fast by modern standards, and sea travel in the medieval Mediterranean was slow, uncertain, and deeply dependent on route and weather. The quickest passages between Western Europe and the Levant still took weeks, while longer or more cautious voyages, hugging coastlines and stopping at major islands, could take far more time. Fleets from Northern Europe faced especially long journeys, and might spend months reaching the central Mediterranean. Some expeditions turned into long adventures in their own right, stretching across years through piracy, delay, storm, and diversion. A major transport ship required enormous preparation. It had to carry anchors, ropes, sails, oars, boats, provisions, men, horses, and arms, enough to sustain an expedition far from home. One great vessel of the age was described as so heavily equipped and provisioned that it carried not only war horses and weapons for mounted and foot soldiers, but also food sufficient for a full year at sea and in campaign. Saladin did not live long after the end of the Third Crusade. In the early days of November 1192, he left Palestine and returned to Damascus. His health had already begun to fail, yet he still spent the winter in activity, hunting and moving about as though he could outrun the weakness that was growing within him. Those who knew him well noticed the change. When one of his closest companions rejoined him in February, he found not the energetic ruler of earlier years, but a man whose old vigour had visibly faded. On February 19th, his illness turned serious. For 2 more weeks he declined, and then the end came. His death was felt across the Islamic world as a disaster of the highest order. To many, it seemed that an age had closed. His reputation had long since passed beyond the limits of his own dominions. Muslim and Christian alike had come to regard him as one of the greatest rulers of his time. In memory and legend, his name became inseparable from that of Richard the Lionheart, his great opponent in the struggle for the Holy Land. Both men were admired not only for their military ability, but for the force of their character. Later, storytellers embroidered Saladin's final days with a scene that captured the image posterity would keep of him. As death approached, he was said to have ordered that the banner once carried before him in war should now be borne through Damascus as a sign of mortality, while a voice proclaimed that the ruler of the East left this world with nothing but a scrap of cloth. Whether literally true or not, the tale survived because it matched perfectly the solemn grandeur that later generations saw in his life and death. After Saladin's passing, his empire did not remain united. His lands were divided among his sons and near relatives. Damascus, Egypt, Aleppo, Kerak, Emesa, and Hama all passed into different hands. Yet this settlement proved temporary. Ambition soon dissolved the arrangement, and power began to gather once more under a single figure. Saladin's brother, Al-Adil, moved with patience and skill. He first displaced one rival, then another, until he had made himself master of Damascus and Egypt, and in time extended his authority over Syria and Mesopotamia as well. For a while, the unity Saladin had forged seemed to return, but after Al-Adil's own death, the old pattern of division reappeared. Even so, his line remained dominant in Egypt for decades. For the Franks in the Levant, The years immediately following Saladin's death were not marked by some great Islamic counterattack, but by their own internal tensions and local struggles. The military orders quarrelled among themselves, and the princes of Antioch became entangled in conflict with the Armenian rulers to the north. Yet, if the Latin states settled into a temporary lull, the opportunity created by Saladin's death did not go unnoticed in Europe. Pope Celestine III once again tried to stir the West to action. In France and England, however, the response was weak. Philip Augustus was absorbed by his own ambitions, and Richard was equally occupied in resisting him. Their subjects, who had paid dearly for recent campaigns, had little appetite for another costly eastern adventure. Germany offered more promise. There, the appeal of crusade aligned more closely with imperial ambitions. Emperor Henry VI had wider designs that reached towards Sicily, Constantinople, and the east. In 1196 he entered Italy with a large force, intending to secure control in the west, before turning toward Palestine. He would not live to carry out the second part of that plan, but the movement he set in motion did send a strong German contingent to Acre in 1197. Their arrival reignited the war, though not without resistance from the native lords of the kingdom, who better understood the dangers of provoking a new struggle without sufficient means to sustain it. The renewal of hostilities quickly brought consequences. Al-Adil answered by striking at Jaffa. Before effective help could arrive, another blow fell on the Franks themselves. Henry of Champagne died suddenly after a fall, and in the confusion that followed, Jaffa was lost. Once again, the politics of the kingdom turned around, marriage and succession. Isabella gave her hand and crown to Amalric of Lusignan, already ruler of Cyprus after succeeding his brother Guy. Strengthened by new arrivals from northern Germany, the new king moved against Beirut. Panic spread among its defenders, and the city was abandoned. Around the same time, a crusader force won a notable success between Tyre and Sidon. These victories allowed the Franks to recover much of the coastal territory. Yet the momentum did not last. While they were still pressing their advantage and laying siege to Toron, news came that Henry VI was dead. The Germans turned homeward, and what might have become a larger success collapsed into another unfinished campaign. Territory had been regained, but it had not been secured. Almost immediately, a new wave of crusading enthusiasm began to build in France. The driving force was not a king, but a preacher, Fulk of Neuilly, whose reputation spread with astonishing speed. He was credited with healing the sick, rebuking the corrupt, and compelling sinners to change their lives. His boldness was as famous as his miracles. He spoke harsh truths, even before kings. One famous exchange captured the spirit of his preaching, when he urged Richard of England to provide for what he called his 3 daughters, and the king angrily denied having any. The preacher answered that those daughters were pride, lust, and luxury. The story endured because it expressed the moral tone of the movement. Crusade was being preached not only as a military duty, but as a call to reform and repentance. Pope Innocent III gave this new energy powerful backing. He mourned the shallow results of earlier efforts and worked to revive the cause with greater discipline and purpose. The kings of France and England remained unmoved, but many leading French nobles took the cross. Among them were men of great rank and influence, and for a time it appeared that a major expedition might finally restore Christian power in the East. Yet, delay weakened the enterprise. The crusade, long in preparation, did not set out until 1202. By then, Fulk himself was dead, worn down by disappointment. Worse still, the campaign he had inspired never properly fulfilled its eastern aim. The main body of the Crusaders allowed themselves to be drawn elsewhere. First, they fought for Venetian interests at Zara. Then they sailed against Constantinople. The conquest of the Byzantine capital changed the history of the Eastern Mediterranean, but it did almost nothing for Jerusalem. A smaller force did continue toward Palestine. Passing by sea through the Western Mediterranean and onward to the Levant, it reached the east in 1203. These men carried out a few raids, and in response, al-Adil made concessions, handing over Nazareth and agreeing to peace. Yet even this effort quickly dissolved into northern quarrels, as its leaders were drawn toward Antioch and the Armenian frontier. There, another struggle had been developing. Armenian power had grown significantly in the closing years of the 12th century. A new Armenian monarchy had emerged, increasingly determined to free itself from subordination to Antioch. Leo of Armenia strengthened his position through diplomacy and force, and when Bohemond attempted to entrap him, the scheme backfired. Leo not only escaped but compelled recognition of his own gains and independence. In time, he was crowned king, and after the death of Bohemond III, a succession war followed in Antioch, with Leo backing the claims of his young relative against Bohemond IV. It was into this tangled conflict that Western Crusaders were now being pulled, often to the frustration of those who still imagined Jerusalem as the central goal. The East at this time suffered not only from war but from catastrophe. Famine struck Egypt, and the hunger was followed by pestilence that spread across Syria. Lands from the Euphrates to the Nile were filled with suffering. Soon after came a devastating earthquake that shattered many of the towns of Palestine. Acre itself required extensive rebuilding, and money collected in the West for crusade proved useful simply in restoring walls that nature had destroyed. The truce that might have eased some of this misery did not hold firmly. Cypriot shipping suffered from Egyptian raids, and when no restitution was made, retaliation followed. Attacks spread even beyond the Jordan. Eventually a new truce was arranged, but the political instability of the kingdom remained. In 1205 Amalric died, leaving a very young son who also died within the year, along with his mother. The crown then passed to Mary, the daughter of Isabella and Conrad of Montferrat. Because she was still a child, John of Ibelin governed in her name and appealed to Philip of France to choose a husband suitable for the queen. The choice fell on John of Brienne, a capable and seasoned warrior, though not one of the greatest princes of Europe. With borrowed money and only a modest force, he reached Acre in September 1210. He married Mary the next day and was crowned soon after at Tyre. His accession brought fresh energy but not enough strength. When he tried to face the Muslim rulers in the field, he soon discovered how limited his resources truly were. Many of the knights who had arrived with him returned west after a short time. In 1212 he appealed desperately for aid. Innocent III had long hoped to redeem the failures of the earlier crusading generation, but Europe had been filled with obstacles. Sicily was under a child ruler. Germany was divided by contested succession. France and England were entangled in conflict with the papacy. Yet Innocent did not abandon the cause. At the Great Council held at the Lateran in 1215, the project of a new crusade was formally taken up once more. The preaching that followed was vigorous. Men of influence travelled widely to stir support, and among those who answered were the King of Hungary, the Duke of Austria, the Count of Holland, and leading English nobles. By the autumn of 1217, Acre saw a remarkable gathering of rulers and warriors. The kings of Hungary, Armenia, Cyprus, and Jerusalem were all present, along with many nobles and lesser men. Raids were carried out inland, and an attempt was made against the Muslim stronghold on Mount Tabor. But the enemy avoided a decisive battle, and the expedition achieved little. One by one, the royal leaders departed. During the winter, however, more crusaders arrived from northern Europe. and John of Brienne proposed a bold change of strategy. Instead of wearing themselves down in Syria, they would strike Egypt, the real centre of power. Thus, in the spring of 1218, the great host sailed for Damietta. Damietta was one of the strongest positions in Egypt. Its defences combined river, moat, tower, and wall in a way that made direct assault extremely difficult. In the stream stood a vast fortified tower that controlled approach to the city, and this became the first target. An initial attack failed badly and cost many lives. A second assault on St. Bartholomew's Day nearly ended in disaster as fire and burning material rained down on the attackers. Then, in the midst of confusion, the Christian banner appeared on the tower. Whether through extraordinary effort, luck, or the fervour of men who believed heaven had intervened, the assault succeeded. The fall of that outwork transformed the siege and became one of the most celebrated moments of the campaign. Soon afterward, the papal legate Pelagius arrived, followed by French and English reinforcements. Yet the coming of winter brought misery. Flooding ruined supplies, ships were lost, and disease spread. When spring returned, the siege resumed with renewed determination. Across the river, the Crusaders secured better positions and prepared for the final struggle. On the Muslim side, Al-Adil had died and been succeeded by his son Al-Kamil, who at first was shaken by the scale of the danger. Still, reinforcements arrived from Syria, and the defence stiffened. Fighting continued for months. Hunger and sickness ravaged both the besieged city and the camps around it. Some people crossed from the Muslim side into the Christian camp seeking relief and baptism, while a few deserters moved in the opposite direction, abandoning their faith altogether. At one point, the defenders offered astonishing concessions, even proposing to surrender Jerusalem, and much else besides. But the Crusaders rejected the offer. They believed that if the emperor finally arrived, all Egypt might soon be theirs. It was a fatal illusion. With negotiations broken off, the siege continued until November, when Damietta was finally taken in a night assault. Yet almost at once, victory turned sour. John of Brienne quarrelled with Pelagius over authority and left for Armenia to pursue claims through his wife's family. In his absence, the Christian army weakened further. The Muslims, now desperate to recover Damietta, offered terms so generous that later generations could scarcely believe they had been refused. Again, the Crusaders rejected them. They preferred to wait for Frederick. When Frederick still did not come, the remaining leaders decided to march toward Cairo. Pelagius had no choice but to call John back, promising money to secure his help. John rejoined the army in June 1221. By then, disaster was already approaching. The Crusaders had advanced into a landscape their enemies understood far better than they did. Muslim fleets interfered with supply, and the Nile was beginning its rise. Then the dikes were cut. Water spread across the land, trapping the Crusaders in mud and flood. They could neither advance nor withdraw. Starvation and defeat became inevitable. John negotiated the best terms he could. Damietta was restored, and in exchange the army was allowed to leave. Prisoners were promised back, the relic of the Holy Cross was to be returned, and a truce was granted. The great Egyptian gamble had ended in humiliation. Afterward, John travelled across Europe seeking help for a kingdom that seemed unable to save itself. He visited courts in Rome, France, England, and Spain. He married into the royal house of Castile, later allied himself through family policy with the emperor, and eventually quarrelled with him as well. From this point forward, the central figure in the story became Frederick II. Frederick was one of the most extraordinary rulers of the age. He was renowned for intelligence, curiosity, literary talent, political skill, and a command of many languages spoken across his dominions. He fascinated and unsettled his contemporaries in equal measure. To some, he was the marvel of the age. To others, he was a dangerous skeptic, too distant from conventional piety and too entangled in conflict with the papacy ever to be trusted fully as the champion of Christendom. Rumours gathered around him, some absurd, some malicious, yet all revealing how unusual he appeared to the people of his time. That such a man should become the leader expected to restore Jerusalem was one of the great ironies of the century. After being crowned emperor in 1220, Frederick publicly renewed his promise to go on crusade. Again and again the East waited for him, and again he delayed. Even at the conquest of Damietta, when his arrival might have changed everything, he did not appear. In 1225 he swore once more that he would sail within 2 years, accepting severe spiritual penalties if he failed. Before the deadline passed, the Pope who had dealt with him was replaced by Gregory IX, who would become his great enemy. Still, in the beginning their relations were not entirely hostile. Frederick did make real preparations, and in August 1227 a large force assembled at Brindisi. He embarked and put to sea. But within 3 days he returned, claiming illness, and the fleet scattered. Gregory answered by pronouncing excommunication, arguing that the emperor had broken the vow bound under oath. Frederick treated the sentence with defiance and resolved to go anyway the following year. By then, papal hostility had already damaged the enterprise. Many who might have joined stayed away. Frederick seems to have understood that negotiation would matter more than numbers. He had already opened channels of communication with Al-Kamil, and he relied as much on diplomacy as on arms. So when he landed at Acre in September 1228, he brought only a small mounted force, far less than a ruler of his rank would normally command. His arrival did not produce enthusiasm. The clergy were hostile, and even the military orders, offended by his excommunicated status and suspicious of his intentions, soon refused to serve under him. Al-Kamil, aware of the emperor's weakness and preoccupied by problems of his own, chose compromise. Talks moved slowly, but they continued in an atmosphere of surprising civility. Frederick at first demanded the full restoration of the old kingdom and commercial advantages in Egyptian ports. Al-Kamil would not grant all this. Jerusalem was the central issue. The Muslims would not surrender the temple area where the sacred Islamic shrines stood. In the end, Frederick, anxious to settle matters quickly because war had broken out in his Italian lands, accepted a narrower solution. Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Nazareth would pass to Christian control, but the precinct of the temple would remain in Muslim hands. Once the agreement was in place, Frederick and his Germans went up to Jerusalem in March 1229. The next day, on a Sunday in Lent, he entered the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and placed the crown upon his own head. There was no solemn blessing from clergy, no ceremonial support from the church, no great chorus marking the act. He crowned himself in silence before a city recovered not by battle, but by treaty. It was one of the strangest moments in crusading history. A ruler under papal censure restoring Jerusalem through negotiation rather than conquest, and claiming kingship in a ceremony almost emptied of its usual sacred meaning. Yet Frederick's conduct in Jerusalem also revealed something broader about him. He visited the Muslim sanctuary as well, showing a level of composure and curiosity that set him apart from many contemporaries. One story from that visit became especially famous. Out of respect for the emperor, a Muslim judge had the call to prayer suspended. Frederick rebuked the gesture. He insisted that the practices of another faith should not be interrupted for his convenience, and remarked that no such courtesy would be expected in his own lands. The scene was entirely in character. Frederick was not a conventional crusader. He did not fit the heroic mould imagined by preachers or poets. But in his own way, through intelligence, calculation, and an unusual readiness to deal with the other side, he achieved what far greater armies had failed to win. After making a show of strengthening Jerusalem, Frederick abruptly abandoned the city, returned to Acre, and soon afterwards sailed back to Europe. The settlement he had secured was praised by his supporters as a diplomatic triumph, but it was deeply resented by many in the Latin East. The Templars, in particular, regarded it with bitterness, since one of the most sacred sites associated with their order remained outside Christian control. In the West, Frederick presented the agreement as a major success, proof that he had regained what armies had failed to win. In the East, the response was far colder. The Patriarch denounced the arrangement as a surrender it disguised as victory, and the Pope had already condemned it in language of open fury. Whatever its short-term value, the treaty did not bring unity, and Frederick himself never returned to the kingdom he claimed to rule. He died in 1250, caught in the storm of later conflicts, though even in death he left money intended to support the Holy Land. Before reaching Palestine, Frederick had stopped in Cyprus, where the island's young king, Henry of Lusignan, was still a child. The emperor claimed the rights of guardianship and forced the local ruler's chief supporter, John of Ibelin, to acknowledge his authority. John followed Frederick to the mainland, but after the emperor's departure he went back to Cyprus and quickly moved against the imperial officers, besieging them in a fortress. He was on the point of success when the arrival of a German fleet reopened the struggle and transformed a local contest into a wider political crisis. Meanwhile, the peace made with the Muslims began to unravel almost at once. Before long, pilgrims were being harassed, and Muslim forces declared openly that Jerusalem would not be allowed to remain in Christian hands. They pushed back into the city itself, forcing Frederick's representatives to act. The intruders were expelled, and when the emperor learned that the truce had been broken, he sent a fleet east under Richard Filangieri, appointing him as his chief representative in the kingdom. Filangieri was ordered to impose imperial authority more firmly, but from the beginning he met resistance. A command that the young king of Cyprus should dismiss John of Ibelin was ignored, and an attempt to strip John of Beirut failed as well. The native barons insisted that Frederick was violating the old customs and rights of the land. In their view, the emperor ruled from afar without understanding the traditions that had held the kingdom together for generations. They appealed to Cyprus for support, and Henry and his lords answered. Even with that help, however, John of Ibelin could not immediately challenge Filangieri in open battle, while Beirut remained under direct threat. The struggle entered a new phase in May 1232. Filangieri caught the Cypriot lords by surprise near Casal Imbert at a moment when John of Ibelin was absent in Acre. The young king escaped, but his followers were crushed and the defeat badly damaged John's hopes of checking imperial influence. Filangieri then carried the war into Cyprus itself and, for a time, held much of the island. Yet his gains proved temporary. John returned, recovered the initiative, and drove him out in the following year. On the mainland, imperial influence lingered a little longer, but it was steadily weakening. When John of Ibelin died in 1236, the barons accepted a new arrangement under Queen Alice of Cyprus and her husband, since the line of Frederick's wife had already failed and the emperor refused to send his young son Conrad to take up the crown in person. These internal feuds were doing grave damage to the Christian position. While barons and imperial agents fought one another, the principalities farther north were suffering from their own instability. Antioch was drawn into disputes over the weakness of the Armenian succession, and every such quarrel consumed strength that could no longer be spared. The Latin states were already fragile, and this endless division steadily hollowed out whatever resistance they still possessed. So when new dangers emerged, they were in no condition to face them with unity or force. At the same time, the Muslim world was undergoing its own period of upheaval. After the death of al-Adil in 1218, his son al-Kamil had become ruler in Cairo and held a kind of loose superiority over his brothers in the cities of Syria. He had been able to profit from family quarrels, but his authority beyond Egypt was never entirely secure. In his later years, he was troubled by threats from several directions. The Turks of Anatolia in the north, and far more ominously, the growing advance of the Mongols in the east. When he died suddenly in 1238, the balance collapsed. A struggle for dominance broke out among the Ayyubid princes. In the end, as Salih Ayyub, al-Kamil's eldest son, secured Damascus and then moved against Egypt, where he overthrew his brother in 1240 with the support of a powerful kinsman. Yet even that victory did not settle matters. He soon quarrelled with his own ally, and the Ayyubid world remained fractured and unstable, just as the 10-year truce arranged by Frederick was coming to an end. Pope Gregory IX, even while locked in bitter conflict with Frederick, had not forgotten the Eastern Christians. As the truce neared its close, he called for another crusade. The timing seemed favourable. Muslim power had been shaken by family rivalries, while the pressure of the Mongols was beginning to unsettle the wider Islamic world. This time, the strongest response came not from emperors or kings marching in person, but from nobles of France and Spain. King Louis of France did not go himself, but sent his constable, Amalric of Montfort. He was joined by the Duke of Burgundy, the Counts of Bar and Nevers, and above all by Theobald, King of Navarre, who became the expedition's central figure. The army gathered at Marseille and, unwilling to delay for imperial plans, sailed in 1239. After reaching Acre, the Crusaders decided to move against Ascalon and marched out toward Jaffa in early November. While halted there, one of their leaders, the Count of Brittany, carried out a successful raid against nearby Muslim forces. That minor success immediately inspired reckless imitation. The Count of Bar and several others, eager for plunder and glory, insisted on riding farther south toward Gaza. Theobald warned them against it, but they brushed aside his objections, promising a quick raid and return. They pushed on along the coast until they crossed the stream that marked the frontier between the Kingdom of Jerusalem and Egypt. There, Count Walter of Jaffa advised them to halt and rest, but the party pressed deeper still. At last, they stopped in a place enclosed by hills and prepared to eat from the fine provisions they had brought with them, behaving more like men on a hunting excursion than soldiers on dangerous ground. It was there that the Muslim troops of Gaza fell upon them. Walter of Jaffa, recognizing that the position was hopeless, withdrew with the Duke of Burgundy rather than waste men in a doomed stand. But the Counts of Bar and Montfort chose to fight. Their resistance was brief and disastrous. Most of their followers were killed or captured before Theobald, who had advanced toward Ascalon, could arrive in time to help. When news of the defeat reached him, he retreated quickly to Acre. The campaign had been wrecked not by overwhelming force, but by indiscipline, vanity, and the refusal of ambitious nobles to obey a common plan. The following year, Theobald attempted to secure the release of the prisoners by arranging a truce with the Sultan. Yet before the matter was fully settled, he slipped away home, and most of his army went with him. Soon afterward, Richard of Cornwall arrived at Acre. Thanks largely to his wealth, the prisoners were eventually ransomed and freed. With him came Simon de Montfort, brother of Amalric, a man who would later win much greater fame elsewhere. Some of the Syrian barons even asked Frederick to appoint Simon as royal representative during the Conrad's minority. But nothing substantial came of it. Bitter quarrels among the military orders made serious campaigning impossible, and the English leaders soon sailed home after accomplishing little beyond the release of captives. It quickly became clear that the Muslim ruler had agreed to a truce only to gain time while he crushed his own rivals. Realizing this, the Christians opened negotiations with the rulers of Kerak and Damascus in 1243 or 1244. These princes, enemies of As-Salih Ayyub, promised to hand over nearly all the land west of the Jordan, excluding only a few major places. By this agreement, Jerusalem once more returned to Christian hands. For a moment, the news seemed extraordinary. Services resumed in the holy places, and letters sent to Europe spoke in triumphant tones of worship restored after decades of interruption. Yet the rejoicing barely had time to spread before everything collapsed again. As-Salih Ayyub, needing outside support to recover his strength, summoned a new and far more dangerous ally. These were the Khwarezmians, a brutal and uprooted warlike people driven westward by the conquests of Genghis Khan. Displaced from their own lands, they had carved out a violent existence along the Euphrates, hiring themselves out to whichever ruler offered the greatest reward. They now marched south to join the Egyptian Sultan. On their way, they descended on Jerusalem. The city was devastated. Its inhabitants, men, women, and children alike, were massacred in vast numbers. The brief Christian restoration ended in terror and bloodshed. The scale of the threat was so great that old enemies now found themselves compelled to cooperate. Muslim rulers, hostile to Egypt, joined with the Franks against the Khwarezmian danger. The ruler of Damascus sent forces under Al-Mansur of Hama to join the army assembling from Acre. Count Walter of Brienne brought additional troops from Jaffa. By the time the Allied host reached Ascalon, it was large by the standards of the time, numbering thousands of mounted men besides its infantry and supporting forces. Al-Mansur urged caution. He argued that the Khwarezmians were a wandering horde without a stable base, and that if the Allies held a secure position with proper supplies, time itself would wear the invaders down. Some among the Christians agreed with him. Others refused to trust advice coming from a Muslim commander. Suspicion overruled judgment. The decision was made to advance and fight. On October 14th, 1244, the Allied army met the Khwarezmians near Gaza. The battle was fierce but brief. The Muslim troops allied with the Franks broke first and fled the field. The Christian forces were then overwhelmed. What followed was not simply defeat, but near destruction. Of the Templars, only a handful survived. The Hospitallers were reduced almost as terribly, and the Teutonic Order suffered similar losses. Their Grand Masters were captured, along with Count Walter. Two of those leading figures later died in captivity. The disaster shattered what remained of Frankish military strength in Palestine. This battle marked a decisive break. Until then, the Kingdom of Jerusalem had continued to exist, weakened and diminished, yet still recognizable. After Gaza, even that shadow began to disappear. The Latin states had endured invasions, rival dynasties, failed crusades, imperial interference, and constant internal division. They had survived by diplomacy, by strong fortresses, by the sea, and by the repeated arrival of help from Europe. But now the pattern was changing. The losses at Gaza could not easily be replaced. The military orders, once among the strongest pillars of Latin rule, had been cut down with devastating force. The baronage was divided, the allies uncertain, and the enemy increasingly ruthless and adaptable. From this point onward, the Christian kingdom in the Holy Land no longer looked like a state fighting to recover its old power. It looked instead like a remnant living on borrowed time. The fall of Jerusalem might once have shaken all of Latin Christendom to its foundations. A century earlier, the loss of Edessa, distant though it was from the daily concerns of Western Europe, had stirred kings, nobles, preachers, and common people alike. But the 13th century no longer moved with the same spirit as the 12th. Europe was changing. Its ambitions were becoming more political, more local, and more complicated. The old current that had carried men across seas in the name of holy war was weakening. New powers were rising, cities were winning rights and wealth, kingdoms were consolidating, and rulers were increasingly consumed by the struggles of their own lands. In one region, kings were tightening their hold over the nobility, while elsewhere nobles fought fiercely to preserve their privileges against the crown. It was an age of construction, argument, administration, and expansion, but not one naturally suited to the great emotional surges that had once launched the Crusades. Religious life itself had changed as well. The energy of the age was still intense, but it expressed itself differently. Magnificent cathedrals rose higher than ever before. New schools of thought appeared. Universities and learned debate began to shape the intellectual life of Europe. Heresy, theology, philosophy, and law drew increasing attention. Faith did not disappear, but it became less purely a matter of passion and more the subject of scholars, preachers, and institutions. The world that had produced men like Peter the Hermit was fading. A new generation was more ready to argue about religion than to abandon everything for it. The old crusading fire had not wholly died, but it no longer spread so easily through society as a whole. Another great difference was the absence of a voice powerful enough to unite Europe around the cause. Earlier generations had possessed figures capable of turning religious feeling into mass action. The 13th century had no equivalent force. Much of the remaining crusading zeal had already been spent in other directions. Instead of being concentrated on Jerusalem, it was diverted into campaigns against heretics within Christendom itself, or into efforts to deal with internal enemies who seemed more immediate than distant Muslim rulers in the Levant. At the same time, new religious movements were focusing their energy not on warfare abroad, but on service at home. The military orders had fought in the east, with sword and lance, yet now the followers of Francis and Dominic were labouring in the streets of Europe among the poor, the abandoned, and the sick. The spirit of sacrifice remained, but its field had shifted. Europe also faced dangers far closer to home than it had known for generations. The Mongols were advancing with terrifying speed, threatening to overturn entire regions from the Eurasian steppe to the heart of Europe. Their shadow altered priorities everywhere. Frederick II, even had he not been at war with the papacy, had little freedom to launch another great Eastern campaign while such dangers gathered around him. In Spain, Christian rulers were still engaged in their own long war against Muslim powers on the Iberian Peninsula. In England, domestic problems left little room for distant projects in the Holy Land. Italy was consumed by the bitter conflict between emperor and pope. Under such conditions, the Latin Christians of the East could look with real hope to only one kingdom, France. At that time, the King of France was Louis IX, still a young man, not yet 30. He came from one of the most powerful royal lines in Europe, grandson of Philip Augustus, and great-grandson of Henry II of England. His father had died while Louis was still a child, but his mother Blanche had governed with such care and intelligence that the dangers of his minority were successfully overcome. Near the end of 1244, Louis fell gravely ill. His condition became so desperate that those around him believed he was dying. One attendant was already preparing to cover his face when another stopped her. Then, as if called back from the edge of death, Louis stirred, regained consciousness, and asked for a cross. In that moment he vowed himself to the recovery of Jerusalem. Yet the vow was not fulfilled immediately. More than 3 years would pass before he finally sailed from the southern coast of France in August 1248. Louis was one of the most sincerely religious rulers Europe ever produced. His piety was not theatrical or occasional. It shaped his entire life. He tried to order both conscience and government according to what he believed God required. His fear of sin was deep and very real. One famous exchange reveals much about him. He once asked a close companion whether he would rather suffer from leprosy or commit a mortal sin. The answer was blunt. 30 such sins would be preferable to a body destroyed by disease. Louis sharply rejected this view. Bodily suffering, he said, ended with death. But the stain of grave sin endured beyond it. This was the moral seriousness that defined him. Yet he was not merely stern. There was something gentle and compelling in his character. Stories of him administering justice beneath an oak tree, listening personally to the grievances of his subjects, or washing the feet of the poor in imitation of Christ, survived because they seemed to sum up his nature with unusual clarity. He was also far from ignorant. Though he belonged to a warrior aristocracy, he valued learning and surrounded himself with educated men. He collected books, supported scholars, and made sure his children received serious instruction. But this religious and intellectual seriousness did not make him passive. He was not weak, nor indecisive, nor detached from the practical business of rule. Other rulers trusted him, even when their own interests conflicted. English barons were willing to accept him as judge in disputes with their king, because they believed he would not twist judgment for personal gain. One quality that struck his contemporaries especially was the remarkable restraint of his speech. In an age when blasphemy was common even among nobles, those who spent years in his presence said they never heard him profane the name of God. Such a king now took up the cross for what would become one of the last major crusades before the final collapse of the Latin East. Among those who accompanied him was Jean de Joinville, whose account would preserve some of the most human moments of the expedition. Few passages in medieval writing are as quietly moving as the one in which Joinville recalls passing beneath the walls of his own castle on the way south and refusing to look toward it, fearing that the sight of his children would break his resolve. Louis reached Cyprus near the close of 1248 and remained there until the following spring. The island had been carefully prepared as a base for the campaign. Great stores of grain were piled up so high that some of it had begun to sprout. Wine casks were stacked in towering rows like buildings. Everything was being gathered for the great movement toward either Syria or Egypt. Joinville, whose own resources had already been exhausted, entered the king's service. Then, in May 1249, the great fleet set sail. Nearly 1,800 vessels with white sails spread wide across the sea in a striking display of royal power. A storm scattered them, but once the weather calmed, Louis reached Damietta at the end of the month with hundreds of ships. Almost as soon as he landed, the defenders abandoned the city in panic. The French took possession of the port with astonishing ease. This early success, however, did not lead to immediate progress. For months the army remained in or around Damietta, waiting for the rest of the force under the king's brother, the Count of Poitiers, to arrive from the eastern Mediterranean. That delay lasted until October. Once the army was complete, a council decided not to waste time with Alexandria, but instead to strike directly toward Cairo. The reasoning was simple and bold. If the enemy was to be defeated, it was better to strike at the centre of power than nibble at its edges. So at the end of November, the army began moving south. Before long, however, its advance was halted by the waterways of the Nile Delta. The river system formed a barrier that could not easily be crossed in the face of the powerful Muslim army deployed on the far bank. The French tried to solve the problem with engineering. They began constructing a causeway, hoping to force a passage, but every time the work seemed close to success, the defenders disrupted or destroyed it. Enemy artillery and other engines harassed the workers constantly. Wooden towers built to protect the labourers were twice burned by Greek fire. Louis found himself in growing danger. Not only was the main enemy blocking his path, but a second force had crossed behind him and threatened his rear. In that crisis, a Bedouin offered to lead the French to a hidden ford for a large payment. The offer was accepted. On Shrove Tuesday in February 1250, Louis marched out in person for the crossing, leaving part of his force behind to hold the camp. The Templars led the way, the king's brother commanded the centre, and Louis followed with the rear. Among the few notable Englishmen on the expedition was William Longsword, Earl of Salisbury, a descendant of Henry II. Though noble by blood, he was not a wealthy man and had struggled to finance his journey. Earlier in the campaign, he had captured a richly loaded Egyptian caravan bound for Alexandria. According to English accounts, the French had then deprived him of much of the spoil. He appealed to Louis for justice, and the king admitted the wrong, but said he could not correct it. William, furious at what he saw as weak kingship, withdrew in anger to Acre. Later, however, at Louis's request, he rejoined the campaign in Egypt and was present in the battle that followed. At first, the crossing was easier than expected. The Templars and the force in the vanguard passed the river successfully, and the Count of Artois, flushed with excitement, wanted to press on immediately toward Mansoura. The Templar commander urged restraint and advised waiting for the king. But Artois was reckless, proud, and unwilling to delay. He accused the military orders of deliberately avoiding complete victory because their influence depended on the continued balance between Christian and Muslim power in the east. The intervention of William Longsword did not calm him. Instead, Artois mocked the English as timid. Stung by the insult, William answered that the English would go where the Count himself would not dare approach. At that moment, discipline collapsed. The whole vanguard surged forward into Mansoura. The warnings of the Templars proved justified. William Longsword was killed after refusing to retreat. Artois, trying to escape the catastrophe he had unleashed, was either cut down or drowned. The vanguard was shattered, and only the arrival of Louis prevented total destruction. Even then, the French army was saved only through desperate resistance and the bravery of men who held key positions under extreme pressure. What had begun as a promising crossing became a disaster, born from impatience and arrogance. After the battle, Louis remained for weeks on the southern bank, unable to advance decisively and increasingly vulnerable. Then came news that Muslim forces had blocked the water route back toward Damietta. With starvation looming, Louis reluctantly ordered a withdrawal and opened negotiations, offering to exchange Damietta for the Kingdom of Jerusalem. But conditions in camp were already unbearable. Disease, hunger, and exhaustion were destroying the army. By late March, the retreat toward Damietta began in earnest. Seeing the French in full collapse, the Muslim forces abandoned the terms under discussion and attacked. The sick were killed where they lay beside their fires. Louis himself, despite the courage of those around him, was captured while trying to secure the crossing. Joinville had already boarded ship and made his way downriver, where enemy galleys blocked the passage. He was nearly lost as well, and survived only because a Muslim intervened, claiming falsely that he was a royal relative. Joinville did not challenge the lie that saved his life. The same man later placed a frightened boy into his care and urged him never to let the child be separated from him, because otherwise he would almost certainly be killed. Thus, the campaign in Egypt ended in ruin. Louis was eventually released, but only after long negotiations. He refused to surrender the remaining Christian strongholds in Palestine and would not deny his faith even under threat. Yet he did agree to buy freedom for himself and his surviving men by paying an enormous ransom and giving up Damietta. During these negotiations, the Sultan, Turan Shah, was murdered by his own Mamluks, plunging Egypt into another power struggle and placing Louis once more in danger. Eventually, after the ransom was raised even further, Louis and what remained of his expedition were allowed to sail to Acre in May. In Egypt, authority now passed into uncertain hands. The widow of the former ruler briefly held power in the name of her son, but the emirs soon replaced that arrangement with another claimant from the Ayyubid line. Syrian rulers were outraged that so valuable a prisoner as Louis had been released for money rather than kept in captivity. They formed a coalition and marched against Egypt, only to be decisively defeated in 1251. The new ruler in Egypt, pressed by these internal rivalries, opened communications with Louis and agreed to a truce that would last many years. In the West, rumours spread that the Muslim ruler might even convert to Christianity. Some also whispered that Louis had vowed to remain permanently in the Holy Land. In reality, the situation was far less hopeful. Louis had sent his brothers back to Europe to gather the unpaid part of his ransom. They tried to persuade the Pope to make peace with the Emperor for the good of Christendom and to provide more help. The Pope refused, remaining fixed on his struggle with Frederick and his heirs. So time passed, with little achieved. Henry III of England took the cross, but his motives were widely suspected. Then another blow fell. Blanche, Louis's mother, and the regent who had sustained France in his absence, died. That loss seems to have been one of the main reasons he finally prepared to leave. Louis, nevertheless, remained in the East for almost 4 years after the failure in Egypt. During that time, he devoted himself not to dramatic offensives, but to reconstruction and defense. Caesarea, Jaffa, and Sidon were all repaired and strengthened. He worked to preserve what remained rather than to attempt reckless recovery of what had been lost. Only in the spring of 1254 did he depart, and by midsummer he was back in France. Yet the crusading ideal never left him. For 16 more years he remained, in spirit, a crusader. Even while burdened with the responsibilities of kingship and the troubles of France, his thoughts repeatedly returned to the east. At last, in July 1270, he set out once more from the Mediterranean coast. Joinville refused to accompany him this time, arguing that his first duty was to his own people, who had suffered deeply during his earlier absence. Louis was joined by his eldest son, Philip, and by the kings of Navarre and Aragon. But instead of sailing directly to the Holy Land, the expedition turned aside to Tunis. The decision was shaped by the hope that the ruler there might be converted to Christianity, a hope that reflected Louis's spiritual outlook but not necessarily the military realities of the age. The campaign never truly began. While encamped before Tunis, Louis was struck down by dysentery. On August 24th, he rose from his bed long enough to confess his sins and receive the final sacrament. That night, lying on a bed strewn with ashes, he is said to have spoken the name of Jerusalem again and again, revealing where his thoughts had gone in his final hours. Those around him heard fragments of prayer for his people. Then, near midday, he died. With him died more than a king. A whole style of crusading kingship seemed to pass away as well. For more than a century, the kings of France had been regarded as the chief protectors of the Latin cause in the East. But the spirit that had sustained that role was ebbing away. The new generation did not look upon the Holy Land with the same urgency. The son who succeeded Louis was a far more conventional warrior and had little interest in carrying forward his father's great religious project. The age itself was changing too rapidly. National politics, dynastic conflict, administrative government, and shifting balances of power were drawing Europe in other directions. In Louis's life, the dream of a united Christendom fighting under a holy purpose had found one of its purest expressions. In his death, that dream suffered one of its final and most symbolic blows. Among those who'd taken the cross around the same time was Edward, eldest son of Henry III of England. He was joined by many of the younger English nobles, and it was said that one reason for bringing them was to draw them away from the factional violence that had been tearing England apart. Edward reached Tunis in October 1270, where he found the French no longer speaking primarily of Jerusalem, but of tribute and advantage. They had won several engagements and were now pressing claims against the ruler of Tunis in the name of the King of Sicily. After extracting a large payment, the army prepared to winter in Sicily. But disaster followed them even there. A storm struck outside Trapani, and much of the treasure taken from Tunis was lost at sea. In the spring, Edward continued on with his English followers alone, since the French princes would not accompany him farther. He reached Acre shortly after Easter and arrived only just in time to help save the city from immediate danger. After a short rest, he led a raid inland towards St. George, between Acre and Safed. Later that year he marched again, this time as far as the region around Cocoon and the great coastal stronghold of Athlit. These were small operations, but they seem to have been meant as preparation for something larger. Edward had asked for support from Cyprus, and the barons there, who had ignored the summons of their own king, crossed over with a strong following and offered themselves as loyal servants of the English prince. Only once they had joined him did Edward begin to move more boldly. After returning to Acre, Edward entered into talks with a Muslim emir who claimed that he was ready to convert and ally himself with the Christians. The man's messenger came repeatedly into Edward's presence, and over time suspicion faded. Then, on the fifth visit, the trap was sprung. On June 18th, 1272, the assassin was admitted after only a light search. Edward, dressed lightly because of the heat, was reclining indoors when the messenger handed over a letter. As he bent forward in the manner of the East, he suddenly drew a hidden knife and struck. Edward caught the blow on his arm. In the struggle, he knocked the attacker down, seized the weapon and killed him. Servants rushed in and finished the job brutally, crushing the man's head to make certain he was dead. The wound, however, was dangerous. The blade was believed to be poisoned, and despite immediate treatment, Edward's condition worsened. At last, an English doctor undertook the operation that saved him. The infected flesh was cut away, and within a few weeks Edward had recovered enough to appear in public on horseback. Not long after, he concluded a truce with the Sultan for 10 years. News from England hastened his decision to leave. His father's health was failing, and letters urged him to return without delay. Edward sailed from the Holy Land in September, though he would not reach England until much later, after his father had already died. To understand how the last Latin strongholds in Syria met their end, it is necessary to step back several decades, to a time when the fragile balance of power in the region was already beginning to collapse. After the departure of Frederick II, Jerusalem effectively became a kingdom without a true ruler. Authority existed in name, but in reality, no single power could firmly control events. Even the title of king itself was disputed again and again, passed between claimants whose rights were often uncertain or challenged. It may seem surprising that under such unstable conditions, the Frankish presence in the region managed to survive at all, even in a weakened and fading state. Yet a combination of circumstances delayed its final scoot. Among the most important was the internal weakness of the Ayyubid rulers during the years following the death of Al-Kamil. Their inability to maintain strong and unified control gave the Crusader states a temporary reprieve. At the same time, a new and terrifying force was rising in the east. The expansion of the Mongol Empire posed a threat not only to Islamic powers, but to the entire political order of the region. Despite these external factors, the survival of the Latin states cannot be credited to their own strength. On the contrary, one of the most striking features of this period is the constant infighting among the Christian factions themselves. Rivalries, personal ambitions, and political disputes tore apart what little unity remained. After Frederick's death in 1250, the crown should have passed to Conrad, the son of Yolande. However, competing claims quickly complicated the situation, and within a few years both Conrad and his rival Henry were dead. The title eventually fell to Conradin, whose execution in 1267 brought an end to his line. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, power was exercised not by kings, but by local officials, often drawn from influential noble families such as the Ibelins. In Cyprus and the mainland territories, similar disputes unfolded. After the death of Henry of Cyprus, his young son Hugh became the focus of competing claims. His rights were supported by some and rejected by others, leading to further division. When the boy died, another Hugh, his cousin, asserted control and was crowned king in 1269. Yet even his authority remained uncertain. His claim was challenged by Mary of Antioch, who eventually sought support in Europe. She sold her rights to Charles of Anjou, introducing yet another foreign power into an already fractured political landscape. Although Charles attempted to assert control through his representatives, no real unity or centralized authority could be restored. The divisions among the Latin Christians were driven by two main forces. On one side were the powerful Italian merchant republics, Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, whose commercial rivalries frequently erupted into open conflict. On the other side were the military orders, particularly the Templars and the Hospitallers, whose mutual distrust and competition weakened any coordinated defence. These tensions often escalated into full-scale warfare. In one notable conflict, Genoese and Pisan forces fought for weeks within the city of Acre, using siege engines and heavy weaponry against each other. Even the presence of strong leaders from Europe could only temporarily suppress these rivalries. During these years, Acre itself became the centre of these conflicts. The city was divided into quarters, controlled by different factions, and fighting often broke out in its streets. Buildings were destroyed, towers collapsed, and entire districts were reduced to ruins. At times, efforts were made to restore peace, but these attempts rarely succeeded. The divisions remained deep, and cooperation proved nearly impossible. While the Christians struggled among themselves, a new threat emerged from the east. The Mongols, under the leadership of Genghis Khan and his successors, had built an empire that stretched across much of Asia and into Europe. Their advance into the Middle East created both fear and opportunity. Some Christian leaders saw them as potential allies against the Muslim powers. Diplomatic missions were sent, and contacts were established, raising hopes of a joint campaign. Yet these hopes never fully materialized. When the Mongols advanced into Syria after capturing Baghdad in 1258, the situation reached a critical point. Several major cities fell to them with little resistance. Faced with this danger, the Muslim rulers sought alliances, even appealing to the Crusader states for support. However, due to internal disagreements and strategic hesitation, the Christians refused to cooperate. This decision would prove decisive. In 1260, the Mamluk forces defeated the Mongols at the Battle of Ain Jalut, halting their expansion and securing control over the region. From that moment, the balance of power shifted dramatically. The rise of the Mamluks marked the beginning of a new and relentless phase of conflict. Under the leadership of Baibars, one of the most capable and determined rulers of his time, the Mamluks began systematically targeting the remaining Crusader strongholds. Baibars proved to be a formidable opponent, combining military skill with strategic precision. One by one, key Almudden and fortresses fell under his control. The Frankish states, weakened by internal divisions, were unable to mount an effective defence. Cities such as Arsuf, Safed, and Jaffa were captured in rapid succession. The fall of Antioch in 1268 was particularly devastating. Once one of the great centres of Crusader power, it collapsed after a brief siege, marking a turning point in the decline of Christian rule in the region. As these territories were lost, survivors fled to the remaining coastal cities, especially Acre. This influx of refugees turned the city into a crowded and chaotic refuge. People from across Europe gathered there, forming separate communities based on their origins. Authority was fragmented, with multiple leaders and institutions competing for control. In total, numerous independent powers operated within the city, creating confusion and disorder. In its final years, Acre became notorious for its moral and social decline. Discipline broke down, and law and order were largely absent. Efforts by European leaders to organise new crusades continued. But the spirit that had driven earlier campaigns was gone. Instead of committed warriors, many of the forces sent to the east were poorly disciplined mercenaries. Their behaviour often made matters worse rather than better. The final crisis came when these mercenaries attacked Muslim merchants who had entered the city under a truce. This act provoked a strong response. The Mamluk Sultan launched a full-scale assault on Acre in 1291. Despite having sufficient forces to defend the city, its inhabitants were divided and unprepared. Many chose to flee rather than fight, while others failed to coordinate their efforts. When the Mamluk army breached the walls, resistance quickly collapsed. Panic spread through the Al-Medina as people sought escape. Ships in the harbour became overcrowded, and some sank under the weight of those trying to flee. Those who remained faced a grim fate. Thousands were killed or taken captive. A small number of defenders, including members of the military orders, fought to the end. Their final stand ended in destruction as their stronghold collapsed. With the Scout of Acre, the last major Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land, was lost. The remaining territories could not hold out, and within a short time, all traces of Latin rule in the region disappeared. The Scout of Acre did not pass unnoticed in Western Europe. News of the disaster stirred deep emotion, especially among religious leaders who saw it as a turning point. The papacy, in particular, viewed the loss as a call to action. There were urgent appeals for a new campaign to reclaim what had been lost. Yet despite the shock and the rhetoric, no true movement emerged. The will to act had weakened, and the energy that had once driven entire generations into distant lands was no longer present. Over the previous century, Europe itself had undergone profound transformation. The political and social landscape was no longer the same as it had been during the earlier Crusades. The authority that once unified large parts of the Western world had fractured. The struggle between spiritual and secular power had reshaped the balance of influence. And in the process, unity had been lost. Emerging kingdoms were becoming more independent, focusing increasingly on their own interests, rather than shared causes abroad. At the same time, the authority of religious leadership had been undermined. Efforts to expand influence through political maneuvering had weakened its moral foundation, leaving it less capable of inspiring large-scale collective action. In the years that followed, Europe became absorbed in its own conflicts. Rivalries between major powers intensified, leading to prolonged wars that consumed resources and attention. Without a strong central force to coordinate efforts, the idea of a unified expedition to the east remained little more than a distant ambition. Calls for renewed campaigns continued, but they lacked conviction. Leaders spoke of action, yet little was done to bring those plans into reality. There were moments when it seemed that momentum might return. Appeals were made to the rulers of powerful kingdoms, urging them to take up the cause once more. Promises were given, alliances discussed, and preparations imagined. But these efforts repeatedly faltered. Deaths of key figures, political distractions, and shifting priorities prevented any sustained progress. Before long, the same rulers who had pledged cooperation found themselves drawn into conflicts closer to home, conflicts that would define the next era of European history. While attention in the West drifted elsewhere, a new power was steadily rising in the East. The Ottoman Turks expanded their influence at the expense of the weakening Byzantine state. Their advance was gradual but relentless, absorbing territories and consolidating strength. By the late 14th century, their armies had already achieved major victories, defeating neighbouring kingdoms and threatening to push further into Europe itself. This growing threat eventually provoked a response. Knights and nobles from across Europe gathered to confront what was seen as a common enemy. A major campaign was launched, filled with confidence and ambition. However, the outcome was disastrous. The forces sent to challenge the Ottomans were defeated, and the effort ended in failure. The expansion of Ottoman power continued largely unchecked. The survival of the Byzantine capital for a time owed little to Western intervention. Internal struggles among the Ottoman leadership and conflicts with other powerful figures delayed its scoot. But this delay was temporary. In 1453, the city finally fell, marking another defining moment in the history of the region. Once again, calls were made for action, but the response was limited and ineffective. For generations, the Ottoman presence loomed over Eastern Europe, shaping the political and military landscape. Major battles were fought and significant victories were achieved by European forces in certain moments. Yet these conflicts differed fundamentally from the earlier Crusades. They were driven more by political necessity than by the intense religious motivation that had characterized the campaigns of previous centuries. The concept of a unified holy war had faded, replaced by more pragmatic concerns. The decline of that earlier spirit explains why no sustained effort was made to restore Christian control over the Holy Land. The enthusiasm that once inspired large numbers of people to take part in such ventures had diminished. However, there were still individuals who held on to the old ideals. Some rulers expressed a genuine desire to launch new expeditions. Plans were considered and reconnaissance missions were even carried out to assess the possibility of future campaigns. Others dreamed of linking exploration with religious ambition, imagining that new routes and discoveries might one day support renewed efforts in the East. These individuals, however, stood apart from the broader reality of their time. Their ambitions reflected a past that no longer existed. The collective energy that had once fueled mass movements had disappeared, replaced by a more fragmented and cautious world. Even as military enthusiasm declined, another form of devotion continued. Pilgrimage to the Holy Land remained a constant presence. Travelers from across Europe journeyed to sacred sites, maintaining a steady flow over the centuries. Systems were organized to support these journeys, including transport arrangements and guidance for travelers. Detailed advice circulated among those preparing for the voyage, covering everything from practical necessities to conditions they might encounter along the way. These pilgrimages reflected a different kind of commitment. They were personal, individual acts of devotion rather than large-scale collective enterprises. The motivations were spiritual, but they lacked the urgency and intensity that had once driven entire armies across continents. In the end, the era of the Crusades did not vanish suddenly, but gradually faded as the world around it changed. By the time new intellectual and cultural movements began to reshape Europe, the crusading spirit had already lost its force. The final collapse of the Latin presence in the East had marked not only the end of a political entity, but also the conclusion of a powerful idea that had defined an earlier age.